This world is a place where the blood of the weak is spilled, and the strong drink it. Through gnarled, ancient forests and desolate peaks, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes and sharp antlers stalks the shadows, its presence a chilling declaration. That guy there is a prey. As the cloaked figure of Johann stands protectively over Dell, he offers a quiet reassurance. Stay calm. Even as the chilling words echo, do not forget what you were taught. Then, with a sudden, explosive force, a powerful punch connects, the impact reverberating with a loud clong and a pained AK. As the command echoes, a powerful force erupts, striking its unseen target with a resounding thwack, followed by another sharp impact that sends birds scattering into the sky. A final, explosive burst connects with the blurred form of a creature. From off-panel, Joseph's voice cuts through the air, calling out to Johann as the monster lets out a guttural roar. He turns to face the young man, a hint of amusement in his tone as he chides him. I told you to catch the prey. Johann kneels, examining his broken bow, as Joseph continues. Why did you break your bow instead? Johann muses to himself, wondering if it snapped too easily because it was simply too old. As they walk through the forest, Joseph chuckles, while Johann vehemently denies his bow's age, insisting he bought it brand new just a week ago. He knew it. Joseph's voice, laced with frustration, reminds him that he's only good for hunting if he wants to get injured for no reason, calling him a worrywart always focused on becoming a knight. Johann, however, quietly retorts, wondering if he should have just learned swordsmanship instead. His gaze hardens, a silent resolve forming as he considers his path. Because what he truly needs is money. Joseph sighs in resignation, conceding with a simple, I suppose, while Johann offers only a dismissive sound. Giving up the argument, Joseph suggests they move somewhere else, as the harsh reality of their world presses in. To survive, in this rotten world, is the only goal. Johann Eitz, also known by his birth name, Kim Johan, finds himself in an unfamiliar world. After dying in an unexpected accident, he was reincarnated into this new reality. Being reborn as a noble wasn't bad, but he quickly realized he was dead last in his new family's hierarchy. Inheriting neither name nor wealth, he knew he'd be lucky to avoid being stripped bare and cast out during his siblings' inevitable power struggles, a grim thought that weighed heavily on him. Yet, as he and Joseph continued their journey, the biggest problem of all was about to reveal itself. From the dark undergrowth, a low growl echoed, and a pack of wolves emerged, their eyes burning red in the dim light. One of the beasts lunged with a snarl, its claws flashing. The chilling sound of their collective growls confirmed it was indeed a full pack. With a fierce shout, Johann met the attack head-on. A low growl echoes through the forest as a wolf lunges forward. But he remains focused, his mind already drifting to the harsh realities of this new existence. The theme of the world he reincarnated into is a very realistic medieval era. How cruel, where not even death offers true rest. Later, as he walks alongside Joseph, the older man questions if they've reached a village, but Johann can only reply that it's hard to say, as no one truly knows. No, he muses, the weak are nothing but prey for the strong. As expected, he thinks, a world reeking from the dark ages, where even his own arm is now wrapped in bandages, glowing faintly with residual magic. He stares ahead, his mind consumed by a single, overriding thought. He needs something more than just survival. More than anything, he needs money. He remembers a time, when he first arrived in this world, that he had hoped for some amazing ability, a grand power to make his mark. But every trial, every hardship, had taught him a harsh truth, changing his goal entirely. Now, that singular goal is clear. It is money. With enough money, he could leave this territory, and perhaps even this brutal life behind. A determined expression settles on his face as he considers the possibilities. He could become a merchant, or even a simple farmer, if only he had the means. A mischievous grin spreads across his face, his hands glowing with a faint, orange light as he conjures a small flame. Money, money, money. It is everything, and he will do whatever it takes to scrape together every single coin. Suddenly, a voice breaks through his thoughts as Joseph calls out, Sir Johann, take a look at this. Joseph, still focused on his discovery, holds up a rare herb, explaining its potent regenerative and boosting properties. Examining the plant, Johann immediately recognizes its value, noting that such a rare specimen must be expensive. His attention then shifts to something else Joseph has found, a strange, pulsating sac on the ground, making him wonder if it could be a monster's egg. The sac, hanging from a branch, emits a soft, crackling sound. Joseph, startled, admits he accidentally dropped it, causing Johann to question him sharply. A look of dawning horror spreads across his face as he realizes the implications of his mistake. A loud, explosive crash erupts, sending debris flying. Joseph collapses to the ground, clutching his head and screaming for help, while Johann stands nearby, observing the chaos. His feet moving away from the scene, Johann calls out into the forest, asking if anyone else is nearby. From the dark depths of the forest, a chorus of guttural growls and the tearing sound of claws on earth erupts, signaling a new, immediate danger. He looks up sharply, his eyes widening at the sudden, overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Joseph, already reeling from the explosion, collapses in a terrified heap, screaming desperately for someone to save him as the growls intensify. Out of the shadows, a pack of large, dark wolf-like creatures with glowing eyes begins to emerge, their forms coalescing from the gloom. The air vibrates with their menacing snarls, a chilling symphony of predatory intent. Johann, observing Joseph's complete breakdown, admonishes him to stop crying, his thoughts quickly turning to a more pressing concern. Is Robert's daughter Dell here? Why is a child in such a dangerous forest? One of the wolves lunges forward, its fangs bared in a savage snarl, a clear sign of their aggressive intent. Joseph, now clutching a bough, realizes the sheer number of enemies they face, his voice filled with dread. Deciding they cannot possibly handle this alone, he turns and flees, calling for backup as he retreats deeper into the woods. Joseph looks up, startled by the imposing figure before him. His voice filled with urgency, he warns Johann that the creatures are not mere animals, but monstrous, people-eating beasts. Johann, however, dismisses his fears, instructing Joseph to retrieve Dell while he handles the approaching threat. Joseph's face contorts with worry, grappling with the impossible choice of leaving Johann to face the danger alone, all for a child. As he turns to leave, Johann glances back, a subtle, unsettling expression crossing his features. His eyes glow with a chilling blue light, a predatory smile spreading across his face as he muses about Joseph's suitability as a sacrifice. Mentally counting the approaching horde, he estimates at least 10 wolves. The sight of the snarling pack only fuels his greed, imagining the fortune he'll make from their demise. With a sinister anticipation, he eagerly awaits his precious moneymakers. A guttural scream tears through the quiet forest, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Joseph's eyes are wide with shock, his mouth agape as he struggles to comprehend the sudden horror unfolding before him, a desperate wait, escaping his lips. Nearby, Johann's expression hardens, a sharp what? Echoing his surprise as he perceives the same unseen danger. Without hesitation, he draws his blade, its edge flaring with a brilliant blue light, and moves with a speed that blurs the air. Joseph watches, stunned, as the young man's movements unfold, a gasp escaping him at the sheer, unexpected mastery of his swordsmanship. A monstrous wolf, eyes glowing crimson, lunges from the shadows, its jaws snapping with predatory intent. But before it can connect, the blue glowing blade intercepts its charge, a violent impact sending fur and debris scattering. A sickening crunch reverberates through the air, followed by a spray of crimson. The beast's attack halts mid-air, its glowing eyes wide with disbelief, as the sword pierces cleanly through its body. The monstrous wolf lunges, its fangs bared and eyes glowing crimson. Its snapping jaws close in with terrifying speed, connecting with a brutal force. He looks up, reacting to the sudden, overwhelming attack. A gasp escaping him as the creature's bite narrowly misses. But before the beast can recover, a flash of brilliant blue cuts through the air, Johann's blade slicing cleanly through the wolf mid-lunge. The devastating impact tears through the creature, its body collapsing to the ground. From a distance, Joseph stares, utterly stunned by the display of power, barely able to utter a single word. Joseph's scream echoes through the dark forest, his hands clutching his head in disbelief. The dense canopy of the forest gives way to an open sky, as at the same time, within the territory of the Yates family's Baltron village, a grand procession makes its way towards the capital. The Yates family's first son, Philip, is among them, his armored soldiers moving with silent determination through a harsh, snowy landscape. An elderly man shivers, his face etched with weariness. Elsewhere, Madame Yates, the concubine, stands with a stern expression, while Philip, the first son, observes his surroundings with a critical eye, a scoff escaping him as he remarks that it stinks as usual. Still traveling, Philip addresses his unseen father, his voice laced with impatience as he declares the village nowhere in sight, offering a perfunctory apology for the delay. From her carriage, Madame Yates observes his casual disregard, finding it hard to believe he views their current situation as a mere inconvenience. Philip, however, remains unconcerned, wondering aloud why they should even bother searching for such a dump. He dismisses the entire affair, questioning why the village's location should be of any concern to him. Madame Yates' expression tightens with worry, while Philip's disdain remains etched on his face. As their procession continues through the desolate landscape, they finally approach what appears to be the village entrance. But instead of a welcoming path, a massive pile of straw blocks their way, prompting a bewildered question from the unseen observer. What could this strange obstruction mean? As the retinue approached the village, a guard's voice broke the silence, offering an apology to his lord. Joseph, his brow furrowed with concern, reported the grim discovery. Behind it are zombies, my lord. He couldn't have gotten this far unrighteously. A soft thump echoed from the massive obstruction. His voice trailed off, hinting at the sheer scale of the problem. Sir, tremendous. Philip's eye widened in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping him as he processed the words. The colossal pile of straw, gnarled and twisted like ancient roots, pulsed with a faint, internal light, another soft thump resonating from its depths. Dynamic lines of energy seemed to emanate from its core. Glowing particles swirling around the strange, organic mass, its true nature slowly revealing itself. Philip stood before the monstrous barrier, its sheer size and unsettling aura demanding his full attention. His mind struggling to comprehend the sight. What in the world is this? Johann 8 stands ready, facing a snarling wolf-like creature. His legs tense, preparing for a swift, decisive move. The creature, with its glowing red eyes, seems to sense the shift, tilting its head in confusion. Johann lunges forward, a burst of fiery energy erupting around him as he attacks. But something unexpected occurs, and a look of surprise flashes across his face. He acknowledges internally that fighting with a sword isn't truly his preferred method. With a surge of blue energy, he unleashes a powerful, glowing attack, particle effects swirling around him. This time, he resolves to fight on his own terms, challenging whatever comes his way. A confident smirk spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with determination. He reflects on his situation, his gaze falling upon his hands, which he considers his adorable little moneymakers, knowing he needs money. To avoid becoming prey in this era of survival of the fittest, the wolf-like creatures prowl. One of them snarls, its fangs bared, as his hand remains steady. To earn that money, what he needs is strength overwhelming enough, and with a surge of resolve, his fist clenches, crackling with vibrant blue energy. He stands ready, enveloped in a brilliant azure aura, his determination radiating outward. To transcend human limitations, Johann unleashes his power, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him. A monstrous snarl rips through the air as a wolf-like creature lunges forward. But before it can connect, he moves with blinding speed, a devastating blow infused with blue energy striking true. He's a blur of motion, his attacks tearing through the pack of creatures. Another impact sends a creature reeling, its jaw snapping in agony. A powerful kick, wreathed in blue light, smashes into another foe. Bone-shattering force erupts, splattering crimson across the dark forest floor. The brutal assault continues, each strike a testament to his overwhelming might. Finally, a mangled creature collapses to the ground, its life extinguished. Still reeling from the overwhelming display of power, Joseph can only stammer, "Unbelievable." His eyes wide with shock, he questions the very nature of the strength he just witnessed. Around them, the forest floor is littered with the defeated forms of wolf-like creatures, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the battle that just concluded. Amidst the carnage, Johann stands, his eyes burning with an intense blue light, a fierce grin spreading across his face as raw power radiates from him. His form still crackling with residual energy, he considers the value of his actions. Johann had no choice but to accept it. A life in this world that was not easy, as Philip sneered, demanding he die. Another brother's voice echoed, asking how a motherless bastard dared to talk back, reminding him that his higher-ranked brothers would beat him constantly. They would beat him whenever they pleased, threatening to stomp him flat if he acted up again. Naturally, he understood, knowing one thing for sure, even if he got beaten to death like this, no one would care. All he had was himself. And so, he thought, what exactly would he need to survive in this harsh, unfamiliar world? Fortunately, Johann possessed knowledge far beyond anything the people of this era could comprehend. His past life as a modern student, filled with countless exams and studies in economics, political science, sociology, and nutrition, meant that Johann's mind held an unimaginable wealth of information. He decided to put it all to use. Applying principles of exercise science and high-intensity training, he pushed his body to its limits. Even as others questioned his methods, asking, "Johann, why are you eating such strange food?" He simply replied, "These are superfoods, perfect for constructing a nutritionally balanced diet." He takes a focused stance, ready to put his modern knowledge to the test. Leveraging his understanding of modern exercise science, Johann devises a rigorous training regimen, incorporating practical close combat martial arts. His indefatigable training continues, day after day. And so, several years pass, forging him into something new. A powerful punch connects, followed by a devastating kick. His eyes glowing with an inner blue light as he moves with blinding speed, a blur of focused power. Every strike carries immense force, the forest echoing with the sounds of his relentless practice. A low, resonant hum filled the air. With each grueling training session, his body became an overwhelming vessel of strength, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed after every exertion. Whether this newfound power was a blessing from the gods or merely a prelude to a new trial, he pressed on. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, no one knew what the future held. Then, a sharp crack echoed through the night forest, followed by the glint of unseen eyes in the darkness. A sudden, guttural growl startled him, causing him to flinch. But looking down at the disturbed ground, he could only conclude that whatever had been there, they were gone. A sigh of relief escapes Joseph as he sees him, grateful that he is safe. A nervous gulp, he continues, demanding to know if he truly understood the danger he had faced. Even so, he admits, to think he would hunt a monster of such caliber alone, he was lucky to be alive, and Joseph was moved by his recklessness. Then, a sly grin spreading across his face, Joseph declares his intention to express the villagers' thanks, wondering aloud which part of the monster would fetch the highest price. He pauses, lost in thought, Confused by the sudden shift in topic, Johann asks Joseph to repeat himself, admitting he didn't quite catch that last part. Joseph quickly recovers, assuring him that his safety is all that matters, before asking if he still intended to leave. From the gathered villagers, a young girl named Yuria steps forward, tears streaming down her face as she sobs, offering her heartfelt thanks to Sir Johann. Johann moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he initiates a rapid maneuver. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature, its eyes burning crimson, lunges forward, striking him with brutal force, sending him recoiling with a pained cry, but before it can press its advantage. He retaliates with a powerful, explosive counterattack. His strike tears through the beast's flesh, eliciting a guttural roar of pain and fury from the monster. The creature bellows, its massive form writhing in agony and rage. Watching the terrifying spectacle, Joseph can only gasp in horror, his mind reeling at the sheer power of the beast, realizing that such a monster would normally require an entire army to defeat. He reflects on his new surroundings, realizing this isn't just a typical medieval world, but one where monsters truly exist, and he confronts a massive beast, asking if it leads the others. A guttural growl answers him, as he casually dismisses the monster's fallen underlings, noting their pelts will fetch a good price. The beast snarls, its red eyes burning with fury. Johann senses the immense power radiating from it, understanding that this creature now sees him as a formidable enemy. With a ferocious roar, the monstrous wolf charges, its glowing red eyes fixed on him as it closes the distance. The monstrous creature lunges, its claws a blur of purple energy. Johann's voice cuts through the air, dismissing the attack. It doesn't matter. The creature's red eyes glow with intensified fury, a guttural snarl escaping its throat as it closes the distance. It slams him to the ground, its massive jaws opening wide. Whatever you are, he taunts, your hide will sell for even more. With a sudden burst of speed, he drives his leg into the monster's side, a shockwave of blue energy erupting from the impact point. The monster recoils with a pained roar. But before it can recover, Johann's hand clamps down on its snout, forcing its head to the ground. The monster, previously subdued, erupts with savage force, its claws glowing crimson as it lashes out. Caught off guard, Johann is slammed back by a powerful paw, his thoughts racing. Arg, I miscalculated the hope. Damn it, the price will drop. The creature snarls, a guttural growl rumbling deep in its chest, its red eyes burning with renewed ferocity. It lunges, jaws snapping shut around him with crushing power, eliciting a pained cry. The beast lets out a triumphant howl, its form radiating dark energy as it asserts its dominance. Johann is sent flying through the air, a helpless projectile against the monster's might. He crashes violently, the impact sending shockwaves through his body, red particles scattering around him. His face contorts in agony, the sheer force of the attack overwhelming him. Staring up at the monstrous form, a single word escapes his lips. What? He feels his senses slipping, the world around him blurring into a chaotic mess. A heavy thud echoes as his body hits the ground. Then, a series of brutal impacts, slamming into him with relentless force. A searing heat erupts around him, followed by a deafening clang that rattles his very bones. He's thrown violently through the air, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop. Pain explodes through him as he screams, blood spraying from the impact. His cry of agony is cut short as he collapses once more, a dark aura flickering around his battered form. Lying broken on the ground, he can only manage a weak, disoriented whisper, wondering what just happened. Disoriented, Johann slowly pushes himself up, his mind reeling from the sudden, brutal attack, as he wonders what just happened and what became of the monster. A faint red glow still pulses in the air where the creature had been, its eerie light slowly fading into the forest's gloom. He takes a deep, ragged breath, realizing the immediate threat has vanished, the monster seemingly gone as quickly as it appeared. Elsewhere in the forest, Yuria looks around with wide eyes, a wave of relief washing over her as she confirms everyone is safe. Joseph, equally bewildered, can only stare into the empty woods, muttering his confusion about how such powerful monsters could have been defeated so quickly. Philip, carrying a still shaken Yuria, moves cautiously through the trees, his gaze sweeping the surroundings for any lingering danger. Back with Johann, a sigh escapes him as he looks up at the sky, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face at the thought of the lost wolf pelts. He shrugs, accepting the situation, knowing there's not much he can do about it now. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a dark, cavernous maw opens into the earth, its entrance lined with grotesque, organic growths, hinting at a hidden, sinister presence. Under the pale glow of a full moon, the dense forest stood silent, its ancient trees casting long, eerie shadows across the overgrown path. Suddenly, a voice cut through the stillness, Joseph's concern evident as he asked, "Oh, the monster is still around? Are the villagers out searching for it?" Philip, meanwhile, entertained a fleeting thought, wondering if he could earn some points with his father, even if he hadn't meant to save Dell. Joseph's voice boomed with admiration. "You defeated the monster? Amazing. I hereby name you my successor." But Philip's internal monologue remained cynical. dismissing the idea of succession while still hoping for recognition from the guards. Elsewhere, Johann paused, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he surveyed his surroundings. The flickering light of a torch casting dancing shadows around him. His gaze fixed intently on something below. He looks up, startled by a sudden impact, a small, confused sound escaping him. Johann, ait easy. A voice booms, filled with fury. Where have you been? The enraged voice continues. How dare you disappear on the day of father's inspection? As the furious voice labels him an insolent brat, Johann's eyes widen in dawning realization. Oh right, that was today. As the harsh words hang in the air, the ground trembles with the heavy thud of hooves, and a formidable knight on horseback rides into view, a banner fluttering behind him. The armored figure dismounts with a heavy clang, his boots striking the earth with undeniable authority. Philip lies sprawled on the ground, whimpering, Father, while Johann kneels beside him, a concerned expression on his face. The armored boot of the knight stands firm, and a stern voice cuts through the tension, dismissing Philip's attempt to explain. Silence. The father's voice booms, filled with indignation, demanding to know how he could possibly be ignored. His face contorted in a furious shout, as his armored hand clenches, threatening to crack open an insolent head. Despite the recent ordeal that has left him with a tattered cloak and a child in his arms, Johann is met with a furious shout, demanding to know where he has been. His older brother, Philip, his face contorted in rage, accuses him of disrespecting their father by his absence on the day of inspection. Johann's eyes, glowing with a faint blue light, narrow slightly, a clear sign of his irritation at the unwarranted scolding. Philip's voice drips with contempt, labeling him an immature bastard. Mounted on his horse, with a banner bearing their family crest fluttering behind him and armed men at his side, Philip cuts an imposing figure, asserting his authority. Johann, however, stands his ground, his worn boots firmly planted. Still cradling the young Uriah, he attempts to explain his reasons for being absent, his voice strained. But before he can finish, the sharp metallic rasp of a blade being drawn cuts through the air, as Philip's hand moves to his sword. Philip's voice booms, filled with fury. Dare you ignore me? His armored hand clenching, he threatens. I will bash your arrogant head in. Meanwhile, Johann's mind races with frustration. Damn it. I barely made it back alive, and now I have to deal with this dog's hit. I didn't even get the wolf's pelts. A weary sigh escapes him, as he thinks, life is hard. But a thought sparks, a potential way out of this predicament. I can make an excuse out of this. Looking up at his father, Johann declares, Father, I was late because I was saving people from the forest. Joseph, seeing Uriah safe, rushes forward. Embracing the child tightly, his voice thick with emotion. Thank goodness. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Tears stream down his face, overwhelmed with profound relief. Philip's voice booms, demanding to know if they see the child, Joel, who is surrounded by monsters in the forest. Standing over the defeated wolf-like creatures, Johann confidently declares that he fought to save the child and was able to defeat the wolves. Philip, his face contorted in anger, retorts that he was unable to participate in the expedition, but believes he has done his part as a son of a knight household. Johann, turning slightly and bowing, asserts his commitment to continue doing his best for the Eights estate. Lord Eights, listening intently, considers Johann's words, which subtly shift to a request for the guard captain position. Johann's expression hardens with determination as he presses his case, asking if they don't think he's perfectly fit for the position and claiming to be the only one who can protect the villagers. He then questions Johann, asking if that's truly what happened, before sarcastically addressing his dear precious future guard captain. Lord Eights, his gaze stern, cuts through the tension, demanding to know where all the wolves are, and if Johann truly expects him to believe such a story without any proof. He recoils internally, a cartoonish expression of disbelief crossing his mind, as he struggles to maintain his composure. I'm not lying, he insists, recalling a past encounter with a formidable dark wolf, a memory shared with Joseph in a desolate, snowy landscape. His father's face contorts in a furious snarl, a crimson aura of pure rage radiating from him. How dare you lie to me? Lord Eights roars, his voice laced with menace. I will rip that mouth of yours open. Johann looks down, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, before stealing his gaze, declaring, All right, I'll prove my skills. From the side, Philip smirks, his words dripping with condescension. Even if you didn't like him, he's still my dad. Do you want to fight him for no reason? Johann clenches his fist, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible situation, muttering, But I guess I have no choice. Lord Eight's lips curl into a predatory grin, challenging, Fine, let's see how skilled you really are. The command echoes, demanding action. Raise your sword. Lord Eight's voice booms, declaring a duel, one that will be fought using nothing but a weapon. A wave of confusion washes over Johann, who can only echo the challenge. With a weapon? His eyes widen in disbelief as the full weight of the situation settles upon him. Internally, a furious thought escapes him. You never taught me how to use a weapon, you motherfucker. From the side, Philip's voice cuts through the tension, calling out, You piece of shit. Philip, lend him yours. Johann looks down at the sword now in his hand, a mix of surprise and annoyance on his face. Philip watches him, a smirk playing on his lips. Philip, with a smirk, offers a sword to Johann, who looks on with a conflicted expression, while Lord Ates watches intently from the side. Holding Johann by the shoulder, Philip presses the issue, declaring that begging for forgiveness is the only way to atone for being alive. Johann's face contorts in frustration, his thoughts echoing Philip's words, wondering why he should beg for forgiveness when he hasn't done anything wrong. His gaze hardens, a new resolve forming as he reminds himself that a man doesn't run away. With a determined expression, Johann takes the offered sword from Philip, his eyes fixed forward as he prepares to move. Lord Ates observes with a slight smile, while Philip, still smirking, expresses his anticipation, hoping to see Johann in the duel. Johann grips the sword, his resolve deepening as he thinks to himself, this is for the people, really. He envisions the duel as an opportunity, believing that if he can demonstrate his strength to everyone present, even Lord Ates will have to acknowledge him. With a sudden, decisive motion, he steps forward. A piercing scream rips through the air as Joseph clutches his head in terror. While Lord Ates stares, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. From the depths of the arena, a shadowy, red-glowing figure begins to coalesce, its eyes burning with an infernal light. What the hell is this? The monstrous aura intensifies, radiating an oppressive power that makes the air crackle. Is this monstrous aura? Then, a swift, crimson-streaked slash tears through the space between them. As Johann lunges forward, his blade now wreathed in a terrifying, blood-red energy. The glowing edge cleaves through an unseen defense, spraying crimson particles into the air, and plunges deep into its target. Philip recoils violently, overwhelmed by the sheer, devastating force of the attack. Cook! The impact of Johann's crimson power reverberates, leaving Philip stunned and reeling from the blow. The shadowy aura of the awakened blade still hangs in the air, a testament to the overwhelming force he just unleashed. But Philip, despite the shock, quickly finds his voice, a furious roar escaping him. You parasite! He stumbles back, a pained gasp catching in his throat, his face contorted in disbelief and rage. Joseph watches from the sidelines, aghast, as Philip's fury intensifies. How dare you insult me? He screams, his voice raw with indignation. His own sword begins to glow with a fierce red light as he continues. Do you know why I didn't teach you how to wield this sword? With a wild swing, his blade cuts through the air, the words tearing from his throat. It's because you'd still be a useless piece of shit either way. His eyes burn with a desperate resolve, a final, defiant declaration echoing across the training ground. No matter how hard you try, you will never surpass me. And with that, Philip unleashes a powerful, sweeping slash, his own crimson-tinged attack aimed directly at Johann. He screams that his estate is his and his alone, that no one can take it from him. His face contorted in a primal roar of fury. Not even the Emperor, he declares, will claim what is rightfully his. Johann watches, wondering if his brother has truly lost his mind from all the bloodshed, as Philip's voice rings out, dismissing the question of his sanity. Blood streams down Philip's face, but he ignores it, his rage burning brighter than any pain. His vision blurs, yet he pushes through, unable to see clearly through the crimson veil. Suddenly, Joseph's alarmed cry cuts through the air, a desperate warning for Johann. Before Johann can react, Philip's sword, glowing with a malevolent crimson aura, slashes forward, connecting with its target. The impact sends a jolt through Johann, his eyes widening in shock and pain. As the crimson-tinged blade found its mark, a collective gasp rippled through the onlookers, and Joseph's voice tore through the air, a desperate cry for Johann. Despite the searing pain, Johann's hand instinctively reached for a burning talisman, blood already welling from his wound. The paper flared brightly, but the effort only intensified the bleeding, a futile attempt to activate a skill that wouldn't come. His sky-blue eyes glowed with a desperate, fading light, blood streaking his face as his strength gave out. A bitter realization washed over him. He had lost. Defeated, Johann lay on the ground, looking up at Philip, who stood over him, an undeniable victor. Philip, holding his own burning paper, simply commanded, "Know your place." His voice, cold and final, echoed the chilling threat. "If I ever see you again." Gussin Ates glares down, his voice a low growl as he promises to bash in his opponent's head. He stands triumphant over a kneeling figure, the sound of a faint rustle the only witness to the scene. A memory flashes, of a lone figure surrounded by a vast, armed crowd in a dark forest. Their voices echoing a desperate plea for Sir Johann. That was then. Now, in a bustling village, a collective outrage rises from the crowd, protesting the unfairness of Sir Gussin's actions. Philip confronts Johann, who sits defeated, wondering what his brother's words truly mean, but Philip dismisses it, asserting his own lineage and indifference. He shouts, demanding that a knight should uphold honor. While Joseph, his face etched with concern, questions how a father could treat his son so cruelly, though Johann insists he is fine. He manages a small, wry smile, acknowledging his survival, at least. Meanwhile, Joseph, still reeling from the tales of Johann's ordeal, exclaims that it was absolutely ridiculous, the idea of him dressed in full armor, convinced that he must have lugged around all that dreadful weight. Johan's sky-blue eyes glow with an ethereal light. As he looks down, a profound realization washing over him. This, he supposes, is reality. He stares at his hands, contemplating the strange turn his life has taken, admitting to himself that he never learned how to use a sword, nor did he even know he possessed such power. Joseph, his face etched with concern, continues to ponder the impossible, stating that it inverted the laws of nature and common sense, making it only logical that he got lost. The rumors had spread quickly. He was heard to be in the nearest gate, where a single knight had faced off against Sir Levy. Johan's eyes widen in shock as the full weight of the story hits him. He had killed 300 soldiers all by himself. On his own? That's amazing. Still processing the unexpected nature of his own power, Johan finds himself grappling with a thought he deems important. Meanwhile, Joseph, recalling his own confidence in easily defeating his small dog, is fixated on a different detail, the claim that Johan fought off a huge black wolf. His eyes wide with disbelief, he presses for confirmation, demanding to know if it's truly possible that Johan battled a black wolf in the forest. Caught off guard by the intensity of the question, Johan can only offer a hesitant, almost questioning, affirmation. Joseph's expression then shifts to one of profound sorrow as he mentions the deaths of Joseph and Dell, a heavy sigh escaping him. His brow furrowed in confusion, he asks why they died, and what exactly happened to the wolf. Addressing Johan directly, he explains that ever since that incident, the appearance of odd, black wolves has been regarded with deep suspicion. Such creatures, he reveals, have been seen as taboo, a sentiment reinforced by ancient texts and local beliefs. The priests, he concludes, now call them nothing less than an omen of death. As their conversation continues, Joseph explains that according to century-old stories, black wolves are harbingers of death and bloodshed, but quickly reassures him not to worry. Johan listens, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the information. He dismisses such tales, stating he doesn't believe in them, yet wonders if the village's deep-seated superstition might somehow be connected to his own father. Joseph concedes, saying maybe so, but again urges him not to worry. He insists that the stories about black wolves are just old tales, then apologizes to Johan for not being more helpful. Joseph clarifies his apology, explaining it's because Johan is a hunter, and he feels he hasn't provided useful information, while Johan's mind seems elsewhere. A stern voice echoes in his memory, asking, "Who puts others above yourself?" A faint, almost melancholic smile touches his lips as he recalls the distant memory. He lets out a soft huff, the weight of his thoughts settling upon him. Meanwhile, far from Johan's pensive thoughts, a different kind of terror unfolds near the Yates estate. Within the Brits barony, the very air crackles with an ominous energy. A desperate scream tears through the night, as an unseen force strikes with brutal efficiency. The victim cries out, begging for mercy, but the relentless assault continues. Their pleas turn to agonizing wails, clutching at what appears to be a small, bundled form. Another devastating blow lands, the sound of impact echoing sharply. A geyser of blood erupts, painting the darkness in a gruesome spray. And with a final, sickening sound, a severed limb falls to the ground. Amidst the devastation, an armored figure stands, the air thick with the smell of burning, as he questions the fleeing enemies, wondering why they bother to run. He dismisses their efforts, believing they will all die in the end anyway. A thought, perhaps his own or a companion's, finds the scene too cruel. He continues, mentioning the burning of bodies, then callously asks, "Who cares?" Surrounded by crackling flames, he reiterates their purpose, stating they are just doing their work. As the fire rages, he concludes their grim task is simply to get their gold. Heavy footsteps echo through the desolate landscape. The armored figure approaches a massive, ornate gate, bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun or distant conflagration. A voice calls out, addressing him as Sir Karamov. Karamov stands over the fallen warrior, the mercenaries already cleaning up the brutal aftermath of the battle. As his gaze falls upon the defeated first son of the Brits family, a heavy thud echoes as his armored fist clenches. He looks down at the lifeless form. A dismissive thought forming in his mind about Brits. He had held high expectations, having heard tales of the man slaying 100 goblin sets on his own. Yet, the warrior didn't even last 2 attacks, proving not even worthy of being called a dog in the eyes of Karamov, the sword of the Third Empire. Elsewhere, a figure with sharp red eyes and long blonde hair sits, identified as His Imperial Majesty's proxy. He is also known as the Recollector of Seals. A decree is issued, declaring punishment for all corrupt nobles. As His Imperial Majesty wishes, promising that all who stand with the Emperor will be rewarded with immense gold and honor. A figure in dark, imposing armor, with eyes glowing a fierce red, stands ready. His voice rings out, commanding his forces to kill, steal from, and burn them all. With a single, decisive word, he unleashes his army. Their next target, the Yates estate. A swift, blurring strike cuts through the air, its momentum building with each passing moment, before connecting with a resounding clang. Johan's blade flashes, striking the armored figure of Karamov, sending a shockwave of energy radiating outwards. The impact reverberates across the knight's chest plate, glowing particles scattering from the force. Without a pause, he shifts his weight, executing a rapid follow-up. Another powerful swing slices through the darkness, aiming for a weak point. The blow lands true, forcing the heavily armored Karamov to recoil from the sheer impact. Johann continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of focused aggression. He unleashes a devastating blow, a surge of red energy erupting on impact as a pained cry escapes his opponent. The force of the strike shatters Karamov's armor, sending fragments flying as the red aura pulses violently. Another rapid strike connects, the sound of metal buckling echoing through the air. This time, the impact draws blood, a crimson spray against the dark background. Karamov's body finally gives way, collapsing to the ground, leaving a trail of his own lifeblood. His shattered helmet reveals a face contorted in disbelief and agony, eyes wide with the shock of defeat. A guttural scream tears from his throat, blood staining his lips as the pain overwhelms him. Johann lets out a fierce battle cry, his own exertion evident as he pushes through the final moments of the fight. Standing shirtless and splattered with his opponent's blood, he breathes heavily, a raw, primal intensity in his gaze. He wakes with a guttural cry, thrashing in his bed. It was just a dream, he realizes, yet the lingering terror grips him. He's seen it before, the shadowy, monstrous form with glowing red eyes. The same nightmare has plagued him for days, a relentless torment. The image of the creature, a black wolf, is burned into Johann's mind, a symbol he knows well. He recalls its meaning. The black wolf has been known as an omen of misfortune since ancient times. Its very appearance is a bad omen, a harbinger of disaster. Spreading ruin in all directions, it was even named the sign of death among priests. His jaw clenches, the weight of the prophecy pressing down on him. Still caught in the lingering memory of his nightmare, he hears the ominous laughter of the shadowy black wolf, a creature the priests had dismissed as merely a tale from legend. A relieved smile crosses his face as he thinks, it's not like he ever did anything bad to the black wolf. Suddenly, the dreamscape shatters around him, breaking apart like fragile glass. As the vision fades, he finds himself back in a familiar setting, a young woman with long dark hair looking on with concern. A new thought strikes him, and he mutters, I did throw a rock at it, and got a good hit too. Shaking his head, he dismisses the unsettling memory, deciding to forget it and let whatever happens, happen. His resolve hardens as he declares, enough useless thoughts, time to go train. With a new purpose, the sun rises over a vast, rolling landscape, casting long shadows across the hills. He hears the echoes of a voice from his past, a condescending sneer calling him a worthless brat, leaving him with a lingering sense of confusion and doubt. He remembers his father, Gassen Eitz, and another young man, their laughter ringing with disdain as they questioned his worth, mocking his efforts and his very existence. The memory stings, a reminder of how they saw him as nothing more than a cheeky upstart, believing his mana alone wouldn't be enough to make him truly strong. Their voices return, ridiculing even the idea of a broken leg being a significant injury, dismissing it as a small fry concern. The taunts cut deep, echoing the belief that such weakness was beneath them, and that his own father would never truly approve of him. He clenches his bandaged fist, the memory fueling a fierce resolve, a silent promise that if they were to fight now, they wouldn't even react to his first strike. Then, a sudden, explosive impact rocks him, a powerful blow sending vibrant yellow and orange energy rippling outwards. He struck again, the force sending him reeling and falling, but the pain only hardens his determination. He screams, hands clutched to his head, as another brutal impact rattles his body. The force sends him reeling, a white flash of pain erupting around him. A foot, swift and merciless, connects with another blow. His scarred back tenses, absorbing the relentless assault. A mocking smile spreads across Philip's face, a mask covering one eye, as he asks if his brother had something to say. Philip then challenges him to come closer and repeat it, while the unnamed young man nervously insists they are good and shouldn't go there. The unnamed young man, running alongside Johann, threatens to tell their father everything. Philip echoes the threat, then dismisses them as pathetic idiots, wondering how they can live with such a simple thought. Johann clenches his jaw, a frustrated sigh escaping him, as he thinks they ought to at least pretend to make a living, questioning their inability to understand their own future. He stands in a sun-dappled field, a loyal dog at his side, dismissing the past as unchangeable, convinced that nothing will truly make a difference, and resolves to continue his training. His gaze drops, a somber realization settling over him. In a different, more formal setting, Philip stands, his back to the viewer, as the harsh truth echoes. Their father will never acknowledge him. Philip's hands clench slightly, a silent acknowledgement of his brother's name. Johann, now with a faint smirk, reflects on his father's continued ignorance, finding a strange comfort in the thought that it could always be worse. Philip watches from a distance as Johann trains, his earlier words about not being recognized now tinged with a different meaning. A close-up on Johann's bandaged arm emphasizes the intensity of his efforts. Philip's serious expression lingering in the background as his brother's face remains resolute. The narration concludes, highlighting Johann's unreasonable strength and the threat it poses to his father, as glowing particles rise from a tree stump. He knows his father wants him to be just like him, yet a part of him insists he is different, that he possesses his own principles. His father believes he is merely a reflection, convinced that his strength will ultimately strip everything away from him, just as he himself overthrew his own father and seized sovereignty. A heavy silence follows this thought, and Johann can only internally scoff, dismissing it as utter nonsense. The memory shifts, his father's voice echoing a sharp command to bring something to him, and the younger Johann obediently bends down to retrieve it. A flicker of distress crosses his face as he does. What he picks up is a fragment of a broken urn, an object once stored somewhere deep within the castle. A small piece of chest plate, nothing else, lies amidst the forest floor. These are the eyes you've set your eyes on for so long, aren't they? The words echo, causing a small, internal flinch. Johann, I am not like father, his voice rings out. He thinks, I am not interested in the throne. I don't want to be like you. I will appoint you as captain of the Eights Guard, the elder Eights declares. Until then, focus on your training, and please don't cause trouble, he adds. I never cause trouble first, Johann retorts, his frustration clear. His father stands, a small, glowing object held in his hand, gazing out over the vast, golden landscape. Leaving the conversation behind, Johann walks away, the distant figure of his father shrinking in the expansive plains. He stares, his gaze distant. At the discarded armor, a stark reminder of the dream he once held, for that armor was the very symbol of his dream. A chilling thought crosses his mind. If he were to don this very armor, would he too meet the same end as in his vision? Standing bare-chested, the weight of that question presses down on him. But despite the profound implications, for some reason, he finds himself unable to wear it, even though fear holds no sway over him. With a renewed glint in his eye, he resolves that, whatever the case, he will need proper equipment if he wants to survive. Later, cloaked, he examines a small, glowing orb, its light casting an ethereal glow on his face, before he turns and walks away, leaving the past behind. As the sun dips below the jagged mountain peaks, a distant, mournful cry echoes through the twilight. Meanwhile, within the warm, bustling confines of a tavern, a man with a thick beard slams his mug down, challenging his companion. And why stop making things up? His companion, a younger man with dark hair, leans forward intently, insisting, I'm telling the truth. Sir Johann killed Boros. A flashback image shows a younger Johann, sword in hand, standing over a desolate landscape, as the first man retorts, but he left the knights to be obsessed with mana. He didn't kill the knights, only Boros and Jagger. Other patrons murmur in agreement, one sighing, he's so brave and pure. Isn't he the hero of the Eight Knights? The bearded man nods emphatically, true. Sir Johann is far more knightly than Lord Gessen, that drunken, woman-chasing pig. His companion shakes his head. Seriously, why won't that pig be arrested? He drinks every day, even on ale. A final, bitter voice from the crowd declares, Sir Johann should have cut Gessen's head off that day. Ha ha. In a dark, overgrown forest, a man screams out a name, his voice echoing with terror as a hooded figure stands silently behind him, a whip held loosely in one hand. A thought drifts through the air, questioning the man's fear, wondering if he went easy on him, and then a different voice ponders, even if Gessen is my father, so what? The scene shifts to a bustling tavern, where a villager, mug in hand, looks at Johann with a wide smile, asking him, why? He laughs heartily, explaining that Johann had saved his daughter, Relly. The entire tavern erupts in cheers, raising their mugs in a toast to Sir Johann, the righteous knight. Johann, still seated, calmly asks the villager, who might you be? I don't think I've seen you before. A dark aura begins to emanate from him as he continues, you were bad-mouthing the Lord, right in front of a complete stranger. The villager recoils in fear, spilling his drink, as Johann observes, guess the villagers here aren't afraid of anything. Suddenly, the scene is cut short by an ominous, glowing red message that declares, I am your story's anti-interruption. A distant, desperate cry echoes through the forest. As a terrified villager, clutching a barrel, screams in anguish. The desperate plea rings out, calling for Johann Eitz. The sound carrying across the ravaged landscape of a nearby village. Johann, cloaked and hooded, pauses his retreat, glancing back at the unfolding chaos, where a lone guard stands defiant amidst the turmoil, desperately calling for aid. Suddenly, a familiar, almost playful voice echoes in his mind, announcing the arrival of his golden road, leaving him to ponder the implications of this unexpected intervention. A new quest, glowing with ethereal light, materializes before him. A desperate cry echoes through the dark forest, a villager screaming for Sir Johann. He pauses, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, the urgent plea for help registering deep within him. His gaze sharpens, now burning with a fierce, crimson intensity. The red glow intensifies, and a silent question forms in his mind, quickly turning to a sharp, incredulous realization. A desolate village stands under a pale sky, the wind whistling mournfully through the empty structures. Suddenly, a powerful impact echoes through the air. Johann winces, a low groan escaping him as he clutches a small knife, his expression tight with pain or frustration. Standing amidst the deserted buildings, he considers the situation, wondering if Gessen could have sent this new threat, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing his father would never put himself in such a position. His eyes widen, looking up as an unseen voice questions his identity. He clenches his fist, a surge of frustration washing over him, unable to discern the true intentions of his unseen adversary. His thoughts race, demanding to know what this mysterious figure truly desires. Facing an unseen opponent, Johann stands firm, challenging them directly, offering a chance to retreat. He holds his glowing blue blade steady, his voice firm as he declares that if money is the issue, he has more than enough. But a flicker of frustration crosses his face as he realizes, money isn't the purpose. He demands to know what else could possibly be wanted. From the shadows, a figure with glowing purple eyes, Swain Eights, calmly states, he will ask a question. Johann's gaze hardens, the blue light of his blade reflecting in his eyes as he warns, if the answers are not to his liking. The glowing blade descends slightly, a clear threat in his voice. He will slit a throat right here. Swain, surrounded by a faint blue aura, considers the threat, a hint of amusement in his tone as he muses, it's hard to imagine being killed for an answer. Johann's eyes blaze crimson, a red aura flaring around him as he grits his teeth, thinking that while this situation might be impossible for his opponent, he is prepared perfectly for it. Swain, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, accepts the challenge, declaring, let's begin, before adding, all right then, I'll go on. His glowing purple eye narrows with a sharp, almost mechanical sound, ready for whatever comes next. As the hooded figure observes him, a voice echoes, you have a good body. The words continue, dripping with disdain. It's hard to believe the owner of that body. Are you truly so weak? A sharp intake of breath escapes Johann as he grapples with the taunt, his mind racing. He's helping my life in his own way. But what is the question of fate? His jaw clenches, a faint blue glow beginning to emanate from his eyes as he curses inwardly. Damn it. What am I doing right? A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air before the hooded figure prompts him again. Oh, continue, I mean. But Johann's expression hardens, his blue eyes now burning with resolve as he declares, I can't run from a fate I'm choosing. His hand clenches into a fist, the blue light intensifying around his eye as he questions the surge of emotion. Why get angry? Have that power. A dark, swirling aura erupts around him, his eyes blazing with an intense, furious blue, his face contorted in a snarl of unleashed power. And with a guttural roar, Johann unleashes the full force of his awakened abilities. As the dark energy swirls around him, Johann's eyes glow with an intense blue light, a voice echoing in his mind. It questions his choice, asking if this power truly suits his liking, but he remains resolute. The voice then pleads for release, only to be met with a firm, unyielding refusal. A menacing, skull-like visage forms over Johann's face, his eyes now burning red, as he declares, you are now mine. His eyes shift to a vibrant purple, the dark aura intensifying around him, the chilling words hanging in the air. Watching the terrifying transformation unfold, Swain's expression twists into one of profound shock and disbelief. The mysterious voice, now filled with a hint of fear, questions the meaning of Johann's declaration, asking, what does that even mean? This is Kagao, the Emperor's greatest assassin and the kingdom's hidden master, a man who perfected his swordsmanship to an unparalleled degree. His movements were so fluid and deadly, resembling a serpent strike, that he earned the moniker, the Venom Serpent. However, despite his mastery, Kagao faced a profound problem. He could not find a successor worthy of inheriting his unique swordsmanship. He searched everywhere, even within the secretive assassin guild, but sadly, only worthless individuals who could never succeed him were all he found. A few showed potential, but ultimately fell short, leaving him to ponder, you want me to learn the skills of an assassin? A man, his face contorted in a snarl, lets out a frustrated gasp, declaring he would rather die than tarnish his honor. But before his words can fully escape, the hooded figure, Kagao, moves with brutal efficiency, delivering a crushing blow. Over 30 years have passed since he began his path, killing all his foes in a single charge. He stands amidst a field of the fallen, all of them choosing death in the name of honor. Growing impatient in his search for a worthy successor, the Venom Serpent visited the Witch of the Mountain, letting out a dismissive grunt. He is known as Kagao, the one who grants peaceful deaths to all. Now, messages from Eight's Castle, a small, forgotten rural region, suggest a potential candidate. He is one of the few who can use mana sight, Kagao muses, but a doubt crosses his mind. Can he really be an assassin? He lets out a low chuckle, a dry sound that barely escapes his lips, as he considers the terms of his quest. If his predecessor hadn't died, he would have to return the money. But the real question gnawing at him is, how is he supposed to find a successor at all? Reluctantly, he agrees to the terms, deciding to believe the words spoken to him, even as Kagao himself struggles to accept them. He had already wasted too many years searching for a worthy heir. And time was running out. Yet, a new path opened before him. He found himself stepping into Eight's Castle, a small, forgotten rural region, drawn by rumors of someone who possessed mana sight, a truly rare ability. He wondered what kind of person he would find there. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he gazes upon the castle, a deep sense of dissatisfaction already settling in. He simply doesn't like the look of this one. His hand clenches, a dark aura briefly flaring around it. As the thought crosses his mind, he could just kill him on the spot. Standing before the young man, Keigal's assessment is blunt. You have no talent as an assassin, young man. I have no reason to waste my time. You are no kind of successor. His voice cuts through the silence, offering a stark ultimatum. As his blade glints, emphasizing the gravity of his words, Johann must choose between death by his hand or learning his swordsmanship. Taken aback, the young man can only manage a confused sound, uttering a bewildered, "What?" But then, a determined expression crosses his face as he asks how much he needs to pay. His voice rising in disbelief, he questions if it's truly to learn Keigal's swordsmanship. Keigal's red eye narrows, cutting him off, declaring he's not. His tone firm, accepting money. The unexpected refusal leaves Johann speechless. His mind races, processing the idea of a guild master with incredible skill personally teaching him swordsmanship and the implications of Keigal's rejection of payment. Keigal's offer of free training sends a jolt of disbelief through Johann, his eyes glowing with a sudden, intense golden light as he processes the words. While the older man, seeing only opportunity, considers his new apprentice a true jackpot. Overwhelmed with excitement, Johann practically shouts his eagerness, asking what took his new master so long to appear. Keigal places a hand on his shoulder, revealing that he too has been waiting for someone like Johann, though he quickly adds that Johann isn't the only one. He dismisses the idea of payment, simply calling the training a gift, a share of something larger. When Johann tries to insist on payment or honor, Keigal cuts him off, stating he doesn't care about such things. Johann, desperate to learn, immediately drops to his knees, begging for instruction, completely disregarding his own pride. Keigal, with a slight smirk, finally agrees, noting that this kind of situation is a first for him. As they stand together, Johann, now addressing him as master, has one more question. As the weight of his decision settled, he couldn't help but consider the practicalities, wondering if his new master would also provide financial compensation for his training, as he was currently quite short on funds. Meanwhile, back at Aid's castle, a stern-faced lord, his long braided mustache prominent, spoke with disdain, referring to someone as this brat. The grand gates of Aid's castle stood open, as a carriage prepared for departure, surrounded by guards. From within the castle walls, the lord's voice echoed, announcing that the inspection was complete and he would be stepping out for a while. With a final wave, the lord departed, leaving behind a man in a sharp suit and a woman who bid him safe travels. The man, a castle steward, turned to the woman, assuring her that he would take care of the castle in the lord's absence. He let out a dismissive sound. But the woman, clutching a fan, expressed her hope that no matter what, the castle would remain safe. The steward scoffed, muttering nonsense, as if dismissing her concerns. Philip Ates, a young man with light hair, shouts defiantly, proclaiming himself the next lord of the castle, tired of the constant fighting and bickering. Looking back over his shoulder, Gussin Ates dismisses him with a wave, telling him to do whatever he wants. Another young man, also light-haired, addresses Gussin as father, watching him depart. Gussin declares his return, leaving the young man to wonder what they should do in his absence. A surge of pure rage flashes across Gussin's face, as he scoffs at the thought of wasting his time on that brat. His eyes glow with a faint red light, revealing his utter indifference to the weakling's death. Turning to face the young man and a light-haired lady, Gussin receives their apologies, acknowledging their understanding. With a final, lingering thought of Johann, he departs. A voice echoes, demanding to know where someone is and what they are doing at this very moment. Meanwhile, under the serene glow of a full moon in Kegel's forest, the master reflects on his own past, believing he should have killed the person he now mentors. A light chuckle escapes Johann as he asks, Master, may I borrow a sword? I break them often. Kegel extends a blade towards him, simply stating, go ahead. Johann gratefully accepts it. The master's thoughts betray his concern, knowing that Johann's habit of breaking swords is truly reckless. He then warns Johann, this one is different, don't break it. Johann examines the sword, a glint of curiosity in his eyes, and asks, is it really that strong? He holds the weapon with a newfound respect, awaiting his master's reply. Kegel confirms its durability, assuring him, this one is as hard as hell. Still holding the broken remnants of his previous weapon, Johann asks his master if he can simply use whatever he wants. And Kegel, with a knowing smirk, tells him to do as he likes, adding that fists, blades, or anything else won't matter. Then, with a sharp, tearing sound, Johann's hand tightens around the new sword, a vibrant blue energy beginning to pulse from its edge. The energy surges, swirling and intensifying around the blade, before erupting in a blinding flash of light and a concussive impact. A loud, resonant hum echoes through the air as the residual blue power crackles around him. Kegel's eyes widen in disbelief, his previous amusement replaced by a stark realization as the immense force washes over him. In that moment, he understands the true depth of Johann's power. The air still crackles with residual energy, shards of shattered power slowly drifting through the space where the devastating attack had just erupted. As Kegel's eye, wide with shock, reflects the lingering blue glow, he thinks, this brat. Johann stands amidst the fading light, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glowing with the immense power he has just unleashed. And Kegel's internal monologue culminates in a single, profound realization. Monstrously strong. Blue energy crackles around Johan's fist, gathering immense power. The force of his strike creating a violent shockwave. He unleashes a devastating punch. The sheer air pressure from the blow sends Kegel reeling backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He thinks, all this air pressure from just a punch. A grim realization dawning on him. He continues, if that punch hits me, I just know that my bone and flesh will be crushed. He stares at his opponent, a single thought echoing in his mind. A human, but the image of a snarling lion with glowing yellow eyes flashes before him, a testament to the raw, untamed power he faces. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of the previous blow, Kegel screams out a warning, his voice echoing through the dark forest as Johann stands silently, cloaked and ready. However, the young man's fist glows with an intense blue energy, a prelude to another devastating attack. He moves with blinding speed, a streak of azure light tearing through the air. The impact sends Kegel reeling, the force of the blow visibly distorting his form. He struggles to comprehend the power, wondering aloud, what's with this power? And questioning his own inability to react. Why don't you dodge? But Johann offers no answers, only another blur of motion, his blue aura flaring once more. A second explosive strike erupts, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Kegel collapses to the earth, defeated, as Johann stands over him, his power now receding. Without a backward glance, Johann turns and walks away, leaving his opponent behind. A profound silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustling of leaves, as the aftermath of the swift confrontation settles. Kegel, still reeling from his defeat, can only mutter, how ridiculous. He reflects on a time when he might have been celebrated, thinking, had you been born 1,000 years earlier, you would have been called a legendary hero. Meanwhile, Johann, his expression unreadable, feels a hand gently touch his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of his strength. A memory surfaces, a small, hooded figure bowing in gratitude, as a voice echoes, thank you, master. However, Kegel's thoughts return to the present, a grim realization dawning on him. You have a critical weakness. At this rate you. But Johann's resolve hardens, his sky-blue eyes beginning to glow with an inner light, as he silently vows, will not die no matter what. The intensity in his gaze deepens, a fierce determination burning within him. A soft, almost questioning whisper escapes him, sorry? He lies on the ground, looking up at the cloaked figure who stands over him, demanding to know what he means. The older man's gaze is sharp, his words cutting through the air, warning that Johann cannot control his own ability, and that such strength will ultimately be his undoing. Johann's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a soft denial. A sudden burst of energy erupts between them, the cloaked figure's voice echoing, assuring him that he isn't trying to kill him. Kegel then draws a sword, its polished blade glinting in the dim light, challenging Johann to come at him again if he's so confident. His expression is unwavering as he adds, questioning the worth of Johann's power if he can't even break his sword. Then, with an unexpected shift in demeanor, Kegel extends an open hand, making an offer of gold. Johann's eyes snap open, swirling with shock and confusion, uttering the word gold in utter disbelief. He stands his ground as Kegel, a blur of motion and crackling blue energy, launches a swift, powerful attack, the older man's voice echoing a challenge. You better keep that promise. The strike connects with brutal force, sending Johann reeling backward. The impact shattering the very ground beneath his feet with a loud crack. He grunts, a strained kuk, escaping his lips, struggling against the overwhelming pressure. His feet dig deep into the earth, finally halting his retreat with a thud, but the effort is immense. A gulp catches in his throat as his eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue glow, a surge of power igniting within him. Then, with a sudden, explosive counterattack, Johann unleashes his own glowing energy, striking back with unexpected force. Kegel recoils, a surprised shit, escaping him, as he recognizes the raw power in Johann's blow, realizing, he's just like me. He's fighting with his life on the line. Still observing Johann, he asks if the young man now understands the nature of his power, before adding that Johann had just lost his own strength. Kegel continues, his voice firm, advising Johann to learn to control his power, or face dire consequences. As Johann stares at a small, glowing orb of light in his palm, Kegel's warning echoes, he will die. Johann, deep in thought, questions if Kegel had deliberately aimed that fragment at him. Kegel responds with a slight smirk, explaining that such precision is a simple feat for someone proficient with a sword. Johann finally grasps the lesson. A determined resolve hardens his expression, vowing to learn to control his strength to avoid death. Kegel looks away, a pensive expression on his face, his thoughts drifting to his own role as the future guard captain of Eights. A single tear or reflection glistens in his eye as he considers how power restraint makes such feats possible. Johann channels his raw power, a shimmering blue blade of energy extending from his hand, cutting through the air with immense force. The concentrated energy hums, crackling with uncontrolled might. Yet, a frustrated cry escapes him, his efforts still not enough to fully rein in the volatile strength within. Observing the display, Kegel remarks on the raw potential, explaining that true control allows one to slice through anything, even without a physical weapon. He envisions the boundless power Johann will wield once he masters this control, a renewed determination hardening the young man's gaze. With a decisive tone, Kegel declares the demonstration complete, ready to begin the arduous training, warning of its difficulty and potential dangers. Johann accepts the challenge, his eyes blazing crimson as a dark, potent aura erupts around him, ready to face the trials ahead. He stands ready, as a voice from above challenges him, asking if he is prepared. With a fierce glint in his eye, Johann affirms his readiness, his determination unwavering. The wind whips across vast, open plains, over ancient villages and fortified castles, as their rigorous training begins in earnest. The intensity of the session pushes Johann to his limits, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. Kegel watches him closely, his hand held back, observing the struggle. Johann grapples with the immense power within him, thinking to himself that he's finally learning to hold back, but it's proving incredibly difficult. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he connects a blow to Kegel, the impact shattering his own sword, a testament to the raw, untamed force he wields. Suddenly, Johann finds himself in an unfamiliar, dark forest, a question echoing in his mind. When did I get to learn such a skill? He wonders, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His gaze falls upon a group of armored figures emerging from the dense foliage, prompting a surprised whisper, elves? The figures, clad in heavy armor and wielding spears, stand firm, one of them demanding, who are you all? Leave at once. A confident smirk spreads across Johann's face, as he gestures with a thumbs up, ready to retort. He stares them down, his voice laced with defiance. Who are you to tell me what to do? Who am I? A deeper truth begins to surface, revealing that his very presence is tied to this unfolding incident, as the armored group, with their glowing red eyes and menacing aura, are known as the Wolves of Akiton. Their identity is further solidified by the emblem of a snarling wolf on a shield, confirming them as the Wolves of Akiton Mercenary Guild. The revelation catches Johann off guard, his eyes widening as he exclaims, mercenaries? I wanted a job too. With a determined glint in his eye, he presses them. You guys are mercenaries, right? How's the pay? As the white-haired man addresses him, Johann hears a comment about his physique, followed by a warning that it only makes him a better target. The man then asserts that skill is what truly matters, to which Johann readily agrees. Suddenly, his attention is caught by something else entirely, an exclamation escaping him as he realizes he has never seen golden coins in his life. A shimmering pile of gold coins floats before him, and a wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face as he considers if this new path might be better than his old one. With a hearty laugh, Kegel and the other mercenaries begin to walk away from the castle, leaving Johann to his thoughts. Then, with a sharp click, Kegel's hand activates a whip-like weapon, crimson energy crackling around it. He stands enveloped in a powerful red aura, his eyes glowing with the same fierce light, the weapon poised and ready. Johann's own eyes flare an intense blue, a matching red aura beginning to emanate from his form, a silent challenge in response to the display of power. As the red energy swirled, a bandaged hand moved with impossible speed. The hooded figure a mere blur as he struck. He watched, eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning comprehension, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he wondered if this was the skill Kegel had spoken of. Standing over a mercenary now sprawled on the ground, Kegel's voice cut through the air, sharp and dismissive. How rude, he declared, to try and unsheath your weapon in the face of Sir Kegel. I will behead you right away. A golden gauntlet, crackling with a faint red aura, was raised in a gesture of nonchalance, the mercenary's fate sealed with a simple, it's fine. His eyes, glowing with an intense crimson light, stared down at the fallen figure, the golden mask reflecting a chilling question. Who are you? The mercenary could only manage a weak WLO, as he collapsed completely, defeated by Kegel's overwhelming power. A new figure, clad in gleaming golden armor, emerges into view, identified by a voice as Johann from House 8. The ornate armor reflects the dim light, revealing a knight of the Holy Empire. With long, flowing silver hair and piercing red eyes, the Emperor's knight, Karame, observes the scene with a calm, almost detached expression. Meanwhile, Johann finds his hand instinctively reaching for his sword, a primal urge he can't quite comprehend. He's never felt such an intense, unsettling sensation before, even when staring into the abyss of a black hole. His eyes, usually a calm blue, begin to glow with an eerie light, recalling the terrifying moment his own father had tried to end his life. Now, his gaze burns red, reflecting a murderous intent so potent, it feels suffocating. It's as if a monstrous, shadowy presence looms over him, leaving him feeling like nothing more than prey, placed directly before an apex predator. His eyes glow crimson, his expression fierce, as if commanding an unseen force. Move, he thinks, you're in the way. But the intensity quickly fades, replaced by a look of distress, his blue eyes wide with a sudden realization. Goodness, he mutters, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. A low, rumbling sound echoes through the air, a distant tremor. He flinches, startled by an unseen impact, his body recoiling slightly. Now surrounded by armored knights, he lowers his gaze, a sense of shame or fear washing over him. "You're so scared," one of them remarks, perhaps to himself. As the knights begin to depart, led by Karame, one of them offers a parting, condescending warning. "Be careful next time." "I don't know if there'll be a next time, though." Another knight, observing the scene, questions their leader. "Sir Karame, is it all right to just leave him like this?" Karame, meanwhile, cradles a young woman, knight in training Jane, who appears injured or unconscious. His helmet now removed, Karame's sharp features are revealed as he responds, his voice firm. "I don't want to ruin such a beautiful day like this." Johan approaches a grand, stone archway, its ancient facade hinting at the history within, before stepping through its threshold. As he moves deeper into the structure, a sudden realization washes over him, his eyes widening slightly with concern. A knight of the Emperor is here. He wonders what possible reason they could have for being in this place. A voice echoes with surprise, announcing the arrival of Sir Karamov. As a heavy, armored boot steps firmly onto the stone floor, and a man in a simple tunic leaps down from a nearby ledge, exclaiming, "Oh, you should have told me he was here earlier." Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man bows deeply, introducing himself as Philip Ates, the head of House Ates, offering his greetings. Karamov, standing tall in his dark armor, is then asked about his business there. Surrounded by a small crowd, including a young girl, Karamov receives a compliment from one of the women, who finds him as handsome as ever. A young boy with dark hair looks up, identified by a nearby voice as Johan, the child destined to become the real lord, and Philip's son. The blonde girl, Jane, smiles, playfully remarking that had she known someone so handsome existed, she would have arrived sooner. An attendant, dressed in fine clothes, gestures towards the grand castle entrance, inviting Sir Karamov inside. She tries to get his attention, asking if he is listening to her. Inside, Philip watches the exchange with a tense expression, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. Karamov's armored hand clenches, his focus clearly elsewhere. A crimson glow emanates from a symbol of crossed axes, hinting at his true allegiance or current preoccupation. He finally speaks, his voice cutting through the air, demanding to know the whereabouts of Gussin. Inside the grand hall, Philip and Jane stand together, their expressions shifting to surprise and concern at his bluntness. The attendant's words echo in the air, reminding Karamov that addressing Lord Jessel so directly, no matter his own reputation, is simply impossible. Philip, aghast, quickly interjects, reminding the attendant that Karamov is the Empire's greatest knight. From within the opulent halls, Lady Karamov dismisses the concerns, suggesting that while he may be a bit unrefined, there's nothing inherently wrong with the knight's directness, her words carrying the weight of her noble lineage. However, Philip Ates, observing the scene, finds it far from normal, muttering that a mere commoner should not dare to address Lord Jessel with such casual familiarity. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the air, silencing all dissent. "Shut up." Sir Karamov, now revealed with flowing white hair and clad in golden armor, challenges their judgment, asking if they truly believe they can understand his plight. His demand echoes through the space. "Bring me Sir Gussin instead." His eyes glow with an intense, crimson light, reflecting a fierce determination. Clutching a glowing orb, he declares that Gussin is in ruins, and he will not hide within the safety of the castle while his comrade suffers. Under the pale glow of a full moon, the dense forest stood silent, its shadows concealing unseen dangers. Suddenly, a hooded figure blurred through the trees, a curved blade trailing icy energy as it lunged with lethal intent. From a hidden vantage point, a golden armored figure watched, a faint aura shimmering around their imposing form. Nearby, Hegel's eyes glowed a sinister red, his gaze fixed on the unfolding ambush. But before the attacker could connect, Johan Ates moved with impossible speed, intercepting the strike with a devastating kick that sent the assailant reeling through the air. "You fool," he declared, his voice sharp. His own eyes now burning with an intense blue light, Johan focused, preparing for the next move. He closed the distance instantly, his blade flashing out to strike the hooded figure, eliciting a pained grunt. The young man glanced back, his expression grim, his hand clenching in determination. Holding the now subdued attacker by the collar, Johan demanded, "Who sent you, unfortunate?" He finds himself pondering the recent strange occurrences in the neighboring village. A growing unease settling over him as he considers that this is, after all, the Ates family's own territory. Meanwhile, in a different location, a knight voices his frustration, wondering why they aren't more concerned about the border gates, as if they've lost all common sense, while another dismisses the idea as unimaginable. The thought weighs heavily on Johan. As elsewhere, Hegel observes the golden-armored Karamov, remarking on the suspicious nature of recent events, and asks for his thoughts. He then reflects on Karamov's formidable reputation as the Third Empire's holy sword, the strongest knight whose words carry absolute authority. Back with Johan, he quietly wonders if Karamov still holds the title of Swordmaster. While Hegel's gaze remains fixed, his mind already calculating the implications of a potential confrontation, should he ever have to face Karamov. He knows, deep down, that he would turn around and run without hesitation if he could. A mocking voice echoes, claiming the results will be the same no matter how hard he fights, silencing any protest with a forceful URGH. Kegel's eyes glow red as he snarls, demanding his opponent know his place. He continues to belittle the young man, insisting he can only grace him with strength, a mere insect ignorant of mana control. Johan's eyes flash blue with resolve, a silent declaration that he will endure. A sudden, powerful impact sends him reeling. Yet Kegel's voice cuts through the air, a taunting challenge to continue. Johan is violently thrown backward, his body a blur against the dark. Another crushing blow lands, the impact echoing with a defiant again. He is struck again by the invisible force, the impact rippling through his body. Another blow twisting his face in pain, forcing his leg to buckle under the relentless assault. Yet, Johan remains standing, a faint blue aura flickering around him as he endures. Internally, he questions why his usual defenses are failing. His eyes glow with a sharp blue light as he realizes these aren't physical attacks in the traditional sense, but something far more insidious. He can't simply cut them, they are not solid objects. Instead, he perceives them as a pure flow of strength, a directed current of power. Understanding dawns, and he resolves not to swing blindly any longer. Having grasped the true nature of the attacks, he now focuses on transferring and concentrating that flow of strength directly to the tip of his sword. His eyes glowing with intense concentration, he slowly begins to unravel the mystery of controlling this newfound power. As his understanding deepens, the subtle hum of strength within him grows clearer, more distinct. Then, with a sudden, explosive release, a concentrated burst of brilliant blue energy erupts from his blade. Holding its form with surprising stability, he swings his sword in a wide arc, the blue energy trailing behind it like a comet's tail, leaving a shimmering path in its wake. This is it, he realizes, the moment to temper everything he has learned so far. His grip tightens on the hilt, the sword now visibly humming with the concentrated, vibrant blue energy. With his eyes glowing an intense blue, Johan channels the proper flow of strength into his blade. A thought crossing his mind that this level of power is dangerous. He swings the energy-infused sword in a wide, arcing motion, the blade humming with brilliant blue energy. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air after the impact, followed by a violent eruption of red energy. An elderly man, observing the display, recoils in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The glowing sword now stands embedded deep within the ground, still humming with residual power. Johan, his own eyes still wide, breaks into a triumphant, almost disbelieving grin, realizing the sheer force he has just unleashed. A triumphant declaration escapes him, the force of his previous strike still echoing through the air. He marvels at the ease with which he's now grasped the flow of strength, finding it almost too simple to be true. From the shadows, a figure watches, a soft sound of contemplation escaping him. The hooded man calls out, and Johan turns, acknowledging the summons. With a glint in his eye, the elder declares his intention to hold nothing back this time, drawing a blade that hums with latent power. He issues a direct challenge, daring Johan to face him once more. Responding to the provocation, Johan's form blurs, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura as he prepares for the coming assault. The hooded figure lunges forward, a fierce purple energy swirling around him, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Their clash erupts in a blinding flash of raw power. He launches himself forward, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he closes the distance with impossible speed, but his opponent reacts instantly, a purple glow emanating from his form. Even as the attack continues, Kegel's thoughts race, acknowledging the sheer velocity of the assault. A flicker of genuine surprise crosses his face as he wonders, how could this young man move with such power? Johan, confident in his newfound understanding, believes he has perfectly grasped the flow of strength, ready to overwhelm his foe. Yet, as his blue energy collides with Kegel's purple defense, he finds his attack perfectly absorbed. A simple, elegant technique, channeled through a glowing hand, had completely nullified his strike. Johan lands hard on the forest floor, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he realizes, despite his full power, he couldn't even get past a basic defense. Kegel kneels, observing the young man, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses. Johan is using the technique even more perfectly than he does. The veteran fighter's gaze remains fixed, a complex mix of surprise and recognition in his eyes. His old assassin's experience told him this truth. Unless a miracle happened, Johan had already become someone he could not defeat. A soft humph escaped him as Kegel, the guild master, muttered quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Johan scoffed at the absurd claim, thinking, I learned this technique. A smirk played on Kegel's lips, declaring, I've secured my meal ticket. He then stated his intentions clearly. Johan, my business ends here. I will leave at sunrise. Johan, though clearly hurt, remained defiant, retorting, all I did was cut a little bit of the sword. You're enough like this. Kegel simply observed him, knowing he already possessed everything necessary. Johan's frustration was palpable as he acknowledged, you know your mana is stronger than mine. I am bothered by the fact that I could not even scratch you. As the conversation draws to a close, Kegel looks down, his voice carrying a finality, acknowledging the hard work Johann has put in and granting him the freedom to live as he wishes. Johann, his expression resolute, listens to the words of the man he now knows as Kegel, the weight of their recent confrontation still lingering in the air. A question hangs in the quiet forest air, asking if he truly intends to leave, to which Kegel simply replies that he never stays in one place for too long. By the flickering light of a campfire, Johann presses him on his reasons for departure, suggesting it's because he finds him an annoyance, but Kegel dismisses the notion, stating it's simply his nature. As he begins to walk away, Kegel casually asks if Johann knows about a technique called the Dragon's Heart, mentioning he recently encountered it. A vivid, red, wolf-like aura flares behind him as Kegel recounts the tale, describing how, after encountering the technique, he decided his own head was cut off. Johann, a slight smile playing on his lips, reflects on Kegel's words, thinking back to when the older man first aimed for his head. He listens intently as Kegel explains that the Dragon's Heart technique isn't just about cutting off a head, but about severing the very root of one's existence, a concept so profound it can only be understood by those who have truly faced death. The older man continues, his voice low by the flickering campfire, revealing that the technique is also deeply connected to a legendary material, Dhanu's steel. He advises Johann that to truly master the Dragon's Heart, he must first find a weapon suited to his strength, one forged from this mythical metal. Johann, intrigued, questions the name, his gaze drawn to a shimmering, multi-hued blade that seems to pulse with an inner light. This is Dhanu's steel, a metal imbued with magic, so rare it exists only as a legendary relic. Kegel elaborates, explaining that because of its unique properties, weapons made from Dhanu's steel are incredibly rare, with only a few known to exist in the entire world. Johann's eyes widen slightly, a hint of awe and concern crossing his face, as he realizes such a weapon must be astronomically expensive. He wonders aloud if he truly needs such a legendary sword, knowing he couldn't possibly afford it. Kegel, with a knowing smirk, dismisses his concerns, telling the young man that he's merely trying to help him find a way to improve his current situation. Even the color of this ancient, golden armor is distinct from Dhanu's steel, a material so rare and powerful, one should flee if they ever encounter it, even from afar. Kegel warns, his voice low and serious, to never look back, but simply run. He emphasizes that failure to heed this advice will lead to a swift end, and Johann, absorbing every word, assures him he will keep that in mind. A soft rustle of fabric marks a shift in their posture, and Kegel's voice echoes in the silence, asking if he's leaving now, urging Johann to carve his next words deep into his soul. His eyes glow with an intense red light as he speaks, referring to those who cannot be beaten as foolish. He continues, his tone chilling, that if a situation is dangerous, one should run, but if forced to fight, then win, no matter the means, and kill without fail. As he turns away, his final words hang in the air, a grim promise that if Johann follows this rule, he likely won't die. Johann's face hardens with resolve, the weight of Kegel's brutal philosophy settling upon him. As he walked away from his mentor, the chilling final words echoed in his mind. Do not die, Johann. If it's dangerous, run. If you cannot avoid it, kill. And always survive. With a hardened gaze, Johann affirmed to himself, I will remember those words, master. The resolve solidified within him, a faint, shimmering energy radiating from his clenched, bandaged hand. At that very moment, far away in the imposing Eight's castle, a voice inquired, does the alcohol suit your taste? A woman in gleaming golden armor, standing before another in a flowing green dress, suddenly exclaimed, Sir Johann. A woman with light brown hair, holding a long cigarette holder, watches with a knowing smirk. Kegel, clad in gleaming golden armor, gazes downward, a faint purple aura emanating from him, as he considers the recent events. That was quite an expensive potion, wasn't it? He muses. A sigh escapes him. What a shame. He continues, the only alcohol better than this is in Lord Gusson's bedroom. His sharp, red eyes narrow slightly as he addresses someone unseen. You must be disappointed. He adds, Lord Gusson's potion was very comfortable. The woman, still holding her cigarette holder, maintains her confident smirk. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. She leans in slightly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. It's the two of us. We could have gotten him together. Kegel's glowing red eyes fix on her, his expression hardening as he curtly dismisses her. Get lost. Sir Karamov's voice rings out with urgency, warning that time is running short. But Lord Gusson, with a cold gaze, simply dismisses the plea, stating he cannot accept the reception. A scoff escapes him, as he declares he was growing tired of this situation anyway. His gloved hand begins to glow with a sinister red light, promising to enjoy himself. The attack lands with brutal force, a spray of blood erupting from the impact. A grunt of effort escapes Lord Gusson, his expression unchanged. Karamov screams in agony, the entertainment known as slaughter unfolding before him. He clutches his chest, gasping for air, the blow having struck deep. A lingering red glow illuminates the dark space, a testament to the power unleashed. Suddenly, a distant glow catches his eye, and Johann 8 senses something amiss in the air. His eyes widen in alarm, a flicker of dread crossing his face as he realizes the gravity of the situation. In the distance, a village burns, its structures consumed by an inferno that paints the night sky a horrifying orange. Turning away from the devastating sight, Johann can only wonder why the village is on fire. As the sun begins to rise over a distant estate, a plume of thick, dark smoke billows into the sky, prompting a panicked cry from an unseen observer, wondering what in the world could be happening and why the smoke is rising from the Eights estate. Without hesitation, Gison Eights, mounted on his steed, races towards the unfolding disaster, his cloak billowing behind him as other figures follow in his wake. Upon his arrival, a distressed, bearded man faces him, stammering that he doesn't know what's happening, but the fire looks like it shouldn't be theirs. The lord of the territory dismounts, his heavy boots thudding against the ground, as his horse lets out a loud neigh, passing through the grand gates of the estate. Inside, Karamov, clad in his full plate armor, reaches down, his voice laced with disdain as he questions, "You call yourself a knight, yet you're afraid of a little fire?" He stands beside another armored guard, his helmet obscuring his expression as he continues, "A lord as dull as you look," adding that a subordinate's duty is to obey. Still in his dark armor, Karamov barks orders at a subordinate, demanding they move faster. While Lord Gusson 8's eyes widen in horror, fixed on the ominous, heavy doors before him. Inside, a scene of carnage unfolds, with armored figures lying defeated on a blood-soaked floor. More bodies littering the ground, testament to a brutal, swift confrontation. Gusson can only utter a choked gasp. As a figure in gleaming golden armor, Karamov stands triumphantly over a fallen knight, declaring his lord's tardiness with chilling disdain. Gusson's shock turns to disbelief, his voice rising in a desperate question about the unfolding horror. Lord Gusson 8 stares in disbelief, his voice rising in a desperate challenge, demanding to know what Karamov thinks he is doing. The golden gauntlet of Karamov remains steady, as he coldly declares Gusson guilty of attempted assassination and high treason, pronouncing that by His Majesty's decree, Gusson and all his followers shall be exterminated. Gusson's eyes widen in outrage, protesting the absurdity of the charges. He accuses Karamov of fabricating false charges simply to execute him, vowing not to let him have his way. Karamov's armored hand shifts slightly, his voice cutting through the tension with a single, decisive command, "Blow the horn." The golden gauntlet remains poised, awaiting the signal. The decree was absolute: butcher the entirety of the Eights family. The command echoed, expanding its reach: bury everyone in this region. Erase this land. As if summoned by the words themselves, a knight in crimson and black armor stood, his blade already drawn, a faint red glow emanating from his arm. The order was given to proceed, and with a sharp clang, the attack began. A relentless horde of armored figures surged forward, their eyes burning with a chilling red light as they charged into the fray. Shields were raised, ready to meet any resistance. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive explosion ripped through the landscape, engulfing everything in a fiery inferno. Amidst the rising smoke and debris, Karamov observed the devastation, a chilling remark escaping him. "Huh, what a vicious weapon you are." An old man, bound and kneeling, groans in pain as a dark-armored knight stands over him, sword drawn. The knight, his helmet obscuring his face, leans in, his voice dripping with contempt, asking if it's truly so hard to distinguish him from the bastard son. He declares, with chilling finality, that he will send the old man to the god he adores so much, his arm already beginning to move. With a fierce cry, the knight brings his sword down. The blade descends with brutal force, trailing purple energy. It strikes with a sickening impact, a burst of red and black energy erupting from the point of contact. The old man's eyes widen in shock and agony as blood splatters across his face. Elsewhere, Johann, clad in armor, looks on with a grim expression, uttering the name, Father Valberg. The old man's lifeless body slumps forward, the knight's sword still impaled through him. He listens intently as the older man, his face etched with despair, cries out that he doesn't know what to do, the news of the purge already reaching them, confirming the death of the unnamed village elder. The older man's voice trembles, questioning if even his own father could be targeted, a revelation that visibly shocks him. And the horror doesn't end there. As the flames consume the village, a brutal tactic to eradicate the entire Eights family. The older man grabs his shoulder, his voice urgent, insisting they must hurry back to the castle. Suddenly, a distinct sound cuts through the air, followed by a familiar voice that makes him pause. A cloaked figure, his back to the burning ruins of the village, hears his name called out. He turns, recognizing the voice, asking if it's Pell. Pell's relieved voice confirms his safety, bringing a moment of calm. His eyes narrow with fierce resolve, a silent determination hardening his expression as a fiery aura ignites around his hand. Pell's voice, filled with desperation, continues to reach him, pleading, "Lord Johann, my lord." He turns, the fiery glow of his newly awakened power reflecting in his eyes, a stark contrast to the horror unfolding in his mind. Images flash before him, his father, Gusson 8, and a young woman, their faces etched with terror amidst the flames. Gusen's grim expression, shadowed by the inferno, speaks of a battle already lost. As Johann witnesses the helpless villagers, their cries echoing through the burning ruins. The devastation is absolute, shadowy figures cutting down the innocent, leaving only destruction in their wake. His father and the young woman are overwhelmed, the world around them consumed by fire. Johann's jaw tightens, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve. As his hand clenches into a fist, the raw power within him simmering just beneath the surface. As the horrific memories flood back, a desperate cry echoes through the burning forest, a villager screaming out his name, Sir Johann. He remembers holding a small child, Dell, close, the words of warning still ringing in his ears. It's dangerous to be seen with Father Volsberg. Amidst the fiery chaos, a faint, questioning voice calls out, Lord Johann. With his sword drawn, he turns away from the inferno, a desperate plea following him. In wait. Where are you going? He sees the injured face of Austin, her eyes wide with fear, her voice strained as she urges him. You need to flee. The memory intensifies, a collective shout piercing the din of destruction. Lord Johann. His feet move with grim determination, stepping through the wreckage. He stands amidst the ruins, a tattered banner held high, a glowing orb hovering above him, a beacon in the darkness. And then, the face of his father, Gusen Eitz, appears in his mind's eye, his expression a mix of sorrow and resolve, forever etched into Johann's memory. A stark announcement declares Duke Gusen Eitz executed for treason against the emperor. And any who retrieve his body without permission will face the same grim fate, a decree that weighs heavily on Johann. Suddenly, an armored soldier confronts him, his voice laced with contempt as he asks if Johann is the Duke's bastard son. Another soldier, equally hostile, expresses surprise that he's still alive, then mockingly asks if he's returned only to die. Without a word, Johann moves, a blur of motion through the air, his attack landing with a sharp impact. The force of his strike sends blood splattering from the armored soldier's face, a brutal blow. Enraged, the other soldier shouts about the brat, ordering his comrade not to stand idly by. Johann's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he prepares for another swift attack, the command to kill him, now, echoing around him. He unleashes a swift, powerful strike, a crimson blade of energy tearing through the air. The attack connects with brutal force, sending one of the armored figures reeling back with a pained grunt. A soldier screams in agony, his face contorted in a mask of pain as the impact takes its toll. Then, a flurry of rapid, almost invisible movements, as he continues his assault with blinding speed. But amidst the chaos, a moment of doubt creeps in, as Johann finds himself kneeling, staring at the burning landscape, questioning his own actions. He wonders why he's even returning to the castle, and what good it would do to retrieve his father Valier's body. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers, his face scarred and weary, thinks only of escape, realizing he should be running away from this impossible fight. Another armored guard, helmeted and grim, considers the same grim truth, knowing that if he goes back, it will be for nothing. His blue eyes glowing with renewed resolve, Johann clenches his jaw, vowing not to die for no reason. He hears a voice, weak but urgent, calling out his name. Johann, it asks, almost disbelievingly. The voice continuing, you're alive. He stares down at the armored figure, who lies broken and bleeding before him. The figure struggles to speak, questioning his return. Why did you come back? Then urging him, go run away. Kneeling beside the fallen soldier, Johann listens as the figure warns him of certain death if he remains. With a trembling, armored hand, the soldier reaches out, offering a final, fragmented message. To you, for when you become strong. A single tear escapes Johann's eye, tracing a path down his cheek as his gaze hardens, a faint blue light beginning to emanate from his iris. The light intensifies. As he stands tall, an aura of undeniable power now surrounding him, a silent declaration echoing the profound difference in their skill levels. He receives a grim warning from the wounded armored figure, who urges him to run if danger arises, revealing that their opponent is none other than the Emperor's knight. The figure continues, his voice strained, recalling how even his master had told him to flee without a backward glance, but then adds a crucial caveat. If he must fight this formidable foe, a towering figure with menacing red eyes, then he must fight to kill. Johann's internal response is a firm, right. As his hand clenches into a determined fist, a faint, blue energy crackles around him, and he knows with absolute certainty that the time for action is now. With his eyes glowing with intense blue light and his body radiating a powerful aura, Johann stands ready, his resolve hardened for the impending confrontation. A sharp, tearing sound rips through the silence, accompanied by an ominous red glow from the darkness. Then, with a violent surge, a massive, armored figure forces open a heavy door, the red light intensifying around them. A heavy impact echoes, as if a brick wall has just been struck. Inside, a group of armored guards stands ready, but their formation is suddenly broken by an unseen intrusion. Two of them react with shock and confusion, one exclaiming, "What the hell?" while the other demands to know how the intruder got past their defenses, wondering aloud, "Where are the guards?" Before they can even process the breach, Karamov, the Emperor's knight, moves with incredible speed, his armored arm blurring as he prepares to strike. A devastating blow lands, sending a spray of red particles and blood into the air. Karamov's voice booms, challenging any remaining resistance with a furious roar. "Come out, you asshole." Another guard is met with a brutal, crushing impact, the force of the blow shattering their defenses. A powerful impact reverberates through the air, sending crimson energy rippling outward. Amidst the settling dust and debris, heavy armored boots land with a decisive thud, glowing faintly red. The imposing figure of Karamov stands tall, his full-plate armor radiating a menacing aura. His armored hand grips a long sword, its blade still slick with fresh blood, as a thought crosses his mind. So it was him. He surveys the scene before him, a dismissive thought forming. So the runaway sun is really curved. His helmet's red visor glows intensely as he speaks, his voice cutting through the silence. "You're that guy in front of the magic tower then. Johann Eitz was it?" The surface of his helmet bears the marks of previous battles, scratches and dents marring its otherwise pristine surface. He continues, his tone unwavering. "I'm not here to exchange names. Just think of me as one of the Emperor's men." A final, contemptuous word escapes him. "Asshole." He warns his opponent that they should not have run, for if they had simply been killed, it would have been easier. A scoff escapes him, as he concludes that his target must not care about their own life. His voice dripping with menace, he promises to grant that wish, if death is truly what they desire. A purple aura flares around his arm as he extends it, challenging them to come and face him. But the response is not fear, but a furious roar, declaring that no one needs to tell him such things. With a flash of red light from his helmet, Karamov charges forward, ready to strike. A sudden, unseen force erupts in the darkness, culminating in a sharp, metallic clang. Johann's blade slams against a heavily armored opponent, sending a shockwave of orange energy rippling through the air. The impact forces the massive figure to recoil, staggering backward under the unexpected power. Without a moment's hesitation, he follows through with another swift, arcing strike, his sword biting deep into the opponent's chest plate, sending sparks flying. A pained grunt escapes the armored foe as the blow sends him reeling once more. He continues his relentless assault, his blade glowing with a fierce purple light as it tears through the armored opponent's defenses with a crunching sound, slicing deeper into its form with a soft, sliding hiss. Johann executes a powerful, arcing slash, the air whistling around the rapidly moving weapon. The initial series of attacks culminates in a forceful impact, sending explosive particles flying. The armored creature lets out a pained roar, its monstrous mouth agape as the purple energy pulses near its head. Through gritted, sharp teeth, it manages to utter, "This is..." Before it can finish, Johann initiates another rapid, downward strike, his blade now glowing an intense, fiery red, hissing as it descends. The red glowing weapon slices through the air with incredible speed, leaving a vibrant trail. The final, devastating blow lands with an explosive burst of crimson energy, shattering the surrounding space. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of crimson energy as it carves through the air, striking the armored figure with explosive force, sending fragments of its plating scattering. Another powerful arc of his weapon, infused with a vibrant red aura, connects with the opponent. The impact erupts in a blinding flash of scarlet light, shaking the very ground. Even as cracks spiderweb across its golden helmet, the armored opponent's glowing eyes betray a hint of surprise. Johann presses his attack, his blade a continuous streak of red, refusing to yield. Each strike lands with a concussive burst, driving the formidable foe backward. The armored figure stumbles, its heavy form recoiling from the relentless barrage. Yet, through the damage and the force of the blows, a single word escapes its lips, "Interesting." He acknowledges the strength of his opponent, muttering, "He's far more than I thought he was," as a fierce red energy begins to surge around his armored form. And with a powerful, sweeping motion, he brings his massive blade down, the crimson aura trailing behind the weapon as it cuts through the air. A deep, resonant voice echoes from within his helmet. "This is truly enjoyable." He demands, "Entertain me more." His eyes glow with an intense, furious red as he roars, "Bastard son of Eitz." Standing firm, the armored warrior holds his great sword ready, the air still crackling with his potent, crimson power. His red energy-infused attack surged forward with blinding speed. But before the full force of Karamov's blow could land, Johann Eitz moved, a blue blur intercepting the assault. His counterattack struck true, piercing the golden armor with a violent impact that sent blood splattering. As Karamov crumpled to the ground, Johann stood victorious, the question echoing in the air. Did he just cut through? Karamov stared at the fresh wound in his legendary plating, a single thought forming in his mind, "My Dhanu's steel armor." His heart hammered against his ribs, the sound of his own defeat echoing in the sudden silence. The glint of a sheathed blade catches the light. But the warrior's mind is elsewhere, reeling from the impossible truth. "That's impossible," he thinks, his single visible eye glowing red with disbelief. "Humans are incapable of harming Dhanu's steel." He struggles to comprehend. Just who is he? The impact of the previous blow still reverberates through his armored form, as a swift, dark boot connects with him once more. Unbelievable, he exclaims. I've never heard of such a thing before. Another brutal kick lands, driving the point home. But even through the pain, a single, desperate thought echoes in his mind. But Karamov reels from another devastating blow, the impact sending a shockwave through his armor. Before he can even recover, Johan's next strike is already upon him, a blur of motion. Another powerful hit lands, the force of it echoing through the air. He struggles to keep his footing, a thought flashing through his mind. This opponent is nothing but a brute, relying solely on raw power. Yet, the blows keep coming, each one overwhelming, forcing him to concede that Johan only wins through sheer, unstoppable force. Another strike connects, driving him further back. The relentless assault continues, a flurry of impacts he can no longer defend against. Finally, the last blow sends him flying, his armored body tumbling through the air. He crashes to the ground, defeated, a bitter realization settling in. Johan is even faster than he anticipated, fighting with pure, untamed instinct. Still reeling from the overwhelming force, Karamov's mind races, dismissing the attack as one executed without proper technique. Yet he can't help but wonder if Johan was never taught true swordsmanship, acknowledging the young man's undeniable and dangerous power. A glint of resolve flashes in his eye as he thinks, knowing he needs to finish this quickly, especially if Johan uses that stupid slash again. The memory of the attack surges, a powerful impact echoing in his mind, as the blade cuts through the air with blinding speed, leaving trails of vibrant energy in its wake. A relentless, arcing strike, culminating in a devastating, sweeping motion. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, slicing through the air with immense force. As Karamov's voice echoes, filled with a defiant challenge, "My precious head will come right off. Come at me, brat." Even as he taunts, Karamov braces, his body enveloped in a fierce red aura, preparing for the inevitable impact. The blue energy slash connects with devastating power, tearing through his defenses. And Johan's eye narrows, a faint blue glow emanating from his iris. As he observes the effect of his strike, a hint of surprise crossing his features. The force of the blow sends Karamov reeling backward, his red aura flickering under the assault. As the relentless blue energy continues its destructive path, pushing him further. But from the chaos, a monstrous, serpentine head with glowing blue and purple scales erupts, letting out a deafening roar. And Johan's slash, undeterred, continues its trajectory, now impacting the newly manifested beast with a violent burst of red particles. Johan's blue energy slash rips through the air, exploding with raw power as it connects with its target. The force of the impact sends Karamov reeling, his armored form pushed back by the sheer kinetic energy. Undeterred, Johan presses his advantage, unleashing another swift, blue-hued strike. The attack lands with a jarring force, leaving Karamov momentarily stunned. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, his eyes widening behind the helmet. Another devastating blow echoes, a loud kwangh, reverberating through the space. But as the dust settles, a crimson glow emanates from Karamov's arm, a surge of red energy beginning to coalesce. He retaliates with a furious counterattack, a massive explosion of red and orange energy erupting outwards. As the sword of the Third Empire unleashes his full power, a gauntlet fist, wreathed in crimson energy, surges forward with devastating force. The air crackles with raw mana, as the blow closes the distance in an instant. Johan, caught off guard by the sheer speed, can only twist his body, his cloak whipping around him in a desperate attempt to evade. But the attack connects with brutal efficiency, a concussive blast erupting on impact. His face contorts in agony, the force of the strike overwhelming his defenses. He is sent hurtling backward, a blur against the dark backdrop. The impact carries him through a solid brick wall, which shatters into a cloud of dust and debris. His body crumples from the secondary impact, a broken figure amidst the rubble. Yet, as he struggles to rise, his eyes flash open, burning with an ominous, crimson glow. The devastating blow from Karamov continues to ripple through him, a voice in the distance crying out, "Damn it, let me slow down." As blood splatters from the impact, another voice laments, "Johan, he's already." The armored figure stands triumphant over his fallen opponent, a crimson aura still radiating from him, while the concerned voices echo the severity of the situation. Even Karamov's helmet bears the marks of the brutal exchange, streaked with fresh blood. More blood pools on the ground, a stark testament to the force of the attack. Karamov looms over the defeated Johan, his red energy still pulsing with raw power. But then, Johan's eyes snap open, glowing an intense, furious red, a stark contrast to the blood staining his face. Karamov remains standing, his own red aura still present, as the dynamic of the confrontation shifts dramatically. With his eyes burning crimson, Johan speaks, his voice sharp and direct, "Hey." He confronts Karamov, his gaze unwavering, demanding, "Why did you do this?" Karamov reflects on his actions, knowing that everything he does is for his imperial majesty. He muses that the Holy Empire is now more unstable than ever before. A low grunt escapes him as he considers how His Majesty has unsheathed the imperial sword to correct the empire. Through his visor, a crimson glow emanates from his eye as he thinks of the sword known as Mankara. He stands over the defeated Johann, who lies broken on the ground, a crunching sound echoing the impact of their battle. A low, guttural sound escapes Karamov, a quiet kook, followed by a deeper, rumbling coo. His laughter grows, a hearty ha-ha-ha-ha filling the air, a strange mix of triumph and something else entirely. He admits to himself, he is moved by Johann Eitz, believing the crowned battlefield is the only place he can truly shine. His eyes glow red once more as he confesses, he has never thought about anyone else like this before. His gaze burning with an intense, crimson glow, Karamov looks down at the defeated man. Johann, still reeling from the battle, meets the Emperor's stare, a mix of defiance and exhaustion on his face. From behind his imposing helmet, Karamov's voice rings out, promising that the Empire's endless gold will grant him glory. He extends an invitation, urging Johann to come with him to the Empire, where His Majesty would appoint him as an imperial knight, granting him fertile lands. The weight of the offer hangs heavy in the air. As Karamov presses on, commanding him to become the Emperor's sword, Johann's eyes widen slightly, the unexpected proposal catching him off guard. The words echo in his mind, endless gold, a tempting prospect. Still on the ground, Johann looks up, his expression unreadable as he considers the Emperor's offer. He finds this entire situation strange, a feeling he has only ever dreamed of experiencing. Yet, as his hand rests on the cold, hard ground, he feels absolutely nothing. His mind races, grappling with the implications, until a single word forms, I. His eyes blaze with a fierce blue light as he declares, I refuse. Blood smears his face as he spits out the words, screw you. The armored knight looks down, a single word escaping his helmeted lips. What? Johann's glowing eyes fix on him as he continues, you killed not only my family, but also innocent people. Karamov's response is dismissive, a single, contemptuous question, serfs? His defiance met with a sneer. Karamov accuses him of insanity, but Johann's gaze remains unwavering, his voice firm. The armored knight scoffs, dismissing the lives of commoners as insignificant. His contempt growing, Karamov demands to know why he would care for their deaths, questioning if his own mother was a lowborn serf. He continues his tirade, declaring them mere insects, weak vermin. As a crimson aura flares around him, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, Karamov proclaims the brutal truth of his world, the strong drink the blood of the weak. His voice echoing with chilling conviction, he asserts that this is the undeniable law of their existence. Johann listens, his expression hardening, the weight of Karamov's words settling deep within him. A silent apology forms in his mind, directed at a master, but the resolve remains, he simply cannot. His bandaged hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to his unwavering decision. He focuses, a silent command to himself to control his strength, before unleashing a blinding flurry of blows. A powerful impact sends a red aura flaring around Karamov. Another strike connects, a white flash marking the force of the hit. The assault continues relentlessly, drawing blood from the armored warrior. Karamov's face contorts in a grimace of pain and surprise, blood streaking across his features. Yet another blow lands, the red aura of impact flaring once more. Johann's fist drives forward with devastating force. But Karamov's eyes suddenly glow with an intense blue light, a defiant roar escaping him. For the Emperor? He counters with a brutal strike of his own, the impact sending a spray of blood into the air. Still reeling from the previous blow, he hears the furious accusation, worthless lives. Johann's eyes blaze with electric blue light as he unleashes a devastating flurry, each strike landing with brutal force. His voice echoing with raw fury. What makes you think you're so great? He screams, his entire being radiating a crimson aura of pure rage. As another powerful impact rocks Karamov's armored form, the words tearing from his throat, that you get to judge who deserves to live and who doesn't. The relentless assault continues, Karamov's heavy armor beginning to crack and splinter under the barrage. Blood now visible on his face as a single eye glows ominously red through the fractured helmet. The relentless assault on Karamov continues, each blow landing with a sickening impact, sending sprays of red energy and debris into the air. As another powerful strike connects, shattering his defenses further. Johann's knuckles are already bloody, but he shows no sign of stopping. His fist a crimson blur as it finds its mark once more. Finally, the armored warrior collapses to the ground, a ragged cough escaping his lips as blood splatters from his mouth, his helmet cracked, revealing a single eye glowing ominously red. Standing over the defeated figure, Johann's hand still drips with the evidence of his fury. He looks down, a cold judgment in his voice, declaring, you fool, you should have. He continues his relentless assault, his blows echoing with a grim finality, a declaration that his offer has been rejected. Now, it is truly too late for the one who spurned the Emperor's grace, leaving him to know only suffering. Looking down at his defeated foe, Johann's voice cuts through the air, declaring that from this point on, he will deliver the ultimate judgment. As another devastating impact lands, Karamov's helmet cracks further, revealing a single, malevolent red eye. Before a final, crushing blow descends, for this world accepts death so naturally, and to survive, all must fight. He considers the implications of his actions, the heavy cost of survival in a brutal world. The price, he knows, is often paid in blood and sacrifice, a grim reality he's come to accept as nothing more than the wages of this life. But the memories still burn, a searing reminder of the day they slaughtered everyone in his region. His family and neighbors, all butchered and burned, a scene forever etched into his mind, fueling a vow that even if the whole world becomes his enemy, he will fight. He only did what had to be done, and he will never regret it. No matter what anyone says, this is how he lives. Before a towering stone gate, an elf knight stands, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure. As the massive doors swing open to reveal Karamov, mounted on his horse, waiting. The elf knight's voice rings out, clear and urgent. I'll ask you one more time. His blue eyes wide with intensity. Is what you just said the truth? He pleads, his expression earnest. It is, without a shred of falsehood. Please, you have to believe me. Karamov listens, his own face unreadable as the elf knight continues to press his case. He was banged in, beaten to a pulp, and left for dead, the story goes, as the attacker, with bare hands, took Karamov's head. The elf knight listens, his expression tightening, a silent gasp escaping him. That was the last we saw of Sir Karamov. The voice continues, as the elf knight's eyes widen in disbelief. If that is true, he demands, looking down at a fallen figure. You mean to tell me that Sir Karamov's corpse is in here? How can you expect me to believe such nonsense without any proof? A bandaged elf, his face scarred and weary, insists. Tish, that's the part one don't understand either. Someone else definitely said it. Later, a gray-haired subordinate approaches the elf knight, Jane, informing him, Master Jane, the pursuit party is ready. Jane clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. I understand. I'll be there shortly. A moment of quiet passes. A heavy boot slams down, signaling the start of a relentless pursuit, as a voice echoes the command, ordering all troops to chase him down. The command intensifies, and kill him. The elf knight, Jane, her eyes sharp with resolve, declares the target. The target is Johann Eitz. Johann is struck with brutal force, his body sent tumbling through the air. From atop her mount, Jane's voice rings out, condemning him as a filthy traitor to his own bloodline. Another powerful blow connects, sending sparks flying from his form. He is dragged mercilessly across the ground, as Jane, her blue eyes glowing with fierce determination, issues her final, chilling order. Hunt him down. Still reeling from the initial assault, Johann finds himself caught in a brutal melee, the command echoing through the air to either kill him or bring him back, no matter the cost. Blows rain down upon him, each impact a jarring shockwave. A guttural cry of pain escapes his lips, his face contorted in agony as the relentless assault continues. The sounds of combat fill the air, a whirlwind of strikes and desperate defenses. Meanwhile, the pursuing soldiers are spurred on by a grave accusation. Johann is branded a traitor, responsible for Karamov's death, and they are warned never to face him alone. The elf knight, her blue eyes sharp with resolve, questions the notion of this being a mere hunt for a person, then orders every road sealed and the entire territory searched. Sweat beads on Johann's brow as he pushes forward, the chilling declaration that they will drive him relentlessly until he's exhausted, fueling his desperate flight. Among the ranks, two soldiers exchange hushed words, one stammering Karamov's name, the other questioning if he is truly dead. The elf knight's gaze remains fixed and unwavering, her silent determination echoing the unspoken, we must of their mission. A stern voice echoes through the night, demanding the head of the traitor, Johann. The command hangs heavy in the air, as a crimson banner flutters against the dark, star-dusted sky. Meanwhile, Johann lies battered and bruised, a voice from his past urging him to listen carefully. He recalls finding a surge of strength about 500 meters from the battlefield, a moment when he thought death had claimed him, overwhelmed by wounds, exhaustion, and fear, yet a primal instinct screamed for survival. Clutching a glowing orb, he hears a soldier remark that it must be the traitor's only weapon, while another expresses relief at having brought enough mana stones. Arrows pierce the forest floor nearby, a silent testament to the relentless pursuit. His eyes, now glowing with an ethereal blue light, reflect a grim thought. Karamov's corpse would only stir confusion. Lying lifeless on the ground, clad in heavy armor, is the body of Karamov, once known as the strongest knight across 3 empires. Still reeling from his injuries, Johann curses the one who broke his shield, lamenting his lack of mana to heal or use his skills. As a faint blue aura begins to emanate from his hands, the sound of creaking energy filling the air. He lets out a grunt of effort, then resolves himself, deciding it's time to move. With renewed determination, he walks deeper into the forest, the faint creak of his armor echoing. Soon, he discovers a warhorse, tied within a crude shelter, letting out a soft neigh. Recognizing it, he notes that this must be Dessen's warhorse. Holding a glowing blue orb, he offers a quiet word of thanks to his unseen brother. With this powerful creature by his side, he believes he can move much faster, gently patting its head. He looks at the horse, a name already forming in his mind. The magnificent war horse, its coat a deep blue-gray, stands ready, awaiting its rider. Meanwhile, in the dark, moonlit forest, a voice echoes, "I'll have to find your whereabouts, Philip." Nearby, a dilapidated barn stands silent, a potential hiding place. A soldier, his face etched with urgency, shouts, "I saw something shining around here. I'm sure it was the glow of descent steel." His commander, clad in gleaming armor with crimson accents, barks orders, "Search every inch of the area." The urgency in their voices is palpable. The bastard is definitely nearby. A squad of armored figures spreads out, their forms indistinct in the gloom. As two other soldiers pause, looking down in confusion. Huh. Suddenly, a distant sound cuts through the night. I hear hoofbeats. As the sound of hooves echoed through the night, an armored figure, sword drawn, surged forward, leading the relentless pursuit. A swift movement cut through the air, and Johann, a streak of blood on his cheek, met the challenge with a determined gaze. The commander's voice boomed through the forest, recognizing his target. It's Johann Eitz. He's escaping on horseback. Johann spurred his steed onward, galloping deeper into the shadowed woods, the rhythmic thud of hooves a desperate drumbeat against the night. Behind him, the commander pointed furiously, his command sharp and clear. "Shoot him down. Don't let that wretch get away." A volley of crossbow bolts hissed through the air, aimed squarely at the fleeing figure. But with practiced ease, Johann's blade flashed, deflecting each arrow with precise, ringing strikes. Under the watchful eye of the full moon, the chase continued, Johann's escape far from over. He continued his desperate flight throughout the entire night, walking a fine line between losing his pursuers and arriving deep within the black forest. A swift movement through the dense undergrowth. As he glances back, a voice from the shadows calls out, "Sir Johann, is this deep enough?" Johann's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. In any case. Meanwhile, the commander, still in hot pursuit, observes his own gleaming gear. This armor really does look expensive. The intricate golden helmet reflects the dim forest light. He grips the strange purple bough, its surface cool and smooth beneath his bandaged hand. A quiet assessment escapes him, noting its impossible lightness despite its sharp, intricate design, unlike any weapon he'd ever encountered. The weapon hums with a faint, otherworldly energy, its metallic sheen reflecting the dim light of the forest. A complex symbol etched into its frame begins to glow with an intense, vibrant purple. His eyes widen, a faint blue light reflecting the bow's power, as he recognizes the ancient imperial script embedded within the design. Then, a voice, or perhaps a thought, echoes in his mind, declaring itself the one who recovers. The purple symbol flares, and a name, a forgotten power, bursts into his consciousness, leaving him stunned. With the mysterious bow now fully activated and radiating a soft, purple glow, he stands resolute, the weight of this new discovery settling upon him. The implications of the voice's words resonate deeply, a new path, that of a crest recoverer, now laid before him. He grips the mysterious purple bow, its power thrumming in his hands, as a voice echoes in his mind. "I'll give you strength, so use me now." With a determined expression, Johann pulls back the string, the bow glowing with an ominous purple light. A monstrous beast, its body a mass of rock and fur, lunges forward, but before it can reach him, a devastating purple energy blast erupts from the bow, tearing through the creature with explosive force. He watches, stunned, as the monster's form begins to shred and disintegrate. The creature's body is ripped apart, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust and debris in its wake, a testament to the bow's terrifying power. Later, exhausted and leaning against the armored figure of Karamov, Johann questions the voice in his head. Is this good or bad? His eyes, still wide with a mix of awe and trepidation, reflect the lingering purple glow of the bow. Karamov, the Third Empire's knight, had finally caught up to him, but the young man's journey was far from over. A desperate cry echoes through the dark forest, as a man, hands clasped to his head in anguish, screams out Johann's name, while the hooded figure of Johann himself stands silently below. An ominous, internal voice whispers, reminding him that he knows only suffering, consumed by a complete and utter despair. His bloodied, gauntlet hand clenches. A grim realization settling in that from this point on. He had already known suffering long before he was sentenced to death, his eyes closed in a moment of profound reflection. Under a vast, starry sky, the question hangs heavy in his mind. What is he to do now? Standing amidst a desolate, snowy landscape, Johann recalls the tragic truth. House Eitz has been burned down, his family killed, and he has not a single coin left to his name, a guttural sound of pain escaping him. His arms tremble with exhaustion, and he decides to rest for a bit, to gather his thoughts. But as he does, a dark aura flares around him, and his eyes glow with a sinister red light, a low growl rumbling from deep within. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as he senses a sudden, menacing presence behind him. Turning, he is met with the terrifying sight of a monstrous black wolf, its eyes burning with an infernal red glow. A black wolf, indeed. He curses under his breath, his glowing purple weapon already drawn and ready. Looking down at his feet, He thinks to himself, of all the times this creature could have appeared, it had to be when he was completely worn out. The black wolf snarls, its form shimmering with dark energy. And Johann knows that in his current condition, he doesn't stand a chance against it. His grip on the weapon is weakening, and he realizes he can't hold on much longer. He needs to get rid of these creatures and escape. Just then, his eyes fall upon a familiar sight. He's found his horse. He endures the pain of his injuries, his face streaked with blood and dirt. Meanwhile, the forest echoes with the shouts of his pursuers, one of them declaring they've captured his warhorse. The armored figures press on, convinced he must be nearby. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns on Johann. The wolves of a kitten? He grips his weapon, his mind racing. They're already here. Elsewhere, an older elf commander, his face contorted in a snarl, points forward with an empty threat. One of the soldiers, hearing a rustle, calls out, "I heard something over there." The group of armored pursuers turns, their attention drawn to a faint glow in the distance. Johann's eyes burn with fierce resolve as he faces the encroaching threat, thinking, a monster in front of me. He continues his desperate flight, the pursuit party closing in relentlessly behind him. There is no room for escape, he realizes, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. Is this the end for him? With a sudden, desperate resolve, he launches himself from the high ground, plummeting towards the shadowy form of a massive black wolf creature below. His body arcs through the air, a blur of motion. He strikes, a flurry of glowing blue blades and energy tearing into the creature with explosive force. The barrage continues, each impact sending vibrant particles scattering. The black wolf creature snarls, its red eyes flaring with primal rage and pain. A guttural roar rips from its throat, a defiant cry against the sudden assault. He finds himself caught in the creature's relentless assault, the sheer force of the monster's movements making him question if it even registered his presence. The beast's powerful leg sweeps past him, its raw power threatening to overwhelm him. He wonders, did it not see me? But then, dismissing the thought, he realizes that's not important right now. Instead, he sees an opening, a path clearing before him, and knows this is his chance. Johann lunges, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he commits to the attack. He needs to focus, he tells himself, because if he doesn't act now, he'll die. His eyes glow with fierce determination, a battle cry escaping his lips as he closes in. Johann Eitz, fueled by a surge of blue energy, launches himself into the air, his fist connecting with the black wolf creature in a powerful impact. The force of his blow sends a jarring shockwave through the beast's arm, a sharp crack echoing through the air. He continues his relentless assault, blue energy tearing through the creature's form. With a final, explosive burst of power, he drives his attack home. The black wolf creature is sent hurtling backward, skidding across the ground, its momentum broken. A memory flashes through his mind, a younger version of himself, small and vulnerable, clutching at the leg of his older brother, Philip, who stands protectively before him. Back in the present, Johann's arm still crackles with blue energy, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. The memory persists, Philip shielding him from a monstrous shadow, a silent promise of protection etched into his young mind. His eye glows with an intense blue light, a fierce determination burning within him. He remembers a time when his fists were as sharp as his blade, moving with a practiced intensity, engaging multiple unseen foes in a blur of motion. His gaze unwavering even then. The memory shifts, a desolate landscape stretching out under a somber sky, where his brother, Philip, stands amidst a scene of quiet devastation, clutching a helmet in his hands, his face etched with a profound weariness. A single word echoes through the fading vision, farewell. As images of a burning, ruined settlement flash before him, the name of the lost place searing into his mind, Eitz Village. As the memory deepens, a chilling scream echoes through the dark forest, and Johann Eitz clutches his head in raw terror, while a hooded figure below him looks on, calling out his name in desperation. From the shadows, a menacing black wolf-like creature emerges, its eyes burning with an infernal red glow. The ground beneath the figure's feet seems to tremble, as if the very earth is recoiling from the encroaching horror. A distant, small figure is dwarfed by an overwhelming, ominous red light, pulsing with malevolent energy. The source of the glow is revealed to be a monstrous entity, its form a chaotic mass of red energy and multiple piercing eyes, staring out from the darkness. The relentless pursuit continued, Johann pushing his body to its absolute limits as he fled through the dense forest. The sound of his pursuers drawing ever closer, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. Just as he thought he might find a moment's respite, a new, terrifying presence emerged from the shadows, a monstrous black wolf with glowing red eyes blocking his path. This was an unexpected complication, far beyond his current expectations. The creature lunged with a guttural shriek, forcing him to react instantly, even as the thought echoed in his mind. He had been hounded by the knights for 3 days straight. He hadn't anticipated such a relentless chase, the knights refusing to give up their hunt. His mana was dangerously low, his body screaming in protest, wondering how he could possibly fight in this state. He was at his absolute limit, without even a moment to recover his stamina. As the knights and the black wolf creature closed in from all sides, a desperate question formed in his mind. Was there truly no way out of this predicament? He wonders if he's truly destined to be caught and executed like this, his thoughts heavy with despair. Meanwhile, the relentless thud of hooves echoes across the barren landscape as the mounted pursuers continue their steady advance. Looking back over his shoulder, Johann sees them drawing closer. The sound of their approach grows louder, a constant reminder of his precarious situation. He observes the formation of the approaching riders, noting their organized movement and wondering if they're a military escort or perhaps a merchant caravan. A plan begins to form in his mind, a desperate gamble. He decides to disguise himself as a simple peddler. With renewed determination, he resolves to make his way through the nearby city. The distant city gates loom into view, offering a potential refuge from his pursuers. At the Kitana Trading Company, the elderly cat-like merchant, Eldens, sits in contemplation. Suddenly, his attention is drawn by a sound, prompting him to ask, "HM? What is it?" As a subordinate reports, up ahead. The subordinate's words are cut short by the sight of a figure on horseback, radiating a menacing red glow, causing Eldens to exclaim, "If a heretic shows up, what?" The armored figure's presence is heavy, a palpable force in the air. Meanwhile, among the Goran mercenaries, Kin suggests, "I believe we should prepare for battle." Another mercenary, Gam, dismisses the concern, scoffing, "Why all the fuss over a single man? We can take him and his companions easily. He's just a heretic, isn't he?" But Goran, a third mercenary, corrects him, "Look, Gamson, he's fully clad in plate armor. He's a warrior. He's not just a heretic." As Goran speaks, the armored figure, Johann Eitz, moves with powerful, resounding force, his red aura flaring. He strikes with immense power, the impact echoing through the air. As the armored figure approaches, Kin points out the weapon at his side, asking his fellow mercenary if he sees the sword hanging at the man's waist. The hilt of the blade gleams with an ominous aura, drawing all eyes to its deadly potential. Kin grimly observes that if the man were to simply swing that sword, their armor would be sliced like butter, contemplating whether an ambush or a head-on clash would be their best option. Gam, visibly shaken, protests that such a direct confrontation is too risky, while Kin reminds him of their numerical advantage, with 9 men at their disposal. But Gam's fear is palpable, his hands trembling as he admits he can't think straight. Kin silences him with a sharp command, telling him to shut it if he has nothing useful to say. Meanwhile, in a different location, Eldens barks orders to Goran and Kan, telling them to get everyone ready to attack the instant the approaching figure makes a suspicious move. He declares his intention to personally scout the situation first, before giving the final command. His voice firm, Eldens instructs them to attack all at once when he gives the signal. As Eldens prepares to scout ahead, the mercenaries confirm their readiness, with Gam shouting his affirmation. The group stands assembled, awaiting further orders, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Meanwhile, a heavy, deliberate step echoes through the quiet, signaling the formidable approach of Johann Eitz. A sudden, terrifying vision flashes through the minds of the mercenaries, a memory of pure dread as a figure screams in terror, crying out the name of Sir Johann. Back in the present, Eldens addresses the assembled group, introducing himself as a representative of the Kitana Trading Company. Kan, ever the pragmatist, asks if they should handle the approaching threat themselves, while Eldens, a catfolk, seems surprised by the question. The mercenaries look up at the beast folk, their expressions a mix of anticipation and unease. Eldens, however, knows his own limitations, realizing his body is not suited for direct combat. With a determined glint in his eye, Kin resolves to lead the charge, intending to draw Johann Eitz in and lower his guard first. A voice offers a blessing, wishing for the god's favor. Then, a young man in a distinctive helmet introduces himself, stating his name is Johann. He rides alongside Eldens, explaining that despite his appearance, which suggests a recent bandit attack, there's no need for excessive caution. With a reassuring gesture, he insists on his trustworthiness, assuming there's no reason for him to deceive them. A sudden realization dawns on Eldens, who bursts into laughter, admitting his own terrible rudeness. He apologizes, explaining that as a peddler, he must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. As they continue their journey through the forest, Eldens acknowledges Johann's point, understanding the need for his initial wariness. Johann then makes a direct request, asking to join their group, emphasizing his fearlessness in the face of any potential attack. He offers his protection for their caravan, in exchange for some food and a place to rest. Eldens considers the young man's offer, noting his apparent strength and lack of overt ambition. After a moment of contemplation, he finally agrees, informing Johann that their destination is Mansell, which will require them to pass through Gorn's territory. Johann expresses his gratitude. But internally, he questions the location of Mansell, realizing it hasn't appeared on his system map. Meanwhile, Eldens observes Johann from a distance, still feeling a touch of unease, and instructs his guards to keep a watchful eye on him. Elsewhere, Kin dismisses the new guard's potential, while Gam eagerly agrees with his assessment. Johann, however, has just received a crucial update on his system, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Now his only goal is to reach the checkpoint. Under the warm glow of a setting sun, a caravan makes its way along a dusty road, its heavy wagons pulled by horses, with guards walking alongside. Suddenly, a hooded figure within the caravan notices movement ahead, a voice echoing, "Hey, people are coming this way." Indeed, a group of armored knights on horseback blocks the path, their leader calling out, "Halt! We are the Knights of Auditen." The caravan comes to a stop as the knight continues. "If you want to pass, you must undergo a thorough inspection." As the situation unfolds, Johann glances at his system window, which displays a message about a checkpoint, hoping he can pass through without drawing too much attention. From the caravan, Eldon steps forward, recognizing the knights. "The Wolves of Auditen? I've done business with them a few times," he states, then addresses the leader directly. "I am Eldons of the Katana Trading Company. I wish to speak directly with the one in charge." Johann, standing near Eldons, hears the company's name and his system reacts, a notification appearing. His system window now highlights the Katana Trading Company as having known service in Mansell, the commercial hub, a detail that sparks a realization within him. The banners of the Katana Trading Company wave proudly, confirming their presence and influence. Meanwhile, at the city of Auditen, a place even the emperor approaches with caution, a stern-faced knight with pointed ears and blonde hair surveys the road, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Mounted on his horse, the Auditen Knight commander addresses an unseen party, declaring they are merely checking for a runaway criminal, then demanding documents for a reasonable cause. His expression hardens, a flash of anger in his eyes, as he mutters about runaway traitors and vows to make this checkpoint the last they find. Beside him, an Auditen soldier steps forward, his voice firm, issuing a final warning and ordering the unseen individual to show their face. The commander, his eyes narrowing, questions the soldier's choice of words, asking away, to which the soldier confirms, "Yes, that's right." With a clenched gauntlet, the commander's anger flares, insulting the unseen person as a worm and ordering his subordinate to get him all smashed up and take it out. The soldier, seemingly hesitant, offers a quiet "or," leaving the implication hanging in the air. The commander's gaze intensifies, his suspicion palpable, as he directly asks, "Are you hiding something?" A tense silence falls between the two knights, their expressions unreadable as they await a response. He clenches his jaw, a silent curse escaping him as the situation intensifies. His bandaged arm, a testament to recent struggles, remains steady, but his thoughts betray a growing resolve. If it has truly come to this, he has no choice but to fight. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the tension, declaring, "Enough." The masked man's hand tightens, his internal frustration still palpable, but the interruption has shifted the focus. Eldons, the beastfolk merchant, steps forward, his voice firm as he addresses the Auditen soldier, reminding him that the last of the caravan goods are being carried, and demanding to know why the soldier hasn't brought his commanding officer as instructed. The soldier, taken aback, attempts to assert authority, warning Eldons against further provocation or he will report him to his captain. Eldons's expression hardens, his yellow eyes narrowing as he retorts that he will personally report the incident to the Marcel branch. His gaze unwavering, the merchant then issues a direct order to the soldier to clear the way for them. The Auditen soldiers exchange frustrated glances, one of them letting out a disgruntled click of the tongue, clearly annoyed by Eldons's unexpected assertiveness. Frustration etched across his face. An Auditen soldier curses under his breath, having been forced to yield to Eldons's unexpected authority. With the path now clear, the caravan continues its journey along the winding dirt road, leaving the disgruntled knights behind. As the caravan presses on, Johann, cloaked and hooded, separates from the group, a sense of relief washing over him as he finally leaves the tense situation behind. Meanwhile, the Auditen knight commander stands stoically, observing the departing caravan with his soldiers, their expressions unreadable. Later, under the serene glow of a full moon, the night sky blankets the land. Johann, now alone in the forest, meticulously checks his gear, preparing himself for the goblin subjugation mission he anticipates will be assigned to him. Elsewhere, Eldons pores over documents, his brow furrowed in thought as he reviews the intricate details before him. As the campfire crackles, Eldons confirms, "Oh, you said your name was Johann, right?" To which he replies, "Thank you." The beastfolk watches him intently, his yellow eyes reflecting the dim light. A faint smile touches Johann's lips, a rare moment of peace. Later, a rolled-up sleeping bag unfurls with a soft thud, a simple comfort in the wilderness. He walks through the quiet forest, a thought echoing in his mind. "I don't think getting some sleep will be this hard." Finally settling down, he sighs, "Finally, I can rest." And with that, the hunter drifts into a deep slumber, the forests embrace his temporary sanctuary. He rests peacefully beneath the moonlit canopy, his form barely visible amidst the dense forest undergrowth. Suddenly, a sharp, rustling sound cuts through the night, stirring him from his slumber. His eyes snap open, a fierce determination replacing the calm of sleep as he barks a command. Meanwhile, a group of armored figures, positioned on a nearby hill, finalize their ambush strategy, one of them declaring, "We'll surround them from the hill and strike them all at once." Then, a deafening crash echoes through the trees. At the Auditen military base, where an officer's rank is determined by their ability to lead troops and their tactical skills, a staff sergeant stands out among the formations. He consistently carries out orders with precision, leading his troops to victory even when facing overwhelming odds. Displaying initiative in every scenario, he has become an undeniable example to his fellow trainees. This exceptional soldier is Battalion Commander Lieutenant Ju, a figure of respect and admiration. His gaze holds a quiet intensity. A slight smile plays on his lips as he thinks, "Good thing I wasn't deployed in Boom." But beneath the surface, a deeper thought emerges, a frustration with what he perceives as an unadapted, backward military culture. Johann Eitz grumbles to himself, lamenting the unfairness of his situation, where he's forced to endure harsh conditions and freezing cold. But even worse than the physical discomfort is the insult of a paycheck so meager, it's barely more than a rat's tail. He curses the injustice, feeling utterly exploited. In his mind, he comically throttles a small, rat-like creature, imagining the audacity of anyone who would dare to pay him so little, especially when he's capable of so much more. His frustration boils over, a raw, desperate cry escaping him. As he screams internally, "Damn it all!" His eyes snap open, wide with a sudden, intense realization. As he lies on his bed, a sword resting beside him, wondering if the entire ordeal was just a dream. A grimace twists his lips, the lingering bitterness of his thoughts still fresh. He sprints through the moonlit forest, a blur of motion against the dark foliage, glancing back over his shoulder as if expecting pursuit. Above, a solitary full moon casts an ethereal glow, illuminating the vast, silent expanse of a night sky. Suddenly, a volley of arrows streaks through the air, their dark fletchings aimed directly at his back. With a sharp, almost imperceptible movement, he twists, evading the deadly projectiles. His hand instinctively goes to his hip, drawing a dagger with practiced ease. His eyes, glowing with a faint blue light, widen in recognition as he realizes, these are the Audi-10 Knights. Observing the armored figures closing in behind him, Johann Eitz confirms his suspicion. Those dark bastards are indeed after him. A frustrated sigh escapes him, wondering how they managed to track him down after he thought he'd made it through safely. He knows what he must do next. He needs to warn the mercenaries first. He recoils, a stark realization hitting him. Meanwhile, the commander of the Audi-10 Knights, his face etched with surprise, can only question how this could be happening. It is, without a doubt, an enemy ambush. Elsewhere, a grizzled mercenary leader, Gamson, recalls witnessing something significant before the rain began, now pondering a deeper question. He explains that only certain individuals possess the ability to track them so relentlessly, even through the heaviest downpour. His subordinate's incessant questioning quickly wears on his patience, prompting a sharp retort. The subordinate, confused, asks if this means the Audi-10 Knights weren't entirely wiped out as believed, a notion Gamson considers thoughtfully. Gamson dismisses the fate of the Knights, his true concern lying with their uncanny ability to track through rain and fog. Gamson muses, reflecting on the past, that if one cannot understand what truly matters, they won't last long. He closes his eye, lost in thought, and continues, explaining how he became a mercenary because he didn't want to rot away in a place like Blackwater Village, wanting instead to live like a real man. His younger companion interjects, a single word hanging in the air. The younger man presses on, asking if Gamson thinks the Audi-10 Knights didn't burn alone, as Gamson's brow furrows in thought. A sudden realization dawns on Gamson's face, and his companion questions what the hell is that gap, wondering if they want to die. Suddenly, they are both running through the dense forest, the chilling truth hitting them. It's an enemy ambush. Gamson's eyes widen in alarm as they flee, the ambush now undeniable. He and his companion scramble through the dense forest, a sudden volley of arrows forcing them to dive for cover. As the blonde mercenary throws himself to the ground, narrowly avoiding the deadly shafts, arrows thud into the earth all around them, until, just as suddenly as it began, the rain of projectiles ceases. Gamson looks back, his companion calling out, "No, Gamson, call the others." A grimace of fury twists his features. As he mutters, "That son of a bitch." He then turns to the blonde mercenary, relief washing over his face as he exclaims, "Can, thank goodness you're safe." The mercenary, now identified as Can, looks up, confirming. Arrows came flying in. It's an ambush. The commander, his face grim, demands to know if Eldon's is safe, quickly adding that they'll discuss it later. Meanwhile, Johann, observing the chaotic scene, identifies someone hiding under a wagon. Nearby, Gamson urges Can that they must retreat, his companion agreeing with a worried expression. Lieutenant Ju, ignoring the mercenary's plight, barks orders for a circular defensive line to form around the wagon. Johann's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he questions the strategy, wondering if they're meant to attack to fight. Gamson, overhearing the commander's plan, dismisses his concern, assuring him that they'll handle their own situation. Johann's face contorts in a surprised gasp, the unexpected turn of events catching him off guard. With renewed urgency, the commander shouts for his soldiers to grab their shields, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. As the commander's voice rings out, his soldiers immediately fall into formation, shields raised and weapons ready, awaiting the impending assault. Meanwhile, Johann, observing the disciplined ranks, recalls a similar battle he once fought, a memory stirring within him. He approaches one of the armored figures, requesting a shield to join their defense. But the soldier, his face grim as monstrous forms emerge from the shadows, rejects him outright, explaining they barely have enough for themselves. The refusal stings, leaving Johann to curse under his breath, realizing the depth of their distrust. His sky-blue eyes narrow, a flicker of determination replacing his initial surprise. From the dark woods, a hulking beast with glowing red eyes charges forward, its roar echoing through the trees as the ambush begins in earnest. The Auditin soldiers meet the onslaught head-on, their formation holding firm against the tide of snarling creatures. Johann watches the chaos unfold, a new question forming in his mind about the true nature of these attackers and the strength of the Auditin knights. The Auditin commander, his face grim, barks a single, urgent command. His voice cutting through the tense air as he orders, "All units, charge." With a unified roar, the Auditin soldiers surge forward, their armor clanking as they rush headlong into the fray. From a slight distance, Johann watches the charge unfold, a question forming in his mind. If everyone rushes in, who will protect the wagon? The battle erupts instantly as grotesque monsters, their forms a blur of claws and teeth, crash into the Auditin lines, their savage cries echoing through the forest. One soldier, caught off guard, takes a brutal hit, but retaliates with a desperate swing of his weapon. The Auditin forces meet the onslaught with fierce determination, their blades flashing against the monstrous horde. The commander, amidst the chaos, shouts a rallying cry, reminding his troops that to give ground means certain death. The soldiers respond with renewed vigor, their battle cries mingling with the roars of the beasts as the fight intensifies. As the battle rages, a soldier takes a brutal hit, blood splattering from the impact. Amidst the chaos, a mercenary shouts a desperate warning, "Captain Gorin." Nearby, Kin swings his blade with savage force, roaring, "Die." But the tide of battle suddenly shifts as a mercenary, Gam, finds himself slammed to the ground, a vibrant purple energy pinning him down. Johann Eitz, his own purple aura flaring around him, curses under his breath, "Ah, damn it all." He moves with blinding speed, a mercenary recoiling from a powerful blow, and another is sent flying by a devastating, purple-infused kick, leaving a third mercenary stunned and surprised, barely able to utter a confused, "Huh." Johann raises his sword, ready to deliver a final strike, his intervention swift and brutal. A mercenary stares down at the new weapon in Johann's hand, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. The blade itself, now glowing with a malevolent red energy, seems to hum with an ominous power. Another mercenary, recognizing the terrifying aura, cries out that he has gotten his hands on a demonic sword. The mercenaries recoil, their faces contorted in fear and pain, as the sword's dark energy washes over them. The demonic blade's rune letters pulse with a crimson light, absorbing something unseen. From a distance, the pursuer commander watches, his expression grim, wondering if the runes on the sword are absorbing blood. The demonic sword flares with an even more intense, vibrant red, its power undeniable. The mercenary's voice rings out again, a desperate warning, confirming that the enemy is indeed armed with a demonic sword. The commander, witnessing the terrifying display, can barely comprehend a mere peasant wielding such a weapon, realizing there's no way they can beat him. Having just revealed his terrifying demonic sword, he now raises his voice, declaring to the assembled mercenaries, "Listen up, all of you. I am Johann Yates of House Yates." His gaze sharp and unwavering, he challenges them. "Who are you to attack me?" The mercenary captain, Can, watches with a grimace, his face etched with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. Another mercenary, Gam, recoils in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. He's a noble. Johann's eyes, a piercing sky blue, reflect the mercenary's growing terror as his name, Yates, reverberates through the forest. A flicker of internal thought crosses his mind, wondering if a slight alteration to his name should truly be such a problem. The mercenary's panic intensifies, one of them stammering, "H. House Yates. I don't know what you're talking about, but that means he's a noble, right? If he's using a fake name, he's dead. It must not be your business, but he's a noble." Gamson, among the terrified group, voices their collective despair. "We're so screwed for messing with a noble house." As the red glow of his demonic power intensifies, transforming his attire into an elaborate, dark ensemble, Johann Eitz simply poses a single, chilling inquiry, question. A crimson glow emanates from the newly transformed Johann Eitz, his power radiating with an almost palpable heat. He stares down at the terrified mercenaries, his voice cutting through the silence with a chilling ultimatum. "Well, you surrender now, or..." His eyes burn with an infernal red light as he finishes. "Will you meet your end by this sword?" The ornate details of his new armor shimmer with the same menacing energy, a clear sign of the overwhelming force he now commands. The mercenaries recoil in horror, their faces contorted in despair, as Kin shouts, "What are you bastards?" Heavy, ragged breaths escape one of their number, his fear a tangible presence in the air. Then, with a sharp clang, a sword drops from a mercenary's trembling hand, hitting the ground near Johann's foot. The sound echoes through the forest as more weapons follow, clattering onto the earth in a growing pile. Huddled together, their faces pale with terror, the mercenaries finally concede. We surrender. As the mercenaries knelt before him, Johan's gaze fell upon Kan, who could only stammer out his name in terrified acknowledgement. With a chilling command, he ordered the remaining mercenaries to be bound, their resistance utterly broken. His eyes glowing with an ominous blue light, and a faint red aura radiating from him, Johan declared that they were free to cut down anyone who dared to resist. Johan 8 stands alone in the dim forest, his gaze distant, as if contemplating the path ahead. Nearby, a fox-like beast folk, Eldens, turns to an Auditan soldier with a worried expression, asking what they should do about the noble. Johan, now facing a group of mercenaries, including Gamson, Gam, and Kan, seems to be addressing their concerns, while Eldens' voice echoes, questioning the decision to let them join when they asked. Eldens looks towards Johan, his concern evident, believing that allowing the mercenaries to join counts as earning their goodwill. Johan, however, dismisses the worry with a calm assurance, stating he will smooth things over and instructing Eldens to simply stay quiet and observe. Eldens, still uneasy, wonders if the noble had a hidden meaning behind his words, to which Johan simply responds with a thoughtful ah. The beast folk then muses to himself, pondering if the noble's words imply that he will protect them, even if he doesn't know how. Still contemplating the implications of their new companions, Eldens hears Johan's voice, dismissing his concerns about safety. A flicker of surprise crosses the beast folk's face, as Johan reiterates his assurance. His voice remains calm and steady. Then, with a casual shift in tone, he makes a new request. The mercenary leader, Kan, quickly interjects, his voice eager to please and promising any assistance. Johan simply acknowledges the reply. Eldens, however, turns his attention to the approaching mercenary group, his unease palpable as he questions their presence and how their location was revealed. Kan attempts to explain the necessity of formal communication, but Eldens' expression remains one of deep concern. Finally, Johan agrees to formalize the arrangement. Suddenly, a harsh voice cuts through the night, demanding they hurry up and move, accusing them of being thieves, as Johan and Eldens find themselves surrounded by a group of armed mercenaries. Facing their captors, he demands to know who they are and why they've launched this attack. His gaze sharpens, directly addressing the apparent leader, asking if he is in charge of this ambush. A mercenary responds, their words echoing with a chilling revelation. They are the private army of House 8. Eldens' eyes widen in recognition, his voice filled with a somber weight as he begins to recount the tragic history of a house that was wiped out, a noble lineage of the Auditan Empire's royal family. He speaks of the unspeakable atrocities committed against them, those who slaughtered women and children without mercy. His words paint a grim picture of the perpetrators, identifying them as the feared wolves of Auditan. He resisted desperately, a lone figure against overwhelming odds, but the tide of battle had already turned. A voice from the past echoes, justifying their actions. But since the Northerners turned their backs on us, we're corrupted perpetrators. Eldens recounts, his face etched with the pain of memory. We were defeated, and had no choice but to retreat. The noble executioner. He places a hand on Johan's shoulder, his gaze firm. It's probably him. Johan's eyes glow with a fierce red light as the name is revealed, the Emperor's hunting dog, Carawan. Eldens continues, describing a past encounter, a crime worthy of death. We never would have suspected a noble family traveling with a beast folk caravan. The memory shifts to the Imperial Army's pursuit, charging them and calling them thieves. He explains the betrayal, how the Northerners turned their backs, labeling them corrupted perpetrators, though he admits he can't justify banditry. Yet, the desperation of their past rings clear. We had to do something to survive. His eyes still burning with a fierce red glow, Johan demands to know if there was any other reason for the betrayal of his house. A mercenary, Gamson, quickly denies it, insisting that the trading company was established solely to protect the survivors. Eldens, his face contorted in anger, curses the Auditan Empire, reminding them of the history of trading companies in times of trust. Johan, still reeling from the revelations, questions the extent of the damage he suffered because of their actions, his voice rising in a desperate plea for them to stop. Gamson urges him to calm down, acknowledging the truth in his words, before posing a chilling question about the Emperor's true motives. As his eyes glow with an even more intense crimson light, Johan realizes the full horror of the situation. The Emperor had used them all as a pretext. There was no other reason for the atrocities committed against House 8. The Emperor simply wanted to torment them. The Emperor merely sought a flimsy excuse to purge the nobles, an opportunity to unleash Carawan, his terrifying hunting dog. The monstrous figure of Carawan looms in his mind, a chilling embodiment of the Emperor's cruelty. He considers the bandit's fate, a dark thought crossing his mind. That guy deserves the most horrible death imaginable. Yet, looking at them, he acknowledges they are also victims of power. With that said, it's also true they became bandits, and he's not sure what to do with them. Gamson, sensing his dilemma, asks what they should do with them, while Eldens adds that they can't just leave them, as they're still alive. Johan, his gaze firm, states that they've sufficiently gathered the information they need, a statement Gamson acknowledges with a simple, understood. Suddenly, one of the bandits, misinterpreting Johan's words as a death sentence, screams a desperate challenge. Then let's beat them to death. But before the bandit can even move, a swift, unseen force strikes him, eliciting a terrified shriek. A powerful impact ripples through the air, as Gamson's fist connects brutally with the bandit's face, sending blood spraying and the man reeling. Gamson's grip tightens around the bandit's throat, lifting him clear off the ground. As another bandit cries out in alarm, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping him?" Gamson's gaze is cold as he replies, "They don't have to be alive to flush them out." The protesting bandit gulps, nervously acknowledging, "Oh, that. Yes, yes, of course." Meanwhile, the remaining bandits fall to their knees, pleading desperately, "Sir Knight, please, spare us." Their voices crack with fear. "We'll never do anything bad again. Please show us mercy just this once." But Gamson ignores their pleas, a sickening crunch echoing through the forest as he chokes the first bandit into unconsciousness. Turning to the cloaked figure, Gamson offers, "If you say the word, I'll execute them immediately, Sir Johann." Johan's response is swift and silent, the metallic rasp of his sword leaving its sheath cutting through the tense air. With a resolute gaze, Johann issues his command, telling Gamson to disarm the captured bandits and let them go. The mercenaries look on in surprise, one of them exclaiming, "You're letting them live?" Johann, however, remains firm, instructing them to listen carefully. Gamson acknowledges his commander's wishes, agreeing to disarm the men and send them away. But a flicker of indignation crosses his face as he adds, "Robbing them is unacceptable." Johann's response is sharp, a declaration that they have only learned skills to survive. Gamson's eyes widen in dawning realization, muttering about a noble. He then turns his gaze to the cowering bandits, challenging Johann's perspective. "Do you think these people obtain their wealth through hard work and not to steal?" Lying disarmed on the ground, one of the mercenaries, Goran, explains his loyalty, stating that he is only there because his employer pays well. Another mercenary, his face contorted in frustration, laments their current predicament, wishing they had learned better survival skills to avoid such a situation. As Johann stands over them, the mercenaries express their gratitude, thanking the knight for their release. One of them, still on the ground, vows, "We won't forget this." The blonde mercenary, now standing, agrees with his comrade's earlier sentiment, insisting they should avoid getting dragged into such trouble again. Gamson, standing beside Johann, acknowledges his commander's words, confirming his understanding. Meanwhile, in a desolate, rocky expanse, the monstrous form of Karawan looms against the sky. The creature's dark silhouette is stark against the barren landscape, its presence radiating an unsettling aura. A close-up reveals its menacing face, with glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target. After the encounter with the mercenaries, and before heading to Marseille, Johann's group decided to make a stop at a small place known as Rutzbeck village, their carriage and horses approaching its sturdy wooden gate. He gripped the reins of his horse, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The vast, open landscape stretched around them, a quiet moment before their arrival. As they reached the village, an elderly man with a long, white beard stepped forward, announcing to his people, "Village chief, Sir Johann of the Auditon Knights has arrived." The village chief, his expression firm, simply replied, "Got it." Johann stood at the village entrance, observing the humble dwellings before him. A voice called out to the chief, drawing his attention. As Johann arrives in Rutzbeck village, a familiar, boisterous voice calls out, "It's been months." The fox beast folk, Eldens, beams at him. "Eldens, it's nice to see you." Eldens, still grinning widely, asks if anyone died on the way, then quickly dismisses the question with a wave of his hand. "Oh, don't even ask." He then recounts how Johann ran into some bandits on the road, lamenting that ever since the Auditon Knights started cracking down, the quality of bandits has gone down. Walking alongside Johann, Eldens bursts into laughter, clearly amused by his own story. He continues, crediting Johann's prowess with the sword, "All thanks to the noble who traveled with us." In Eldens's vivid recollection, Johann was unbelievably brave, a true hero. Then, as if a new thought strikes him, Eldens muses, "Oh, a noble, huh? Now that you mention it, a noble did pass through here a few weeks ago." He concludes the anecdote with a dismissive gesture. "So I beat him up a little and chased him out of the village." He lets out a sigh, still unable to fully grasp the young man's selflessness. He continues, explaining that there's no need to worry about his temper, as he's simply brave and upright. Eldens then shifts the topic, recalling how even after chasing out the bandits, Johann didn't ask for any reward at all. The old fox shakes his head, musing that this kind of person is rare to talk about these days. Johann listens intently, while Eldens's thoughts drift to a different kind of individual, wondering what happens if a noble becomes a rogue and disregards public safety. He recounts how he had to chase out such a noble from the village just a few weeks prior, a truly troublesome individual. Eldens emphasizes that with bandits becoming weaker, it's these nobles who pose a greater threat, making a proper knight a strong pillar for public safety. Indeed, in this era, a true knight is essential for maintaining order. Without such figures, even a mercenary band could become a significant threat to public safety. Eldens, still conversing, remarks on the perfect timing of their departure. suggesting they should stay for a few days before leaving. He continues, explaining that they need to get out of the village before things get out of hand. He then mentions a noble he had to expel, noting that such individuals are far more dangerous than mere bandits, especially in an era where true knights like Sir Johann are desperately needed. Johann, however, is preoccupied with a different thought, internally grumbling about the wrinkly baldy trying to snatch his companion away. Eldens, seemingly sensing Johann's internal struggle, looks on with a surprised expression, muttering about trying to get into the conversation. He then shifts back to the previous topic, asking about this precious noble Johann mentioned. Meanwhile, the very noble they speak of is in a far less dignified state. Johann sits slumped on the ground, a weary ugh escaping him as he internally protests that he is not a beggar. Despite his protests, his current appearance suggests he looks exactly like someone about to die on the street, like a beggar. Eldens' voice cuts through the quiet, addressing him. Sir Johann. He looks up, a question in his eyes, asking, "What is it?" The merchant extends a hand. "Please take this." It's a heavy pouch, coins spilling out and glinting in the light. As Eldens explains, "It's the money you seized." His hand reaches out instinctively, exclaiming, money." Standing in the village street, Eldens continues, "We sold off all the goods we confiscated. It's not a huge amount, but it's a decent amount." He then questions Johann. "You didn't take any for you? You're the one who captured them, aren't you?" Johann simply hums, a thoughtful expression on his face. Finally, he says, "Here, take it and split it with your men." Eldens stammers, utterly bewildered by the unexpected gesture. What? He stares, dumbfounded, as Johann calmly states that he has already taken his share. A few coins clatter to the ground as the young man adds, "It's fine." Eldens, still reeling, can only manage to ask, "You've only taken that much?" A slight smile plays on Johann's lips as he reiterates, "It's not fine at all." He thinks to himself that compared to the mountains of rotten goods, this amount is nothing, but he knows that even a small sum can change lives. He remembers the feeling of being a beggar, and how much he hated it. Eldens, however, is still struggling to comprehend, muttering, "Besides, I didn't fight by myself." Johann's expression hardens slightly as he explains, "We fought together, so that means we're now comrades." Eldens' eyes widen as he realizes the implication, and he stammers, "This should be distributed among your men, Johann." A blush creeps onto Eldens' face as he calls out, flustered, "Sir Johann." A heart that cares for others, even those once considered enemies, is the true dignity of a knight. As the mercenaries gather, their leader calls out, "Listen up." He addresses the assembled group, "You lot. Sir Johann has shown generosity to you all." The news is met with stunned silence. Then a voice echoes, "And distributed the proceeds from selling the spoils of war." Eldens, with a commanding gesture, instructs his men to line up and come forward one by one to receive your share. The mercenaries exchange bewildered glances, whispering, "What did I hear correctly?" To us. Their faces are a mixture of shock and disbelief, as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. And one of them, Gam, shouts in utter astonishment, "What?" Urgent shouts echo through the night, carrying a single name, a desperate plea for Johann. The calls persist, piercing the quiet darkness. Nearby, a weathered sign for an inn hangs, offering a brief moment of stillness before the impending disturbance. Inside, Johann stirs in his sleep, a soft grunt escaping him as he remains oblivious to the commotion outside. The insistent knocking at his door begins, a rhythmic thudding that grows louder. With a slow creak, the door begins to open. Johann rustles beneath his covers, his body reacting to the intrusion even before his mind fully registers it. His eyes snap open, glowing a fierce, electric red in the dim light. Fully awake and instantly alert, he sits up, a dagger already clutched firmly in his hand, ready for whatever awaits him. His eyes still burning with an inner light, he hears a desperate cry pierce the forest silence, a voice screaming his name. The night before the attack on Johann, a mercenary leader, Can, bellows orders to his men, reminding them that Johann had shown grace by distributing the proceeds, and now it was time for the spoils of war to begin. A collective gasp rises from the gathered figures, their faces a mix of fear and anticipation as they prepare to line up. Can's voice echoes through the forest, his command to approach one by one for their share ringing out sharply. From a vantage point above, Johann watches the commotion, the shouts of his name from the crowd barely registering as he observes the scene below, his expression unreadable. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the chaos unfolding as he thinks, "Everybody's fighting over the small amount of money." He reflects on his actions, having distributed all the gold and silver coins, believing this act of goodwill would serve his purpose. Suddenly, a voice breaks his thoughts, asking if he is Sir Johann, to which he responds with a questioning hum. The speaker reveals himself to be Eldens, who then asks if Johann recognizes him. Eldens, with a wide smile, confirms his identity, recalling Johann as the noble who arrived at their village. Johann, accepting the recognition, states his intention to take the best room, while Eldens, having already arranged for the Katana Trading Company to cover the expenses, gestures for him to follow. Johann agrees, admitting his weariness. He simply acknowledges the plan. Eldens, taking the lead, directs them forward. Meanwhile, in another location, a mercenary shouts in frustration, demanding to know why he's the only one left without spoils. You and I? We're the ones who fought. Damn it. The armored mercenary leader, Can, snaps, dismissing the bald man before him. You don't get a cent. Gam clenches his jaw, his face contorting in frustration, muttering, but that's. Before trailing off with a frustrated, damn it. Can merely smirks, his eyes narrowing, thinking, they're just kicking me out. A hint of surprise in his expression. Later, under the cloak of night, Ken walks away from the Katana Trading Company's establishment, a hooded figure following closely behind him. A satisfied smile spreading across his face. He nods to himself, confirming his thoughts about the potion. Yeah, that's it. Inside his new room, a simple meal of wine and bread awaits him on a small table. As he relaxes in a steaming bath, the warm water and bubbles easing his tension. He sighs contentedly. Johann finally feels a sense of peace. Finding immense joy in the simple comforts of a soft bed and a warm bath, a luxury he hadn't realized he'd missed while living as a refugee. He reflects on his past, remembering a time when even the ability to sleep on an old bed felt like an unimaginable luxury. Despite being born into a noble family, he once believed his life was hard. But then came Emperor Bato's first command on the ground. And he wasn't the only one who suffered. Still, he survived, no matter how much worse off he was than most. Yet a deep regret washes over him, making him wonder if he should have accepted karmas. As the panicked man before him screams an offer, Johann considers the implications, knowing that if he were to accept, he would surely be executed. He needs to find another way. A realization dawns on him, a sudden thought about the men who stand before him. These men, who claim Goldust is a matter of honor, are clearly not to be trifled with. A proud mercenary band like theirs wouldn't be intimidated by a mere merchant, he muses. But Eldon's, the fox beast folk, reminds him that they must be wary of the trading company he belongs to. Johann acknowledges this with a quiet, yeah. He recalls learning about the immense power of trading companies back at the academy when he was young. And if he understood the immense power held by a trading company, an entity so influential it could even control a country's army. Such a force could threaten a man's very life, making it impossible for him to even find peace and sleep. His thoughts turned to the immediate problem. He needed to find a way to deal with the trading company that was threatening his life. But for now, as he relaxed in the bath, he decided to put off those weighty concerns and focus on the more pressing question of how he would fill his belly. Later, a signpost pointed the way to a nearby tavern and the town gate, suggesting a journey or a destination. Even in the quiet of his bed, with a sword resting beside him, Johann still seemed troubled, a soft groan escaping him as he tried to rest. His expression tightening, Johann looks up, a sudden alertness in his gaze. Without hesitation, a hand grips the hilt of a sword, its blade beginning to glow with an ominous purple light. The weapon is drawn with a sharp, metallic whisper, fully revealing the vibrant, glowing edge. You people really never learn, do you? He demands, his hand reaching out. A pair of blue eyes, peering from behind a dark mask, widen in surprise. Johann seizes the masked figure's arm, pulling him closer. His own eyes now burning with an intense blue glow as he presses, answer me. Are you one of Kerman's lackeys? The glowing purple blade flashes, cutting through the air with a decisive strike. He holds the masked figure firmly, who struggles against his grip, desperately crying out to be released. A swift, blurring motion follows, eliciting a surprised cry from the assailant. A sharp impact rings out, sending the masked figure recoiling from the blow, their face contorted in pain. Overwhelmed, they can only manage a desperate plea, their voice filled with terror. The assailant is dragged further into the darkness, their struggles growing weaker. Then, a hand crackles with vibrant, blue energy, gathering power for a decisive strike. The assailant realized too late the true extent of their opponent's power. A final, thunderous impact echoes through the space, sealing their fate. The man he had fought was not human, a fact that would soon become clear. A sharp, metallic sound echoed. 5 minutes before the incident inside the inn, a different scene unfolded. An elderly man dozed peacefully at a table, his quiet slumber undisturbed, as the world around him continued its busy hum. Nearby, Game, the youngest of the Goran mercenaries, spoke with conviction, assuring his companion, of course. Irene Vilan, another Goran mercenary, responded with a hint of frustration, wondering aloud. You know how quick and efficient he is? We brought a lot of people, but there's no way we can catch him. Hell, the horse fanatic, moves with purpose, knowing he should be stealing the horse right about now, following his plan. Meanwhile, Gamson, a young villager, watches from a distance, uttering a soft wow as he recognizes the magnificent creature as the legendary horse of Rutsek village, noting its incredibly tough appearance. The horse shifts, its movements accompanied by a soft creaking sound. Pell gently calms the animal, whispering, "Shoo, easy boy." Gamson turns to his companion, asking if the world's most expensive horse could truly be that costly. He struggles to recall its name, muttering, "PR, was it?" His companion, however, shifts the topic, inquiring if Gamson has ever seen a sword capable of cutting a goblin clean in half. A vision of a glowing, purple-hued blade appears, a sword with immense destructive power that the companion once saw on the best soldier's body, certainly not a cheap item. As the companion continues, mentioning a knight walking without his sword, a sudden, loud crunching sound echoes, startling both Gamson and his friend. From a high window, he watches, a faint beeping sound echoing in the distance, as something unseen is crushed below. A sudden, painful cough escapes Johann, his eyes flaring with an electric blue glow, as a thud reverberates, signaling a collapse. Elsewhere, a figure in armor is violently struck by a surge of blue energy, overwhelmed by the crushing impact and electric shock. Gamson's eye widens in terror, his mind reeling, demanding to know what in the world is happening. Before he can react, an unseen force seizes him, dragging him away with brutal speed. He struggles, desperately shouting for others to run if they value their lives, his voice laced with panic. But his attempt to flee is cut short, as a firm grip clamps down on his hand. His face contorts in pure dread, realizing his situation is hopeless, wondering if even his suit can save him now. A panicked voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know who stands before him. As a chilling realization washes over the speaker, something is terribly wrong. The older man, Pell, screams in protest, begging his companion not to push him, questioning what kind of trick is being pulled. From a high vantage point on a building's edge, Pell and Gamson survey the scene below. A moment of relief washes over Gamson as he spots a familiar horse, exclaiming Pell's name in recognition, noting his companion's belated arrival. But the relief is short-lived as Pell, now frantic, grabs Gamson's arm, urging him to hurry and get ready. Their feet pound against the ground, a desperate dash through the unknown. Gamson, his face etched with concern, calls out for someone named Vullen. Suddenly, a brutal impact snaps Pell's head back, an unseen assailant striking him with devastating force. He collapses to the ground, the words "he's dead" echoing, or perhaps, "he's about to be fucking dead." Still desperately fleeing through the dense forest, Gamson urges their mount onward, a worried thought crossing his mind about the horse's ability to sustain their escape. Soon, they are on foot, scrambling through the undergrowth, both he and Pell glancing back in terror, their pleas for Vullen echoing through the trees as they push for speed. But their desperate flight is abruptly cut short as a violent, crimson energy erupts from behind them, shattering the air with a concussive force. The sudden, devastating impact sends a wave of pure shock across their faces, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror. A massive explosion of red energy then blasts from the ground where Pell had been, engulfing the area in a blinding, destructive light. Moments later, a figure races through the ruins of a dark city, Johann Eitz carrying Gamson effortlessly over his shoulder, his speed blurring the crumbling structures around them. His gaze is sharp and resolute, his eyes burning with an intense, crimson glow as he presses forward. The Holy Empire's southern outskirts stretch out, a desolate landscape marked by a solitary, barren tree against the vast sky. Suddenly, a heavy impact echoes through the quiet, as something large settles into place with a resounding thud. Ken lets out a relieved sigh, declaring the task complete, while Gam confirms the warning notice is now firmly in their hands. The newly erected wooden sign stands tall, bearing a stark warning notice. Its message clear: these people have their own noble purpose. By my fence, they and their families are the only ones who have managed here. The sign continues, detailing its purpose: exploration of the Holy Empire's southern realm. Ken turns to his companion, asking what he expected to gain from this mission, perhaps even a marriage, to which Gam enthusiastically replies that all he needs to do is find a suitable woman and put a ring on something. Ken then shares a curious rumor, mentioning that the locals only eat chicken and are from barbarian territory, eliciting a surprised "what?" from Gam. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes through the forest as Pell screams out Johann's name, his face contorted in panic. He throws his hands up in exasperation, questioning if all this trouble is truly just for something like that. Meanwhile, Johann continues his journey, his boots steadily treading through the undergrowth. As night falls over a distant settlement, a quiet building stands illuminated by the full moon. Inside, Eldon sips from a cup, enjoying a moment of peace. His furry hand reaches for a bowl, picking at its contents with a contented expression. That tranquility is broken when Gamson approaches, announcing, "Oh, Eldons, there's a problem." Eldons looks up, asking, "What is it?" Gamson explains that the Goran mercenaries have been causing trouble, and Irene Violin has been spotted nearby, making things complicated. A sudden, sharp sound of surprise escapes Eldons, his eyes wide with disbelief. He slams a hand down on the table, the impact echoing his internal frustration. "A what?" escaping his lips. This news is troublesome, he thinks, having hoped to meet Sir Johann, and now traveling with Marcel, he finds himself in a complicated situation. His expression remains tight with annoyance, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Just then, Captain Gamson arrives, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere, and Eldons realizes that the rest of them will now be forced to deal with whatever Gamson brings. Marcel observes Eldons, noting his calm demeanor, a quiet acknowledgement of the Katana Trading Company's true nature. Eldons, however, is far from calm, his thoughts racing as he tells himself to settle down, knowing it's impossible to deal with Gamson without careful consideration. He had always held his fire for the sake of their operations, but now he must find a way to handle this man, just in case. A low humph escapes him, his mind already calculating the next move. Under the pale glow of a full moon, a quiet village building stands, its windows casting a warm light into the night. Inside, a meeting concludes, with a villager suggesting they end their discussion there. But before they can disperse, Pell bursts in, his face contorted with alarm, crying out that something terrible has happened. The village chief, calm despite the interruption, simply asks what the matter is. Pell explains, his voice strained, that troublemakers were caught attempting to steal their belongings. His frustration boils over, cursing the useless brats responsible. As another villager questions what they should do, the village chief ponders the situation. His decision is swift and resolute. They must gather tributes to offer to the Goron Knight immediately. Pell, his face contorted in anger, demands that one of the captured slaves be offered as tribute, believing it will ensure the village's safety. And yet, the village chief, his brow furrowed with worry, insists they must prepare tributes to offer to the Goron Knight before the noble. Marcel, aghast at the suggestion, challenges the chief, refusing to allow a child to die. He presses further, accusing the chief of indifference because the children aren't his own, but the chief cuts him off, commanding him to listen. Pell, now enraged, shouts at the others, calling them idiots. The tension in the air is palpable, almost visible, as if the very ground beneath them is cracking under the weight of their disagreement. The village chief, his voice rising, demands to know if they still don't understand the dire situation, reminding them of the Goron Knight's terrifying influence. The village chief continues his impassioned plea, asserting that no one has the right to make the first move against a noble, for that is the only way they can survive. He illustrates his point with a grim example, describing those who covet a noble's property, or dare to do something to offend them. He recounts how entire villages have been wiped out for a single mistake, simply because they stole a chicken and a few bags of grain, emphasizing that all nobles are like that. His voice rising in a furious crescendo, he demands to know what Johann thinks the noble they messed with is going to do. Grabbing Johann by the collar, the chief's rage is palpable. But he quickly composes himself, stating that since Johann interrupted him, he will tell him as much as he can. He warns that the noble might even cut off the hands of everyone in the village, all while babbling about a knight's honor. He continues, his voice heavy with resignation, explaining that their village falls within Count Jarpen's territory. There's no hope of assistance from the Count's house, even if they were to beg for help. Nobles, he laments, only care about their own honor games. His gaze sharpens, challenging his listeners, asking if they truly believe the nobility cares whether they live or die. At a table filled with his fellow villagers, the chief slams his hand down, his frustration boiling over as he urges them to wake up, you fools. An elderly woman beside him listens, her face etched with worry, as the weight of his words settles over the room. The chief looks away, his expression pained, lost in thought. He questions his own resolve, wondering if he should feel good about his actions. With his back to the others, his voice softens with regret, muttering an apology to the children. His voice heavy with resignation, the village chief concludes, but this decision is for the village. Accept it. A collective groan rises from the huddled villagers, their faces etched with despair as the weight of his words settles upon them. They murmur in anguish, the sound a mournful echo of their shattered hopes. Observing the scene, Johann's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the distressed crowd. A grim realization dawns on him, the situation far more complicated than he initially believed. He had thought himself capable of handling it, but these were no ordinary nobles. They were an expensive crowd, backed by significant power. His thoughts drift to the glowing red sword he'd seen, a clear sign of their formidable equipment and the true extent of their threat. With a resolute glint in his eyes, he decides to keep his distance from now on, reassessing his strategy. Meanwhile, the terrified villagers huddle closer, as a chilling voice suggests, let's scare them and then let them go. He sits, observing the scene with a grim expression. A mercenary kneels before him, asking if he is all right. His gaze sharpens, a clear, no, I'm not, escaping his lips. A low growl of frustration rumbles in his chest. He questions the mercenary, demanding to know if threatening the villagers with blades is their idea of treating them as sleeping guests. Behind the mercenary, several villagers remain on their knees, their faces etched with fear. One of them bows his head to the ground in utter submission. The mercenary, a fresh wound visible on his forehead, attempts to shift the blame, claiming it's the villagers' fault for being uncontrollable. But Johann cuts him off, his voice firm, declaring the charade over. He looks down at the kneeling mercenary, his voice firm as he reiterates his command. All right, that's painful. Next time, you may all leave now. Understood. But the mercenary's gaze falls to a sword on the ground, a defiant thought burning in his mind. That's why. Eight's eyes glow with an intense blue light, a silent warning of the power he wields. Ignoring the warning, Gamson springs to his feet, a knife flashing in his hand as he snarls. I will personally make up for it by cutting off these wretches' heads. Before the mercenary can even move, Eight's is a blur, closing the distance in an instant, as Gamson shouts, for honor. A dark aura flares around Johann, his expression cold as he dismisses the mercenary's words. You think you can even interfere? I have no such thing as honor. Still defiant, Gamson's face contorts in rage. Those who have sullied your honor deserve to die. But his words are cut short as an unseen force grips him by the neck, lifting him from the ground, his knife still clutched uselessly as he chokes out, "Gah, please don't kill me. Other them." A desperate, internal plea escapes him. "I'm sorry, Vulin." Gamson, utterly broken, cries out in desperation, his voice cracking as he begs for his life, pleading for his son's sake. But Johann offers no reprieve, instead bringing his foot down with a thunderous impact, shattering the very ground beneath him with a burst of purple energy. His eye glows a menacing red as he stares down at the cowering mercenary, his voice a chilling whisper. He demands to know if they truly fail to hear his command to stop. Another mercenary, knife clutched tight, can only stare back in wide-eyed terror, paralyzed by the sheer force of Johann's presence. Gamson and his comrade lie defeated on the forest floor, their faces contorted in abject fear. Around them, the other mercenaries are strewn about, unconscious or utterly subdued, as Johann stands amidst the wreckage, an aura of dark power radiating from him. From a distance, the villagers watch the horrifying display, one of them questioning if everyone has lost their minds. He considers the villagers' cries for justice, their anger fueled by the mercenaries who had come to kill and plunder. If they truly wanted the mercenaries to pay for their crimes, then money would be the most fitting retribution. He repeats the thought, a clear solution forming in his mind. A moment of silence follows, as if awaiting a response, then a slight flicker of uncertainty crosses his expression. Standing before the gathered villagers and the defeated mercenaries, he wonders if his suggestion was perhaps too obvious, too simple for their expectations. Clearing his throat and holding up a single coin, he prepares to reiterate his proposal. For him, the answer is clear. No amount of honor could ever outweigh the sanctity of a human life. With that conviction, he issues his command, ordering the immediate release of Gamson and all his men. A dagger remains plunged into the earth, a stark reminder of the recent conflict. As the mercenary leader, Gamson, kneels, his eyes wide with disbelief at the glowing figure of Sir Johann. He can only stammer out his name, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. His head bowed in shame and awe, he acknowledges the noble decision Johann has made. Meanwhile, a young man, Marcel, kneels, embracing an older woman who cries out in relief, while he apologizes profusely for his past actions. He holds her close, expressing his profound gladness that she is safe. Gamson's thoughts race, unable to believe such nobility truly exists, realizing that Eldons had been telling the truth all along. Tears well in his eyes as he looks up, apologizing for ever doubting Sir Johann. With the other mercenaries kneeling around him, Gamson leads them in a chorus of heartfelt thanks to Sir Johann. They vow never to forget his kindness, admitting their failure to recognize his true nobility and their own foolish rage. Sir Johann, the mercenary leader cries out, his voice thick with remorse as he remains bound and kneeling before him. He looks down at the defeated group, a stern warning in his tone. Consider yourselves lucky, you brats. If it were another fight, you would have died horribly. The ropes bite into Gamson's wrists, a stark reminder of his defeat. Hurry up and kill me already, he pleads, his head bowed in utter despair. A grimace twists his features. Damn it, he mutters to himself. I may have gotten older with time, but I'm still deafeiny. A sharp, frustrated cry escapes him. Yua. Suddenly, a new figure emerges from the shadows, a man with an eye patch and a cold, calculating gaze. Gamson's eyes widen in shock as the man's voice cuts through the air. That'll make it easier for you. As the mysterious hooded figure stands before him, a sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, causing Gamson to stammer in disbelief. Then, with a violent, tearing crash, a massive crimson burst of energy erupts, splattering across the scene. From a distance, silhouetted against the ominous red glow, Johann Eitz watches the unfolding chaos. His piercing blue eyes are fixed on the disturbance, his expression grim. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, as if something unexpected has just occurred. Meanwhile, Gamson can only manage a bewildered, drawn-out sound, still processing the sudden, shocking turn of events. A sudden, powerful force slams into Johann, sending him reeling with a violent impact. The blow tearing through his defenses and throwing him backward, a spray of blood erupting from the point of contact. He crashes against an unseen barrier, the impact echoing with a heavy thud. His face contorts in pain as he slams into the ground, the force of the attack leaving him stunned. His body crumples, falling awkwardly from the sheer momentum. But as he recovers, Johann's eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue glow, his voice a low growl as he demands, "Do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, Can, the mercenary with the eye patch, watches with a cold, calculating gaze, a hint of challenge in his voice as he muses, "Under the Emperor's eye?" Elsewhere, the Rutzbeck village chief kneels in supplication, his face etched with despair, while Marcel and the other villagers stand behind him, their expressions a mixture of fear and helplessness. Can's voice cuts through the tense air, accusing his opponent of not taking his words seriously, and asserting that he wouldn't have to see their blood. Johann grunts, reeling from an unseen blow, his eyes glowing with an intense, electric blue light. The surrounding mercenaries watch, their expressions a mix of surprise and awe. Kan continues, addressing Johann directly, reminding him that even the Emperor's eye cannot defy Gamson's orders. He declares that Gamson's commands cannot be trampled, not when the honor and lives of their Gorn mercenary group are at stake. A defeated mercenary lies on the ground nearby, a testament to the group's rules, as Kan insists he was merely protecting their honor. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, Johann draws his blade, the metal glinting sharply. He holds the weapon ready, his stance firm and resolute. Kan, observing his opponent's readiness, challenges him further, stating that if he still believes he has defied authority, then he should punish him. As the mercenary leader stands firm, he declares his acceptance of any punishment, no matter how severe. Meanwhile, the young man's eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue light, a silent testament to the power stirring within him. He acknowledges the truth in Kan's words, admitting that he cannot escape the weight of his own past actions alone. A determined expression settles on his face as he realizes the mercenary is risking his life to protect the woman they both care for. His hand moves with swift purpose, gripping the hilt of his blade. Seeing the movement, Kan's eyes widen in surprise, a worried call escaping his lips as the village chief and Marcel watch in stunned silence. With a sharp shing, the blade slides free from its sheath. Standing resolute, sword now drawn, Johann offers a quiet apology, his stance unwavering. Marcel, witnessing the unexpected display, gasps in realization, recognizing the true status of the man before them. As his blade remained drawn, Johann offers a surprising apology, leaving Kan to wonder if he truly heard him correctly. With a slight bow, Johann repeats his plea for pardon, his tone firm yet respectful. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he bows deeply, acknowledging Kan's understanding, a gesture that causes the village chief to gasp, recognizing him as Sir Johann. Marcel, aghast at the unfolding scene, demands to know what Kan means by his actions, reminding him of the recklessness of acting up to a noble. Kan, still processing the revelation, can only offer a gruff, almost bewildered acceptance, telling Johann to kick his ass if he ever does it again. The village chief watches Johann's hand, still gripping the sword, his mind reeling at the presence of this noble. His eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief, the chief realizes that this young man is truly different. He is an upright and brave noble, yet he lacks the authoritarian arrogance so common among his kind. Overwhelmed by the unexpected encounter, the village chief wonders how such a person could possibly exist. An unknown entity, its yellow eye gleaming with predatory intensity, declares its ambition, convinced its reputation will only grow. It vows to make someone its ally, no matter the cost. Far below, a small group of travelers makes their way across a vast, sun-drenched landscape. The journey continues, winding through mountainous terrain as the sun begins to set. A hand carefully holds a golden pocket watch, intricately engraved. Johann, riding his horse, gazes at the ornate timepiece, admitting he rarely uses it due to its expense, yet it was a gift. Nearby, Marcel looks down, still processing the implications of the man's true identity, muttering his disbelief. A young woman exclaims in surprise, realizing the man's noble status, and hopes he isn't upset with her. His companion's voice rings out, a desperate cry of Sir Johann. These were the words of the village chief, spoken with profound gratitude, expressing his happiness for the young man. The chief, holding out a bowl of food, then asks about the items he sees. Johann holds up a golden pocket watch, explaining that it is a very precious item. It's a symbol of a noble's eye, he thinks, offering it as a gift, secretly hoping Johann might become his son-in-law. Meanwhile, a young woman looks on, her face etched with concern, whispering his name. Johann, however, seems displeased, remarking that he's never been treated so poorly, and that leaving the chief like this would be risky. The chief, looking worried, expresses his gratitude, and asks permission to offer the young man something to eat before they depart. With understanding reached, a formal announcement is made. Rejoice, Garden. The Honorable Sir Johann has accepted you. He finds himself still wrestling with the decision to take Marcel in, a persistent unease settling deep within him. Even now, the thought of Marcel brings a strange discomfort, a feeling he can't quite shake. Under the quiet glow of the night sky, he reflects on his current state, a stark contrast to his usual life, now eating simple stew and soup while on the run, all thanks to the village chief's generosity. At the makeshift camp, a voice warns the others not to drink any alcohol, to which Kan readily agrees, acknowledging the caution. As he examines his sword, a timid voice calls out to him, addressing him as master. A young woman approaches, holding out a bowl of food, offering him a meal, which he accepts with a simple thanks. He looks at her, a hint of amusement in his tone, asking if she's worried, then firmly instructs her to change how she addresses him, stating he is not her master. She stammers, attempting to ask his name, her words trailing off, before she manages a hesitant, "Thank you, Johann." He watches her go, his thoughts turning critical, wondering how someone so weak, no match for any monster, ended up in this place. He listens as the young woman, seated by the campfire with Marcel, explains that her story isn't particularly interesting, but she's willing to share her own tales. She adds that she's not sure if he'd find it useful, but she was originally a transporter. Johan, his gaze steady, replies that he'd like to hear her story first, prompting her to continue. A slight surprise crosses her face as she acknowledges his request, then she elaborates on her past. She recounts how she delivered weapons made by blacksmiths in nearby areas, often working under the orders of a man named Ibles. Her hands, holding a small, ornate whip, illustrate her point as she explains that she mostly transported weapons. She then admits that after Abel's orders, she ended up smuggling gold, her expression turning slightly downcast. Johan, observing her, questions why she would need to smuggle gold, his expression unreadable. With a soft smile, she explains that she needed a large sum to send to her family, the sound of her voice carrying a hint of resignation. Her voice, filled with a deep sorrow, explains that her younger siblings were sick and starving, which is why she kept delivering the weapons he ordered her to hide. But one day, he reported her to the authorities, leading to her capture by mercenaries. She bitterly recalls how, after serving her purpose, he threw her away like a piece of trash. The young woman's voice trembles, realizing the full extent of the betrayal, asking why he had to be so cruel. She confesses that because of their difference in status, she felt she had no right to speak up. Johan, his expression serious, asks if she at least managed to send the money to her siblings. Tears welling in her eyes, she admits she couldn't, then quickly apologizes for blurting out her story. The money, she explains, was taken from her, leaving her with nothing. She tries to hide her tears, claiming dust got in her eyes. Still recounting her painful past, the young woman assures him he has nothing to apologize for. But a deep frustration burns in his eyes as he clenches his jaw. Her voice heavy with the weight of a world where the powerless are exploited like common criminals, she continues her somber tale. He listens, his hand rising to his face, as she laments her inability to protect her family, a mere struggler against overwhelming odds. His own hand clenches into a fist, the stark difference between the strong and the weak, between those born with power and those without, echoing in his mind, a monstrous shadow looming in his thoughts with glowing purple energy. She speaks of others, like Godin, who became a slave after being used by nobles. Johan's expression hardens, questioning the very justice of such a world, finding it utterly pitiful. He stands, his resolve firm, declaring that this is not something he can simply ignore. A menacing, armored figure with glowing red eyes and a crimson aura flashes in his mind, as he vows to end the rampant exploitation. As a voice calls out, urging him to survive, Johan stands firm, his resolve unwavering. A young woman, her eyes wide with earnestness, confirms her commitment, addressing him as Johan and correcting herself from a more formal address. He looks at her with fierce determination, declaring that now that they are together, they must survive and live. The young woman's expression shifts to one of resolute agreement, her gaze fixed on him. Standing over a crackling campfire, sword and shield ready, Johan is flanked by a hooded, masked companion, both prepared for whatever comes next. Suddenly, an urgent voice cuts through the night, announcing the appearance of a monster nearby. Johan's eyes narrow, a thought flashing through his mind. He has no time to rest. The young woman, equally alert, demands to know its location. Without hesitation, the masked companion points the way, and both he and Johan sprint into the darkness, ready to face the threat. A young woman kneels, her eyes wide with terror, as a frantic cry echoes through the dark forest. "Sir Johan, he's here." In the distance, a pair of ominous, glowing eyes pierce the gloom, and a crimson aura begins to spread across the ground, making it difficult to discern details. Inside their vehicle, the masked companion confirms the presence of a monster, while Johan's gaze remains fixed on the approaching threat. Stepping out into the forest, the masked figure questions him, but Johan simply instructs him to get back. A confident smile plays on his lips, and as the masked companion reaches for his arm, Johan calmly tells him to put his weapons away. As he stands ready to face the unknown threat, a terrified cry pierces the eerie silence of the forest, a villager clutching his head in sheer panic, screaming out Johan's name. Johan, with a calm demeanor, assures someone that everything is fine. Can, however, issues a stern command for them to put their weapons away, prompting Marcel to react with surprise and question the order. Later, Ken agrees to go take a look himself, which makes Marcel wonder if he will truly be okay, knowing that fighting monsters requires specialized skills. Ken then looks down at the two, emphasizing that if they're going to fight, they will need to be prepared. As the conversation about preparation concludes, Johan's senses sharpen, detecting a presence that makes him internally declare, he can't be talking about something like that. Yet, I can feel it. A crimson aura begins to emanate from his form. As the familiar, chilling mana washes over him, a power so intense it feels as though it could freeze a person's very soul. He recalls the piercing, red eyes that stand out in the dark. The red energy around him intensifies, mirroring the memory of those glowing eyes that seem to appear behind him. His feet remaining rooted to the ground. As the name of the creature surfaces in his mind, it's the Black Wolf of Ill Omen. His expression hardens with grim recognition, confirming, it's definitely that monster. A vivid, terrifying image of the beast flashes through his memory, recalling the last time he saw it. He recalls how the creature had attacked the wolves of Acton, not him, even though it could have charged at him at any given moment, and killed him. He knows this truth now. With a grim resolve, Johann calls out, demanding the creature to come out and stop hiding. From the shadows, a pair of malevolent red eyes ignite, surrounded by a swirling, dark aura. A guttural growl echoes through the air, revealing the monstrous fangs of the black wolf. Later, speaking with the village chief, Johann asks if he saw the creature, but the chief denies it, mentioning only rumors of a monster unlike any other. Marcel, standing nearby, questions what monster they are even talking about, clearly unaware of the danger that lurks. As the black wolf of ill omen sniffs the air around him, Johann moves with blinding speed. A powerful punch connects with the creature, sending a shockwave of red energy through its body. The wolf flinches back, recoiling from the unexpected blow. A panicked cry echoes through the forest, calling out his name. Nearby, Marcel lets out a pained grunt as Ken shoves him aside, exclaiming that the young man should move out of the way. Johann, now calmly holding the wolf's head, reassures the onlookers not to be startled. For if this creature is indeed the black wolf, then it is also known as the Guide of Dawn. He continues to hold the subdued creature, its earlier ferocity now replaced by a calm stillness. Suddenly, a small, fox-like creature appears, its large eyes fixed on Johann as it asks for confirmation. He turns, his expression a mix of surprise and concern, as a voice cries out, "Sir Johann." Before him stands a fox-like creature, its fur a vibrant orange and white, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, as it speaks directly to him. "You have finally arrived, Guide of Dawn." Long ago, the black wolf fought valiantly for 3 days and 3 nights alongside its chosen companion, before embarking on a solitary journey. Its path led it to whatever task called, not that of its former ally, for it was destined to become the true Guide of Dawn. A shadowy, wolf-like form looms in the ethereal darkness, its presence a stark contrast to the ancient tales. As the fox-like creature continues its revelation, Johann's eyes widen in disbelief, the words echoing in his mind. The Guide of Dawn is the black wolf of ill omen. The creature elaborates, its voice carrying the weight of forgotten history, explaining that the Guide of Dawn, the black wolf of ill omen, once appeared in the Eastern Empire's Fowlers. Meanwhile, the village chief, his face etched with concern, offers a different perspective, muttering that the story, as it was passed down to the south, became distorted over time. He recounts the legend of the Guide of Dawn as a warrior blessed by a black wolf, a tale he himself shared with the others, while Johann, Can, and Marcel listen intently. The fox creature, its expression intense, reiterates its point, its words cutting through the conflicting narratives. A wave of realization washes over Johann, his brow furrowed in thought, as he finally grasps the true nature of this ancient being. He looks up at the imposing black wolf, which seems to be speaking directly to him, while the creature's deep growl echoes through the forest. Its red eyes glow with an intense light, and a powerful howl erupts from its maw, shaking the very ground. The village chief, witnessing this display, mumbles to himself, realizing he might have misspoken earlier. The black wolf then poses a question, its voice resonating with ancient knowledge, asking if it is indeed the legendary hero, the Guide of Dawn. The village chief's eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him. A passage from the Eastern Empire Fowler states that if you give a name to the divine beast that guides you, it becomes your visage. This new piece of lore sends a jolt through the village chief, who struggles to accept the possibility that this black wolf could be the legendary hero he knows. The thought lingers, what if the creature's words are true? Johann, absorbing all the information, reflects on the implications, knowing there's still more to uncover about the creature's true meaning. The black wolf creature presses its point, asking if he would name it now, explaining that if the legend is true, the divine beast will change. He considers the creature's words, wondering if that is truly how it works. Standing beside the village chief, he ponders a name, trying out Betana in his mind, before pausing to reflect more deeply. His thoughts drift to a past failure, the last time he gave up. He clenches his fist, remembering how he buried that damned memory deep, and realizes what he must do. With newfound resolve, he declares his intention to name the creature. The black wolf creature looks on, surprised, as he bestows upon it the name, Karamov. The transformation begins with a sudden surge of raw power, red energy erupting from the creature's form, engulfing it completely as a deep, resonant hum fills the air. He watches, eyes wide, as the overwhelming force reflects in his gaze. While nearby, Can and Marcel recoil, their faces etched with fear at the spectacle. Then, the chaotic red begins to shift, coalescing into a vibrant blue, swirling with ethereal light. As the creature's very essence reshapes itself within the brilliant aura, distinct features emerge from the glowing energy, taking on a new, majestic form, until the newly named Karamov, now a magnificent bird-like entity, unfurls its wings. And with a final, powerful surge of blue light, ascends into the sky. The majestic, bird-like form of Karamov, now fully transformed, glows with an ethereal blue light, causing Johann's eyes to widen in awe, a soft woe escaping his lips. With a powerful surge of energy, the newly named creature ascends into the sky, its presence now officially recognized as the Guide of Dawn, Karamov. It soars higher, drawing his gaze upward. until it becomes a distant, shimmering speck, before suddenly, a much smaller, glowing form settles gently onto his outstretched, bandaged arm. "I'll be with you, Karamov," he murmurs softly. As Marcel, standing nearby, confirms, "You were right, Johann. This really is Karamov." Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, a voice echoes through the night, questioning, "What are you doing?" Amidst the rustling of leaves, several armored figures stand silently over a prone body in the dark forest. A different voice then asks if everything is proceeding according to plan, only to be met with a reply that things are a bit different than expected, due to what my own eyes have witnessed. As a vibrant blue aura flares around him, Johann stands over the fallen figure, declaring his respect for the individual from the moment they first met. He continues, recounting how the person protected them from bandits, showed mercy to enemies, and even forgave them with honor, concluding with a profound respect for the beast that became the guide of dawn. The voice from before then proclaims him the hero of troubled times. A heavy thud echoes as Johann looks on, his expression resolute. Nearby, Marcel stares in wide-eyed shock, uttering, "Sir Johann is..." And with a sudden flash, a young woman with wide, green eyes gasps, also beginning to say, "Johann is..." As the blue aura around him begins to fade, he stands over the defeated Black Wolf, a voice echoing in his mind, proclaiming him the hero of troubled times. Leaving behind the prone figures of his adversaries, Johann walks away, the sounds of the forest slowly returning to normal. He glances back over his shoulder, a subtle movement in the quiet night. A fox-like beastfolk, Eldens, looks up at him with wide, surprised eyes, as Johann offers a quiet apology. "Sorry, Eldens." Eldens lets out a startled cry, while Johann clarifies his position, stating, "I'm not the kind of hero you think I am." A faint smirk plays on his lips as he continues, "I'm just a wanderer looking for an innocent life, worried about making a living." His expression turns serious, the weight of his words evident, that I'm being dragged around to death, and I'm not even getting paid. Eldens, still looking distressed, tries to interject, suggesting that Johann might be a hero to others, but quickly corrects himself, exclaiming, "W not at all, Sir Johann." Looking up with renewed determination, Eldens then formally requests, "In any case, may I have your permission to join the Dawn Guiding Company?" As he considers the fox-like merchant's offer, his gaze falls upon the intricate details of a small, carved wooden charm he holds, a silent reminder of the world he navigates. He turns his head slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face as he ponders the implications of such a request. The merchant's words echo in his mind, painting a picture of a bustling free trade city, Marcel, renowned throughout the region as a crucial hub for all commerce, a place where such skills would be invaluable. Eldens, sensing his hesitation, presses his case, explaining that he has never heard of a company like the Dawn Guiding Company before. Johann looks down, a faint sigh escaping him as he admits he cannot simply ignore the merchant's kindness. With a surge of vibrant blue energy that swirls around him and his staff, Eldens reiterates his gratitude, his voice filled with earnestness. Johann looks up, his expression unreadable, muttering to himself about the universe and the active trade within it, contemplating the potential benefits of having a merchant by his side. Eldens, still looking up at him with hopeful eyes, reminds him of the age of great wars and the warriors who once gave names to such companies. He considers the potential for rumors to spread about the trading company, and about himself being some kind of hero. A wry thought crosses his mind, wondering how pleasant it would be if he truly were that kind of hero. But he quickly dismisses the notion, reminding himself that this is his life, one without a pact, a wanderer still struggling to make a living, and that's how it is for now. He reaches out, a dark premonition that he will know only suffering looming in his thoughts. Yet, a new resolve hardens within him, declaring that from this point on, things will change. His hand clenches, a surge of purple energy reflecting his conviction, affirming that this time, it is truly different. With a determined gaze, he vows to move forward, step, by his own will. A clear decision made, he commands himself to go. His path now set, he heads towards the city of wealthy merchants, Marcel. A familiar name echoes in his mind, confirming their destination. The grand city of Marcel rises before them, its towering structures reaching towards the clear blue sky. As they approach, a small blonde-haired girl beside him asks, "They must be back here, right?" Johann walks through the bustling city streets with the girl, the sounds of commerce and conversation filling the air. He explains their purpose, "Since we're now in a merchant city, we might as well do some shopping." Suddenly, a small, fluffy, wolf-like creature bounds into view, barking excitedly as the girl reaches down to pet it. She wonders aloud, "Mana, a little wolf that uses mana, or this?" Johann considers her question, a thoughtful expression on his face as he replies, "Oh, right." The journey continued, the days blurring into one another as they traveled through the wilderness, the crescent moon a silent witness to their progress. It was the day before they were set to enter the merchant city of Marcel, and the small group moved steadily through the forest, the black wolf creature trotting alongside them. As they walked, a hooded figure accompanying them spoke, his voice carrying a hint of concern for the creature. "Caraman," he began, his gaze fixed on the wolf. He continued, expressing his worry that a creature so small, yet clearly a monster, might cause an uproar if brought into the city. The black wolf creature, its eyes now glowing with an intense blue light, seemed to respond to the conversation. Suddenly, a powerful surge of blue energy erupted from its form, its body transforming amidst a blinding, vibrant aura, growing larger and more defined with each passing moment. The overwhelming blue light pulsed outwards, filling the surrounding forest with its raw power. Johann, caught in the sudden display of immense magical energy, could only stare in stunned silence. Where a fearsome aura once pulsed, now stood a tiny, blue, fox-like creature, letting out a soft, rough sound. Karaman stares down at the diminutive form, uttering a surprised, "You got smaller?" as Johann observes the change. The blonde girl, captivated by its cuteness, wonders aloud if this adorable creature could truly be the infamous black wolf of ill omen. Cradling the small beast, she smiles, a soft well escaping her lips. Johann, watching her dote on the creature, remarks that they likely won't face any unnecessary problems now. The blonde girl continues to coo, exclaiming, "Oh my, how cute. What an unexpectedly cute puppy." As they approach the town's entrance, a villager expresses concern about the creature, but the blonde girl quickly reassures them, explaining that the little guy has no owner. She further clarifies that as training apprentices, they don't need special permission, especially since they are still on the outskirts of the city. Johann listens to her explanation, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. With a determined expression, the young girl, Godin, offers her services to an unseen merchant, assuring them that if they purchase a large bag, she can manage all the luggage, oil, and vinegar. She then recognizes the merchant, asking if they were the one accompanying Eldons. Her eyes wide with anticipation, she points to an item, pleading to buy it with her meager pocket money. The merchant, seemingly impressed, agrees to the deal, prompting Godin to introduce herself. A single silver coin glints in her hand, as she secures the promise for the items she requested. Meanwhile, Johann, observing the exchange from a distance, wonders aloud what could possibly be acquired with just one silver coin. Minutes later, Godin proudly carries a massive, overflowing backpack, exclaiming that it should be more than enough for their journey, as she walks alongside Karaman and Johann through the city streets. Even after witnessing her incredible negotiation, he can hardly believe it, wondering how they managed to acquire so much with just a single silver coin. The sheer volume of goods now filling Godin's large supply backpack is astounding, a testament to her unique talent. Her incredible gift of gab allows them to sell even shattered monster items for a high price, making them far more valuable than they should be. Not only did she secure all the necessary provisions, but she even managed to get some equipment for free. A satisfied smile plays on her lips, knowing she won't have to worry about crests for a while. Beyond the equipment and consumables, she even received change, somehow leaving them with more money than they started with. Johann's mind races, struggling to comprehend how she bought all of this with just one silver coin, and ended up with more funds than before they began. He considers the implications, thinking if she can sell items for such a high price, then perhaps even Karaman's sword would have been worth it. The thought lingers in his mind, a new perspective on value dawning on him. He clenches his fist, a new understanding dawning on him. If he ever had to go back to his old life, he knew he wouldn't sell his sword. Looking at Godin, he muses, "I guess you were a merchant before you joined our group." A wistful expression crosses her face as she thinks, "I missed this life." She carefully opens a travel bag, her thoughts drifting to the past. "I became a slave, never knowing when I might." Her eyes well up with unshed tears, remembering the daily despair. "But now that I've met you, I know." He listens intently, his expression softening. "I feel like I've received more from you than I've given." "Thank you, Godin." She smiles, reassuring him. "Even if I hadn't been a slave, I'm sure I would still be journeying with you." His eyes widen slightly, a profound emotion stirring within him as he hears her words. He tells Godin he'll be counting on her from now on. To which she responds with a bright, enthusiastic smile, agreeing without hesitation. Then, with a burst of energy, she excitedly suggests they go find Marcel. Johann, who had only ever known himself to trust, now finds himself experiencing a happiness he'd never thought he'd be allowed, especially after arriving in the bustling commercial district. A female merchant, with a warm smile, gestures towards her various wares. He takes a moment to examine a piece of meat, taking a satisfying bite. The merchant explains that a leather pouch, crafted from a monster's hide, is highly resistant to both magic and physical attacks, making it a rare and hard-to-find item. Later, now clad in a different outfit, Johann stands in a forest, looking up at something unseen. He revels in his newfound comfort, thinking about how easily he can now earn money, eat, and drink whenever he pleases, declaring that life in Marseille is truly good. He reflects on his past, remembering how difficult it was to even fall asleep peacefully while traveling. The memory of dark, cold stones chilling him to the bone every time he tried to rest. But now, in Marseille, he feels an overwhelming joy, so happy he could die. With a determined resolve, he makes a firm decision. He will settle down and live here. And so, Sir Johann dreams of a happy life in Marseille. However, fate has other plans for him. The following day, the bustling Marseille city square awaits. He savors a bite of food, a rare moment of quiet contentment, thinking how peaceful life has become. Walking through the bustling streets of Marseille, he reflects that it has been a long time since he last felt this comfortable, this at ease. But a sudden shift in the atmosphere makes him pause, a growing unease settling over him as he realizes something is terribly wrong. His gaze falls upon a group of rough-looking figures in the market square, and the question forms in his mind, another band of bandits? A distraught couple approaches, confirming his fears, explaining that this time, the bandits have taken their daughter and, to make matters worse, stolen all the bridges. The man beside him listens intently, while the villagers express their terror, fearing what tomorrow might bring if these brigands are allowed to continue. He observes the worried faces of the people of Marseille City, a grim realization dawning on him. There are more bandits than he imagined, and with no bridges, the city's atmosphere will surely suffer. A young girl, her face contorted in frustration, curses the situation, her anger palpable. Confronting the group of bandits, he hears one of them arrogantly declare, "I'd pay you later. Do you know who I am?" A gaunt, gray-skinned creature with pointed ears and prominent fangs screams in desperation, insisting he only wants a single skewer. His hunger's so profound that he hasn't eaten in 4 days. This man, a straggler from the Black Wolves of Akafin, is clearly at his limit. Having lost his main group while pursuing Johann, he wandered aimlessly, eventually drifting all the way to Marseille. He tries to bargain, promising payment, but then a sudden realization dawns on him. Johann, startled, lets out a gasp of surprise. The creature's face contorts in a primal scream of rage and frustration. "Bastard," he roars, charging forward with a crude axe, his body a blur of motion. A thought echoes, questioning the very nature of Johann's power. Johann's eyes blaze with a fierce, purple light as he realizes the full implication. They've tracked him all the way to Marseille. His vision swims, the crimson stain on his hands a stark reminder of the violence, and a chilling realization dawns on him. A guttural roar rips through the air, followed by a monstrous figure descending with a furious cry to die. Johann instinctively shields the small child behind him, his gaze locked on the approaching terror. Before the creature can land its blow, a swift, blue arc of energy slices through the air. The monster reels back, its head snapping violently from the impact. Karamov, clad in gleaming armor, stands firm, his sword still mid-swing after delivering the decisive strike. But the respite is short-lived as a wave of similar monstrous figures charges from the forest, their numbers overwhelming. Karamov stares in disbelief at the downed creature, then at the approaching horde, muttering in surprise, "What the? I thought we had lost him. He was here?" Mounting his steed, Karamov declares with unwavering resolve, "With the Queen's royalty, I, Karamov, the sword of the Third Empire, will protect you." He stands resolute in the forest, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as a concerned local asks where everyone is gone, but the knight simply replies, urging them to always watch themselves. Meanwhile, Johann and Godin react with a mix of distress and gratitude, the young girl exclaiming her thanks for whatever aid they've received. With a determined resolve, Karamov's cape billows as he prepares to move. Mounting his steed, he shouts, urging the horse forward with a powerful command. He leads a massive procession of people through the city streets, his voice echoing the call to move quickly. His eye, sharp and focused, betrays no fear, only unwavering purpose. Addressing the gathered populace, he calls out to the citizens of Marseille, his voice ringing with authority. The crowd responds, their feet pounding the ground in unison, a collective surge of movement. From above, the sheer scale of the evacuation becomes clear, a river of humanity flowing through the city, guided by the lone knight. As the city grapples with the impending threat, a powerful voice cuts through the tension, assuring the populace, do not worry. This declaration comes from none other than Captain Brattle of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, a renowned figure. He rides confidently at the head of his company, promising to wipe out the band of bandits threatening Marseille. His resolve echoes through the streets, vowing to make Marseille safe again. From a distance, Godin watches their arrival, her eyes wide with disbelief. She can hardly believe she's seeing them in person. A question forms in her mind, wondering if they are truly as famous as she remembers. Indeed, the Oak Tree Mercenaries are a formidable force, widely known as one of the top mercenary groups in the Empire. Their ranks are filled with seasoned warriors, their faces grim and determined. And Godin, seeing their strength, concludes that they must have been sent to help Marseille in its time of need. His gaze distant, a small cut on his lip, Johann's thoughts drift to the precariousness of his current situation. He acknowledges internally that this path he walks may not ultimately help him. A chilling realization washes over him. He might have been exposed. And if that happens, then all the efforts he's made so far will be for naught. He'll lose everything. He'll lose it all. He feels a profound sense of dread, knowing that only suffering awaits him from this point on. His mind continues to churn, lost in the depths of his worries. Suddenly, a sharp, taunting voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding, "Get a grip, Johann. You're still a failure." A fox-like beast folk appears, its eyes gleaming with harsh wisdom, declaring that the only way to truly live is by buying a good life with the money one earns. The beast folk continues, emphasizing that even the emperor cannot recklessly interfere with a man who possesses wealth. He considers his unique nature, acknowledging that he is not the only one of his kind. But the thought of his identity being revealed before he's ready, before they truly accept him, fills him with dread. The harsh, familiar voice of the beast folk echoes in his mind, confirming his fears. Absolutely not. If his secret were to come out before he could build a strong relationship with Keaton, he would undoubtedly face death. His fist clenches, his goal becoming crystal clear. He must gain recognition from the very bottom. Until he earns the company's trust, his true identity must remain a secret. A silent vow he carries as he approaches a bustling town. As he stands, a voice from off-panel cuts through the air, asking if he is Sir Johann. The speaker reveals herself to be Abelka, a maid from the Keaton Trading Company, and she continues, expressing her great impression of his exploits from Eldina. Johann listens, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Abelka proposes a close bond between him and his house. With a warm smile, she then extends an invitation, asking if he would accompany her to the Keaton Trading Company. The grand facade of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch stands tall, its architecture imposing and elegant. While elsewhere, a young girl, Godin, clutches her head in distress, muttering to herself to stop the incessant biting. Back in the lavish interior of the company, Johann 8 settles onto a plush couch. His thoughts drifting to the journey that brought him here, finally arriving at the company. He considers this place a pivotal moment, a chance to reshape his life, knowing he simply has to cope with it all. As he reflects, a figure approaches, her voice soft as she mentions hearing about him from Eldins. And with a graceful bow, she offers a formal introduction, revealing herself as Abelka, the head maid of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch. As Johann steps into the Katana Trading Company, he is greeted by the Marcel branch manager, a young beastfolk woman named Ian. Acknowledging her, Johann introduces himself, stating his name and house. "Ah, yes. I'm Johann of House Yats. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ian responds with equal formality. "Likewise, Sir Johann." As she leads him through the company's opulent interior, Johann remarks, "Sounds good. Let's do that." Later, settled in a comfortable lounge, a cup is placed before him, filled with a special blend of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel region, a local tea. Ian, standing nearby, expresses her hope that it suits his taste. Taking a sip, Johann, who is engrossed in a book, corrects her gently. "This is coffee, though." Before adding, "Thank you for the drink." Ian explains that the aroma is similar to their regional tea, made by adapting local coffee-growing technology, to which Johann acknowledges her keen perception. Ibelka's voice carries a knowing tone. "A man named Johann. Now, and that man is you, isn't he?" The air grows heavy as she continues. "We can guess why you've come here." Johann remains kneeling before her, his posture attentive. A jolt of surprise runs through him, his eyes briefly flaring with a faint blue light as he internally curses, "Shoot." Ibelka leans in, a small thought box appearing, revealing that those who seek to capture the katana often find themselves captured instead, and she presses on, "Because you harbor ambition in your heart." Johann's brow furrows in confusion, a soft, questioning sound escaping him. "Huh?" A disembodied voice, likely Abelka's, reveals the source of her information. "I heard from Blani's." She elaborates, explaining that Blani's is protected by the katana and shows no mercy to rampant enemies, concluding, "Seeing that you look like a man of high grace, where you are rampant." Ibelka continues, explaining that she was able to discern his ambition to save the city with his own hands. Johann admits he doesn't know about any grand ambition, but he certainly knows what he wants, to which she observes that he has been hiding his true intent. She clarifies that ambition isn't inherently a bad thing, but rather a double-edged sword. After a brief, tense silence, Ibelka declares that this is an opportunity for a deal, as her company loves to sponsor those who are both bold and worthy. His eyes widen slightly at the proposition, and she offers to introduce him to the governor, if he wishes. The mention of the governor makes him pause, considering that the governor is essentially an extension of the king's will. He realizes this could be his chance to get the company on his side. He considers the weight of the offer, knowing that if everything goes well, even if he fails to save the city, the governor won't be able to touch him. A deep resolve settles within him. He has to accept this, no matter what. Ibelka, observing his contemplation, then asks, "Could you tell me exactly what sponsorship from the Katana Trading Company entails?" She explains that it means every service the company provides, from resources to political backing. But there is one condition, she adds, her gaze sharp. Her hand gestures subtly, emphasizing the gravity of her words. Johann looks at the company's flag, a silent promise hanging in the air. Ibelka clarifies, stating that he must fight the bandits threatening the city and ensure its safety. In other words, he realizes she wants him to deal with the very bandits threatening the city. Johann listens, his expression unreadable, as the conversation shifts from the initial offer. The maid, Ibelka, explains that the oak tree merchant has already departed, adding that they would like him to do something else instead, prompting a questioning glance from Johann. A small, knowing smirk plays on Ibelka's lips, as the bald merchant beside her elaborates on the growing bandit problem affecting the Katana Trading Company's routes, suggesting it's due to their expanding market influence. He adds that the louder the bandits grumble, the harder it becomes for them to manage. Ibelka then clarifies the true condition for their sponsorship, stating that the bandits would preferably be gone as well. her green eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. She then directly asks Johann for his thoughts on this new, dangerous proposal. He returns, his gaze steady and thoughtful, having concluded his meeting with the Katana Trading Company. The grand architecture of the company's headquarters looms under a vibrant sky, its spires reaching towards the setting sun. Inside, the vast hall echoes with his footsteps as he walks towards a towering archway. Ibelka, waiting patiently, greets him with a relieved, "Johann, you're back." She then asks, "How did it go?" He pauses, his back to her, considering his answer. And Ibelka watches him with a hint of concern, softly calling his name, "Johann." A subtle, confident smirk then plays across his lips, a silent indication of his decision. He shouts with unexpected fervor, "Let's go suck on some honey." Ibelka stares, bewildered by his sudden outburst, her mind struggling to process the strange phrase. An hour earlier, the scene had been far more somber. As Johann sat before the Katana Trading Company representatives, declaring his refusal. The merchants, smug and unyielding, had explained that in a city of this size, complaints were naturally unevenly distributed. Yet they still demanded he deal with the matter by killing those who caused trouble, rather than through proper channels. His hand clenched in frustration. He couldn't bring himself to kill innocent people without reason. With a resolute glint in his eye, he had firmly stated, "I refuse to do it." And now, back in the present, he repeats his strange declaration, "Let's go suck on honey." A cat-eared woman, her green eyes narrowed, urges haste, a faint sound escaping her lips. As her gaze sharpens with an almost predatory intensity, her expression remains unyielding. Before she declares to Johann, "You pass, Sir Johann," he can only respond with a bewildered, "Pardon." She continues, explaining their meeting is due to his excellent sponsorship, and humbly asks him to forgive their impudence, "O valiant knight." Holding a delicate teacup, the representative of the Katana Trading Company, a vast distribution network, outlines how their collaboration would benefit both the company and the shop districts. In a different setting, she presses, "Now have we not provided sufficient incentive?" While a narration clarifies that her company already distributes quality goods at reasonable prices. She confidently asserts their popularity among merchants, having helped many, and then steers the conversation back to the proposal they proposed. Even so, she insists they can always be more efficient and more absolute, though a narration reveals this particular proposal has already been rejected by Johann. He stares at the woman across from him, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he questions her apology, wondering if she truly believes an engraved weapon is so rare. The Katana representative, extending a hand, then asks directly if he will work with her. Without hesitation, his hand reaches out, and he declares his acceptance. A wide smile spreads across his face, his expression one of genuine pleasure. Their hands clasp firmly, sealing the agreement, as the representative invokes the grace of Saint Luac. As they turn to leave, the representative expresses her hope that the meeting will benefit them both, but a strange system message flashes into his vision. Click on accept. Confused by the unexpected prompt, he wonders aloud what it means. A voice explains, basically, it's something along the lines of, "Let's go eat something expensive." His brow furrowed in annoyance, Johann throws his hands up, exclaiming that he is money of the Katana Trading Company. He looks down at the young girl, who beams up at him, her words echoing the sentiment of the moment. Godin, her face alight with joy, offers her heartfelt congratulations, grateful for his presence. A soft smile touches his lips as he acknowledges her, reflecting on the journey that brought him here. He has indeed been sponsored, and the moment has finally arrived. Turning towards a brilliant light, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Everything is going well. Yet, a deeper thought surfaces, a reminder of the past. The painful memories of his previous life still linger, a constant companion. He gazes into the distance, a quiet determination settling over him. This place will be his home once again. The sky above him burns with vibrant hues as he continues his internal monologue, vowing that the happy life he now seeks will not be taken away. With a resolute expression, he knows it is time to enjoy his life, to live it fully for once. But his moment of peace is abruptly shattered as a sudden, terrified shriek echoes from behind him, Ibelka's voice piercing the air. A guttural shriek echoes through the forest, followed by the heavy clang of something massive impacting the ground nearby. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape where several figures lie scattered, some already fallen, others huddled in fear. Another deafening impact reverberates through the earth, and Johann's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense blue light as he registers the sudden, overwhelming threat. Nearby, Ibelka, Godin, and another man recoil in terror, their faces etched with pure dread. Ibelka, her voice strained with panic, cries out to Johann, demanding to know why he simply stands there, questioning the monstrous thing before them. As she continues to call his name, her voice trembling, she then addresses him as Goran, asking if he understands what is happening. He listens intently as the older man across from him explains the escalating situation, confirming that the merchants are indeed growing more aggressive. After months of their protests, nothing has been resolved, especially not in the city of Harls. A frustrated exclamation echoes through the room, the tension palpable. Johann's expression hardens, his thoughts racing. Meanwhile, a furious crowd of merchants demands accountability, insisting that the city of Harles be held responsible. In a different chamber, a crowned figure dismisses the idea of immediate action, believing the emperor is merely waiting for the right moment. Other officials react with disbelief, finding it impossible that their emperor would act so recklessly unless he had lost his mind. The crowned man turns to an aide, questioning his words, as he too struggles to accept that his majesty could be behind such a scheme. The true shock, however, comes with the revelation that the emperor himself has gone missing. He shivers, the cold biting deep, as a monstrous, shadowy figure looms over him, prompting an internal outburst against an unseen emperor. A low growl echoes, drawing his attention to the creature's massive, fur-covered leg, and he wonders if his eyes are deceiving him, still fixated on the bastards who continue to plague his thoughts. His brow furrows in deep concern as he questions what those very bastards could possibly be doing now. Meanwhile, in a different setting, ornate double doors swing open, and a voice calls out, "Excuse me, branch manager Ian." Ian, a cat-eared woman, sits at a grand desk, her expression serious as she holds a document, already aware of the news being brought to her. She confirms, her gaze sharp, that she already knows about the mercenaries sent by the bandits. A maid with dog-like ears, Ibelka, stands before her, asking with concern, "What are those mercenaries doing?" Her eyes wide with worry, Ibelka reveals the alarming truth. They can't reach the capital's mercenaries at all. She reacts with disbelief, her voice rising in concern, asking what could possibly be meant by such a statement. The grim news confirms that the liaison's body was discovered near the Marcel forest just yesterday. Her maid, Ibelka, confirms the state of affairs, explaining that the individual was found in a traumatic condition. Ian falls silent, her thoughts racing as she processes the implications. She voices her growing frustration, noting that the capital's mercenaries have been unreachable for days, an unbelievable absence given the circumstances. Ibelka, startled by her mistress's tone, quickly responds, confirming her understanding with a respectful, if slightly panicked, affirmation. With a decisive glint in her eye, Ian issues a command. They must bring her Juisha, the mage of the Ifeel River. Her expression hardens as she considers the unfolding mystery, knowing they need to uncover the truth. The question lingers, were the mercenaries truly defeated, or was their fate somehow tied to his prophecies? A soft, rhythmic sound of water echoes under the twin moons. As the Ifeel River glows with an ethereal blue light, its currents churning. From its depths, a figure emerges, the mage of the Ifeel River, Juisha, acknowledging the situation with a quiet, knowing, I see. Elsewhere, under the night sky, he stands contemplating, knowing that merely searching for treasures won't change anything. Suddenly, submerged in a luminous blue liquid, Johann gasps, a surprised ho, escaping him. As he perceives a chilling truth, the man who killed the capital's hunters has fled. Meanwhile, Juisha's hands glow with a soft blue light as he focuses, wondering what secrets lie within Marcel's money pouch. Still immersed, Johann processes the information. Juisha's resolve hardens, determined that things won't go the way that bastard thinks they will. The grand, Gothic architecture of the Katana Trading Company's Manhwa building stands imposingly against a somber sky. And within its walls, a quiet ahem breaks the silence. As Juisha, his long white hair and beard flowing, stands with a look of deep concern. Before him, the Katana representative, with her distinctive cat ears and blonde hair, bows deeply, offering a formal welcome to Lord Suatia. She expresses gratitude for his presence, thanking him for answering Katana's request. But Juisha's expression remains stern as he questions her sincerity, pointing out that despite her words of thanks, they have brought someone who defies the very laws of the land, a Manzak. The representative recoils, her face etched with distress, as she stammers a heartfelt apology. With a resolute gaze, Juisha declares his immediate intention to retrieve Lord Ian. A maid, her uniform crisp, stands still as a voice assures her, "It's fine." She hesitates, then questions. Pardon. Her brow furrows with worry. If it was true, then he would have come on his own. Meanwhile, his eyes glow with an ethereal blue light as he firmly states, "Don't make me repeat myself." He settles back into his seat, a soft ahem escaping him. His thoughts turn to a mystical source, according to the voice of the Ifeel River. He considers the implications, extending a hand as if to grasp the idea, "I would be able to meet." His voice drops, filled with anticipation, "Him here." Far away, Johann stands calmly, his presence commanding. His arrival is marked by a sense of finality, at last. He stands before the imposing Gothic structure, a sense of purpose settling over him, knowing this is the day he will finally meet the governor. As he steps through the grand archway, he muses about getting on the governor's good side and securing a permanent place in Marcel. With each measured step across the stone floor, a small, blue-gray creature with glowing green eyes trots faithfully at his heels, as he considers that putting an end to his wandering life is the only thing left for him. Looking down at the creature, he wonders what the governor will be like. The small beast looks up at him, and he thinks of it as Dion. Then, addressing it directly, he asks, "What is it, Karame?" He observes the creature, noting that Karame is a name that belongs to a divine beast. Bending down to meet its gaze, he pauses, a silent moment passing between them. He stares at the old man before him, a thought crossing his mind. The elder's voice is calm, yet piercing, asking if he knows Karame is a divine beast. Johann, taken aback, demands to know the man's identity, quickly adding that it doesn't concern him. The old man simply introduces himself, stating his name is Swetlisa. He then elaborates on his title, revealing himself as the sage of the Eifel River, Swelga. The revelation leaves Johann momentarily stunned, muttering the word sage in disbelief. As the small creature, Karame, watches intently, the sage clarifies his role, simply stating that he is a mage. A sudden realization dawns on Johann, his eyes widening in surprise. Meanwhile, Karame's eyes begin to glow with an intense, fiery aura, a low chuckle escaping the creature as its true nature stirs. Still reeling from the sage's unexpected knowledge of Karame, he can only stare, while the sage, Swetlisa, calmly asks if he is surprised. His brow furrowed in confusion, Johann admits that he is, indeed, very surprised. A slight blush coloring his cheeks, Swetlisa simply asks, "Is that so?" Johann, still processing the revelation, begins to speak, but the sage interrupts him, remarking that for someone being hunted by the Empire, he's doing quite well. His eyes widening in shock, Johann can only stammer, "How did you know that?" The sage's gaze drifts towards the shimmering water, explaining that he knows with magic specifically tied to the mystery of the Eifel River. His hand gently touching the flowing currents, he elaborates that through the Eifel River, he can see the past and the future. Johann's expression shifts from surprise to deep concern. As Swetlisa, with a knowing look, asks him directly, "Do you have any questions?" He questions the sage, wondering if his intentions are truly as benevolent as they seem. The sage, however, calmly explains that he is merely an observer of the river's flow, a being who does not interfere with the world. He asserts that he holds no interest in the petty politics or squabbles of the secular world. His sole focus, he clarifies, is the ceaseless current of the Eifel River, a revelation that makes Johann ponder its deeper meaning. Furthermore, the sage adds, his expression unwavering. He points out that if he had intended to report Johann, he would have done so quietly, questioning why he would bear his intentions so openly. Johann's eyes widen slightly as he realizes the truth in the sage's words, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. A sudden understanding dawns on him, a new perspective forming in his mind. The sage smiles, pleased that his message has been received, while Johann remains slightly confused, still processing the implications of their conversation. He looks down at Juisha, a puzzled expression on his face, wondering what exactly is going on with this man. He recalls a knight, fully armored, declaring that a normal knight would never know magic, and then exclaiming in disbelief about a zombie who could use magic in combat. This thought, this contradiction, makes Johann's eyes widen as he considers why this knight, this sage, is now lighting up with magic. He desperately wants to know how one uses magic. Juisha, meanwhile, looks away with a slight blush, as Johann ponders if magic is something even a normal person can easily learn. A new idea sparks in his mind. This is his chance to learn magic from a person who has been turned into a magic prodigy. He imagines himself wielding a glowing blade, knowing that if he becomes a mage, his level of freedom will only increase. Juisha, the white-haired mage, offers Johann a single wish if he can win a game against him, causing Johann's eyes to widen with interest. Juisha clarifies the terms, stating that if Johann wins just one round in a game of his choice, the wish will be granted, but Johann's initial excitement quickly turns to disappointment. As Juisha questions if he's thinking of chess, Johann quickly suggests something else. He proposes arm wrestling, a challenge that would leverage his physical strength. Before he can even finish, a sudden burst of green energy erupts from Juisha's outstretched hand, sending Johann flying backward with a cry of surprise, as Juisha's voice echoes, reminding him to use his strength, or it won't be any fun. Johann lands on the floor, frustrated, asking how he's supposed to hold back when Juisha is so overwhelmingly powerful, then tells the mage not to follow him if he's not talking about chess. Yet, as he considers the situation, he acknowledges that while the game of kings is enjoyable, it simply cannot compare to the allure of magic. Juisha's hand glows with a vibrant green aura. As he begins to weave a spell, his fingers moving with practiced grace, leaving trails of emerald light in the air. After the display of magic, Johann finds himself facing a different kind of challenge, a traditional Go board laid out before him. The intricate pattern of the board and its stones draws his gaze, a silent invitation to a game of strategy. Juisha gestures towards the board, instructing him to take a seat. The mage observes him with a knowing look, asking if the game appears too complex. Johann considers the board, a flicker of confidence in his eyes, thinking that it will somehow be easy for his opponent, yet also that it won't be easy again. A memory surfaces in his mind, recalling a time he actually won a Go tournament, a past life skill resurfacing. He sees himself in that moment of triumph, a clear victory declared as he confidently asserts his ability to win. With a decisive movement, he places a stone on the board, a silent declaration that he has never lost a game of Go. His gaze sharpens, meeting Juisha's with unwavering resolve, determined to emerge victorious once more. Juisha, his gaze sharp, declares his intention to make an easy first move. And Johan, with a confident smirk, accepts the challenge, stating that he will perfectly win. Juisha then extends his hand, a small, glowing orb of magic forming in his palm, as Johan prepares to make his own move. 50 minutes later, the two men are deeply engrossed in their game of Go, the board between them filled with pieces. Johan's brow is furrowed in concentration, while Juisha watches him with an unreadable expression. A moment passes before Johan, looking troubled, addresses his opponent, asking if he might take back a few moves. Juisha's patience wears thin, his voice sharp as he refuses to allow any more retractions, reminding his opponent that he has already taken back 5 moves. His frustration mounts, the realization that he might be losing a game of Go causing him to exclaim in disbelief. A look of utter astonishment crosses his face as he questions, "Is this really your first time playing?" He gestures over the board, his pride evident as he declares, "Even the Sultan of the Katana Empire couldn't surpass me." After a moment of contemplation, Juisha clears his throat, while Johan calmly attributes his surprising skill to the very person he's playing against. "Because you taught me, Lord Swetlisa." Johan's eyes gleam with a subtle challenge as he proposes, "One more game. If I lose again, I'll give you something that will help you in life." The mention of a gift immediately captures Juisha's attention, his eyes widening in excited surprise. A faint smile plays on Johan's lips as he acquiesces. "Well, if you insist." Juisha, still pondering the unexpected turn of events, silently questions how many handicap stones he had truly given this seemingly novice player. As the game continues, Juisha, still processing Johan's unusual offer, declares that tutoring will suffice. With a decisive gesture, he places a stone on the board, announcing, "In that case, let's begin." The ornate chandelier above them casts a soft glow as Juisha adds, "By the way." His gaze fixed on the board, Johan asks if he is uncomfortable, then quickly adds that he did promise to answer the question. Juisha leans forward, his expression serious, demanding to know what Johan means by gift, to which the younger man replies that the knowledge he can offer is a gift. Johan's words elicit a surprised, almost disbelieving, sound from Juisha, who questions if he can be serious, pointing out that he isn't even a mage. Juisha then recalls hearing that there are those who are good at combat. And a flicker of understanding crosses his face as he realizes, "Oh, so there are people who use it." Johan, sensing a misunderstanding, urgently interjects, "Listen to me first." As the Go game continued, Juisha, considering Johan's words, believed he finally grasped the concept of the gift being offered. However, Johan quickly corrected him, insisting that his understanding was still incomplete and that the true nature of his knowledge was far more profound. Meanwhile, a new presence entered the room, a cat-like attendant, who seemed surprised by Juisha's presence. Her maid's uniform rustled softly as she moved with a sense of urgency. And she quickly approached Johan, dismissing his talk of gifts and knowledge, stating her disinterest in his strange offerings. She expressed her frustration with mages, finding them troublesome to deal with, and emphasized that the situation she was there to report was urgent. Turning to Juisha, she began to address him, though her words were cut short. The intense focus of the Go game continued between Johan and Juisha, seemingly oblivious to the attendant's pleas. The attendant could only let out a small sound of exasperation, observing how Johan was utterly dominating the game, dismantling Juisha's main forces with ease. His focus still on the Go board, Johan remains oblivious as a frantic, cat-like attendant bursts into the scene, crying out in distress. The game continues, with Johan calmly contemplating his next move, while Juisha looks on, equally absorbed. The attendant's pleas grow louder, desperately calling for Lord Suatia. She then turns her attention to Johan, her voice laced with exasperation, wondering aloud just what kind of person he truly is, as he offers a slight, knowing smile. Unfazed by the commotion, Johan simply advises Juisha to accept his loss already, the game clearly decided. Finally acknowledging the persistent attendant, Juisha looks up, surprised by her presence. The attendant, still agitated, warns Juisha that if he doesn't listen, she'll have to go and ask Johan for help instead. Johan, meanwhile, chuckles softly, remarking that he was just playing a few games with the knight, seemingly unaware of the attendant's urgent message. Juisha and the attendant exchange a look, the weight of the attendant's unspoken news hanging heavy in the air. As the game of Go continued, the cat-like attendant, still frantic, urged Juisha to conclude the match, pleading for him to end it here. But Johan, with a decisive quadratic sound, placed his final stone. Juisha let out a small ahem of concession, then offered, "Here, take these." 2 ornate glass flasks, one filled with a vibrant red liquid and the other with a shimmering teal, appeared on the Go board. Johan looked on, a hint of surprise on his face. As Juisha reminded him, "Didn't I promise you?" He explained that these were water flasks containing mana and blood flasks holding the essence of the soul, respectively. More formally, they were known as the water of blessing and the water of rejuvenation, each serving its unique purpose. Johan's blade gleams, poised and ready for the sudden threat that emerges from the shadows. As a nearby man's eyes widen in terror, a choked gasp escaping him. He screams in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding horror. But Johann moves with blinding speed, his sword striking true. Red, malevolent eyes flash in the darkness as the impact connects, the force rippling through the unseen creature's form. A violent burst of energy marking the devastating blow. A dark, cloaked figure emerges, radiating an ominous red glow that pulses with raw power, causing a terrified whisper to escape someone's lips. As the presence intensifies, the figure's form distorts into a shadowy, monstrous silhouette with piercing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. Then, just as quickly, it coalesces back into a humanoid shape, still enveloped in a vibrant, crimson aura that crackles with untamed energy. Three men recoil in horror, their faces contorted in terror, one of them gasping that this terrifying entity is no mere bandit. The sheer magnitude of the threat leaves one man speechless, his eyes wide with an unspeakable dread. His breath catches in his throat, a choked sound escaping him as he stares into the abyss. Under the pale moonlight, a colossal, jagged form looms, a dark, imposing structure that seems to be part of the monstrous presence itself. Then, with a sudden, violent burst of speed, the entity strikes, leaving only a blur of motion in its wake. Far from the terror of the forest, a grand, Gothic building stands under a cloudy sky, identified as the Marcel branch of the Kitana Trading Company. The ancient Eifel River held a secret, a mystery of life and death that Juisha had spent his entire life trying to uncover, but which the river itself had finally revealed to him. Now, holding two distinct vials, one filled with a vibrant red liquid and the other with a serene blue, Johann realizes these are the fabled water of wrath and the water of blessing. Juisha explains that ever since the ancient era, the Eifel River had hidden this long-kept secret. He had dedicated his life to this pursuit, but the river had only revealed its truth to him now. Looking at Johann, the old man concludes, "Until you appeared." The water of wrath, a potent crimson liquid, is a powerful poison capable of killing any living thing. Conversely, the water of blessing, glowing with a soft green light amidst spectral skulls, possesses the power to heal any wound. Johann, beaming with gratitude, exclaims, "Wow, I never thought I'd receive magic items like these. Thank you." As he clutches the red vial, a thought crosses his mind. So magic items really do exist? Perhaps I should put my trust in him after all else. A white-haired elven woman confirms to Juisha that mercenaries have been disappearing from the oak tree forest for quite some time. She explains that the trading mercenaries who ventured into the forest have now become unreachable. They haven't been able to contact them for days. Juisha listens intently, acknowledging the grim news. The elven woman reveals the mercenaries fell 3 days ago, succumbing to a powerful monster that appeared in the oak tree forest. The monster is formidable, its presence marked by a glowing sword plunged into the earth. Juisha, his expression grave, states that the lost mercenaries are of no further use, and they must now focus on stopping those already en route to the forest. He laments that this was his greatest fear, attributing the disaster to the curse of the Eifel River, believing the oak tree forest is likely being completely wiped out. The elven woman confirms the severity of the problem, while Johann Eitz, now present, absorbs the information about the monster's appearance in the oak tree forest. His sky-blue eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. After a moment of consideration, he simply stated, "I understand." Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, the city felt warm that year, as a grand hall stood empty, awaiting its occupants. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed through the vast space. As a figure made their way towards the council table, a woman in a voluminous pink dress, her blonde hair styled elegantly, burst into the room, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it seems I am late." With a confident smile, she declared, "Now then, let us begin the council." This was Baron Einbeck Vivant Aubergine, ready to take charge. A distinctive, swirling tattoo marks the shoulder of a man, hinting at a deeper history beneath his formal attire. He observes the assembled dignitaries, thinking, there sure are a lot of people at the Federal. His gaze sharpens as he offers a polite greeting. "Greetings, members of the City Council." A distinguished man with white hair and dark skin smiles warmly, announcing, "As most of you know, I am the city's governor. This is Governor Marcel Valaco Trainieni, his hand adorned with rings and a bracelet, signifying his status." Johann, a hint of mischief in his expression, acknowledges the gathering. "Good. I'm glad we can all meet again." He then adds, "I'd like to introduce a new face before we begin." The governor's voice echoes through the grand hall, addressing the influential families and council members gathered, seeing as all the influential families and council have gathered here today. He continues, surveying the long, ornate tables set before them. "Allow me to thank you for making time in your busy schedules." With Johann standing beside him, the governor prepares for the main event. "I would like to introduce a new face to you all." As the city council meeting convenes, an organization anchored by the governor himself, a lone figure stands before the assembled members. His piercing blue eyes scan the room as a voice announces his presence, Johann. Among the council, a man with white hair and a sharp gaze introduces himself. "Pleased to meet you all. I am Juisha." Johann takes his seat, listening intently as the discussions begin, the weight of the meeting settling around him. A blonde-haired woman, Baron Einbeck, speaks up, her voice cutting through the formalities. "More importantly, Governor, I heard the mercenary group you sent to suppress the bandits failed to fulfill their duties. Her expression shifts to one of urgent concern, demanding, what happened? Another council member, clad in rich red and gold, interjects, if you had asked the Holy Empire's emperor for help from the start. His face contorts with frustration. This wouldn't have happened in the first place. Juisha, his face now etched with anger, counters sharply. Those bandits showed up because of the emperor in the first place. The emperor should take responsibility. The city council meeting remains a tumultuous affair, with the anti-emperor faction loudly demanding a reduction in taxes from Governor Marcel, their voices rising in a cacophony of discontent. Meanwhile, the pro-emperor faction vehemently defends the current state of affairs, arguing that the emperor's policies are essential for stability and that any blame for the bandit problem lies with the city's own mercenary groups. One member of the pro-emperor faction shouts, accusing the opposition of lacking any real solutions and merely seeking to undermine the emperor's authority. Observing the escalating chaos, Johann offers a slight, knowing smile, though internally, he admits he doesn't understand a word they're saying, recognizing only that a significant portion of the assembly opposes the emperor. His expression shifts to one of concern, realizing that if his true identity were exposed in such a volatile environment, he would be in grave danger. Nearby, the elven woman watches the proceedings with a serious, unreadable gaze, her hands clasped in quiet contemplation. As the shouting intensifies, Juisha, the mage, raises his hands, his voice cutting through the din as he desperately calls for order. The entire chamber remains a scene of utter pandemonium, the council members locked in a fierce, unresolved debate. A desperate cry echoes through the dark forest, as a man clutches his head in anguish, his face contorted in a scream of pure despair. Below him, his other self, cloaked and wielding a whip, stands ready, a silent, formidable presence. Meanwhile, in the council chambers, a cat-eared woman in formal attire stands beside Juisha, who clears his throat to command attention. As she announces that the governor has prepared a backup plan to address their concerns. Marcel, the governor, gestures towards a map, explaining that the plan involves pushing a second subjugation force, with the ultimate goal of striking the bandits directly at their stronghold. The revelation sends a ripple of shock and disbelief through the assembled council members, while Ainbeck, a noblewoman, praises the governor, acknowledging his class and capability. For the emperor's authority is absolute, and all must obey his word, especially as the skeletal bandit forces loom, knowing he will be here in no time. He recoils in alarm, a sudden fear gripping him as the thought of the governor's troops, and the very real possibility of capture and execution, flashes through his mind. A guttural cry of anguish escapes him, his hands flying to his head in sheer panic. Meanwhile, in the council chambers, Juisha urges someone to temper their words, pleading with Valako to turn it down. He acknowledges the significant contributions made to the city council, assuring them of his constant gratitude for their assistance. However, with a polite smile, he respectfully declines a request. He explains that His Majesty is currently preoccupied, likely engaged in quelling a recent rebellion in the northern territories. Despite the emperor's absence, Juisha expresses his personal desire to contribute, even if his strength can only offer a small measure of help. Marcel then confirms that a new subjugation force will be prepared and dispatched to the troubled region. Ainbeck, however, seems less concerned with the logistics of the new force, her thoughts instead fixed on the lunatic governor. A sigh of relief escapes him, as Johann Eitz feels a wave of gratitude wash over him. Yet, a more serious thought quickly follows, as he considers the implications of the ongoing discussion. The council meeting continues, with Juisha explaining that the emperor is currently embroiled in a significant rebellion in the northern territories, a conflict rumored to be quite extensive. Johann processes the information, realizing the emperor's preoccupation means he cannot assist Marcel, though the speaker quickly clarifies that their concern isn't about the Eldwins. A soft chuckle escapes Abelka, her cat ears twitching slightly as she listens. Finally, the meeting concludes, with the announcement that the council members have prepared a new subjugation order and are encouraged to retreat. The council members rise from their seats, their robes and garments rustling as they begin to exit the chamber. Marcel and Juisha share a moment of silent contemplation, a quiet understanding passing between them. As Johann adjusts his leg, an unseen voice calls out, asking if he can spare some time. Having just concluded the council meeting, Marcel turns to Johann, a polite smile on his face, confirming his availability. Johann, however, is already calculating the cost of this unexpected detour, thinking that if he truly must go, he should at least receive some compensation for his troubles. He laments his consistently terrible luck, a familiar frustration bubbling up. Marcel then gestures towards a nearby door, inviting him to his office, with Johann acknowledging the request. Inside, an older man with an elaborate white wig and a long, thin mustache waits, his expression unreadable. He offers Johann a seat, his voice smooth and formal. Johann settles into the chair, offering a quiet thank you. The official then inquires about Johann's house, as if trying to recall a forgotten detail. A confident smile spreads across Johann's face as he proudly declares himself Johann Eitz of House Eitz. He finds himself in an opulent office, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and old paper. as Marcel, with a warm smile, greets him, expressing his delight at seeing him well. He explains that the governor's office is a better place for their discussion, away from prying ears. Marcel then inquires about Johan's family, asking if he has any relatives. Without waiting for an answer, Marcel produces a bottle of liquor, announcing it as a special date-infused brew from his own house. He pours a generous amount into a delicate glass, the rich amber liquid swirling enticingly. Offering the cup to Johan, Marcel suggests they enjoy the drink together. Johan takes a sip, his eyes widening slightly at the taste, a subtle appreciation crossing his features. He offers a simple, "Thank you." He listens intently as Marcel continues. "I didn't even know you had a family, but I heard about the tragedy." Marcel gestures with a ringed hand, adding, "By the way, this house once belonged to a noble family." A slight smile plays on Marcel's lips. "Ha, I'm glad to hear that." Johan's expression tightens, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, as Marcel's words hang in the air. Marcel leans back, his gaze distant. "This house once belonged to a noble family." He continues, his voice tinged with a somber tone. "I heard the entire family was wiped out by a black dragon across the river. It's truly a tragedy." As Marcel speaks of the past, a vivid image flashes through Johan's mind. A grand estate consumed by raging, orange flames, smoke billowing into the dark sky. His eyes, usually calm, reflect the fiery scene, a deep seriousness settling over his features. Marcel's voice cuts through the memory, bringing him back to the present. "I heard the entire family was wiped out by a black dragon across the river. It's truly a tragedy." His blue eyes widen slightly, the words about a purged noble family echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, Marcel continues, a knowing look on his face. "They say that house was called House 8, the name resonating deeply within him." The man gestures subtly, his red eyes glinting as he adds, "and is said to be the ancestral chambers of yourself." Marcel watches him carefully, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "I see. You're the same as some of the other arrogant nobles." A forced, almost hollow laugh escapes Johan. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." "Huh." He raises his glass, the amber liquid swirling within. Marcel's gaze remains fixed. "Did you know, Sir Johan?" Johan's grip tightens on the glass, his thoughts consumed by the name. "That name? It's been so long since I've heard that name." His eye twitches, a flicker of raw emotion betraying the calm facade he tries to maintain. As a silent scream seems to tear through him. Marcel's voice cuts through the tension, suggesting they stop with the pointless wordplay. The words hang heavy in the air, forcing Johan to confront the truth, his jaw clenched tight. Then, the name echoes, sharp and clear, Johan 8. Johan 8 cuts through the tension, suggesting they cease the pointless wordplay. A white-haired elf with sharp red eyes looks on, a subtle expression of surprise on his face. As he questions, "Johan 8? Johan's gaze remains steady, his expression unreadable. His hands rest calmly in his lap, a picture of composure. The elf then declares, "I will follow you, my emperor." His red eyes gleam with an intense, unwavering resolve. Johan, taken aback, asks, "What do you mean by that?" The elf responds with a confident smirk, "My decisions are solely for myself and my benefit." He considers the city's precarious position, caught between the pro-emperor and anti-emperor factions, a situation where certainty is a luxury no one can afford. Despite the political turmoil, he knows his immediate duty is clear. He will be very busy defending the city. For now, the most pressing concern is the bandit gang threatening its borders, a task that demands immediate attention. The elven woman, her expression stern, issues a direct command. He must wipe them out. She challenges him to earn merit and prove the city needs him, warning that if he can't, a faint red glow emanating from her white hair as her resolve hardens. Her green eyes burning with an intense, almost magical light. She will send him straight to the emperor's arms. He lies sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in a silent scream, the weight of his new responsibilities pressing down on him. He had finally achieved his goal, becoming a governor and anticipating an easy life, but the reality was a golden shackle around his neck. With Valaco's fate now intertwined with his own, he wonders if he should simply run away. The city's vulnerability, surrounded by monstrous threats, flashes through his mind. His eyes widen with the stark realization of the burden he now carries. But then, a different thought takes hold. Nothing in this world is truly free, and even having a good time comes with a price. His expression hardens, a fierce resolve replacing his earlier despair. If that's the case, he decides, he will earn Valaco's good graces and settle down here, making this city his own. Just as his determination solidifies, a soldier calls out to him, announcing the arrival of the Imperial Reinforcement Force. As the Imperial Reinforcement Force approaches, Johan's gaze sharpens, wondering if these are the men he's been waiting for. A slight frown creases his brow as he considers if Valaco truly gathered such a force just for him. Indeed, it is the Marcel's second bandit subjugation force, a formidable assembly under the clear sky. A vast army marches across the plains, their numbers stretching as far as the eye can see. Among them, familiar faces emerge, Juisha, the elven woman, Ainbeck, and Abelka, all part of this impressive contingent, which includes the Saint Senna Monastery and even Imperial Knights. Ibelka stands beside Johann, marveling at the sight, amazed by the sheer number of people gathered in one place, asking if they are famous. They are indeed well known around here. Marcel, confident in their strength, declares that with a force of this size, they will take care of the bandits in no time, noting their reputation for ruthlessness. The Saint Senna Monastery, a group of holy knights, is clearly prepared to face even the most monstrous of threats. Johann watches the various military units gather, noting that the Red Iron Knights, known for their strength in hunting trolls, have already deployed ahead. Marcel confirms his intention to fight alongside them as an overseer, while also keeping a close eye on their actions. Soon after, Count Barton's knights also make their appearance, their armored forms joining the growing assembly. These elite warriors from Orangs are renowned for their bravery and exceptional skills, adding another formidable contingent to the force. As Johann stands with the elven woman, he remarks that elves are typically quite rude, a casual observation that draws a quick apology from her. He dismisses her concern, assuring her it's nothing to worry about. With a nod of understanding, he agrees to take a closer look at the situation, moving away to survey the scene. The banner of the subjugation force flutters proudly in the wind, as Marcel's voice rings out, declaring his intent to fight alongside them. Amidst the preparations, a voice calls out to Lady Ian, signaling the presence of Ibelka among the gathered allies. A booming voice cuts through the air, calling out to Johann, as the formidable Captain Kummel of the Red Iron Mercenaries makes his presence known. Nearby, Marcel, Ibelka, and the elven woman observe the scene, with Marcel expressing his gratitude for the concern, while Ibelka notes his unusually bright smile, and the elven woman finds him rather cute. Meanwhile, Einbeck addresses Johann, inviting him to speak more casually. Johann, however, maintains a formal tone, apologizing for not speaking casually to the captain of the force, and subtly questioning if Kummel needs to uphold his dignity in front of his men. This direct challenge visibly angers Kummel, who retorts that even as the governor's guest, Johann cannot speak to him in such a manner. A slight smile plays on Johann's lips, as he simply offers a polite, thank you, having achieved his subtle objective. With the initial pleasantries and power dynamics established, Johann turns to the assembled group, including Marcel, Ibelka, the elven woman, Juisha, and Einbeck, to discuss their next move. Marcel suggests that the knights should begin moving, proposing they advance alongside Captain Kummel's men. Einbeck, standing with Juisha, agrees to the plan, signaling their readiness to proceed. From the St. Senna Monastery, Valine stands ready, while from the St. Galato Monastery, Matt offers his support. Kummel, the captain of the Red Iron Mercenaries, declares his intention to offer support to the Holy Knights expedition. Johann observes the dwarf, noting his surprisingly decent demeanor, despite being a commoner with command authority. Marcel places a hand on Kummel's shoulder, expressing his approval that the mercenary captain seems reasonable. Turning to Ibelka, Johann questions why she has gathered so many troops. The combined forces begin their march, the rhythmic clang of armored boots echoing across the ground. Gustav, a knight of Sinter, confidently asserts that their own numbers alone would be more than sufficient. Nearby, Laurent and Leon, knights of Mrix, discuss the situation, with one remarking that he doesn't think there's a reason for such a large assembly. Einbeck watches the unfolding scene, a thoughtful HM, escaping her lips. As the combined forces began their march, a voice from the crowd cried out, calling for Sir Johann. Responding to the call, Johann introduced himself, stating his full name and lineage. Yes, I'm Johann of House Yates. The name echoed, prompting a questioning Yates from one of the knights. Gustav, a knight in gleaming armor, looked down with a dismissive air, remarking that he had never heard of them. He then pointed a finger, warning Johann that if he got in the way on the battlefield, he would not hesitate to cut him down. Johann's expression hardened, a silent promise forming in his eyes that he would remember the knight's words. Meanwhile, Kummel, the Red Iron Mercenaries captain, scoffed at the shitty dwarf captain. And with a gruff, yes, he warned him not to come looking for them during the battle. Gustav, ignoring the exchange, then commanded his branch manager to prepare a grand report field in his name. A knight in gleaming armor stands ready, his voice firm as he addresses the unseen forces, assuring his superior that preparations are complete. With a resounding declaration, the order is given to advance. The company moves out, a line of mounted figures disappearing into the verdant forest. Further back, Johann walks alongside Ibelka, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He notes the unusual quiet, the lack of any significant threats, musing that there's nothing standing out, no monsters like the ones he's encountered before. He wonders if his perception is accurate. Still, not a single one has appeared, even after the bandits were wiped out from this area. It seems impossible that they could have simply vanished. Meanwhile, Gustav asserts his authority over the territory, declaring his intention to take the lead in this area. Ibelka, addressing him as manager, catches his attention. He turns, acknowledging her, as she informs him that someone wishes to see him this evening. A look of surprise crosses Johann's face as he hears the unexpected news. He questions, wondering if it's the same person again, but Ibelka clarifies with a hesitant, it's... Her expression suggests a delicate situation, as she finally reveals the visitor's identity, the governor. The scene shifts to the night before the second bandit expedition force departs, gathered in an open field near the Marcel rally point. Around a crackling campfire, a mercenary grumbles about the lack of food and drink, while another warns that if they don't fight tomorrow, they won't get to eat at all. The camp buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, the sounds of merriment and tension filling the night air. Hummel, the Red Iron Mercenaries captain, raises his voice, declaring that refusing alcohol, meat, and women is an elf's privilege, a sentiment met with cheers from his men, including Gustav, Laurent, and Leon. He lifts his cup high, proposing a toast to the scheduled defeat of their enemies. Gustav, however, expresses a more pragmatic view, stating that they wouldn't be relying on fickle magic if they had enough soldiers, a sentiment echoed by Laurent and Leon, who agree that their swords and courage are what will tear their enemies apart. He walks away from the grand estate, knowing that on the etiquette of nobility, refusing a drink, even for a good reason, can sometimes be taken as an insult. Meanwhile, at the expedition camp, Hummel, Gustav, and their men raise their goblets, the mercenary captain declaring that refusing a drink implies a lack of trust. A hand reaches for a door handle, a soft click echoing through the quiet room. The door slowly creaks open, revealing Johann and Governor Marcel seated opposite each other, the governor urging him to take a seat, before Johann questions if it's alcohol again. He looks down, considering the governor's words, knowing that nobles rarely offer drinks without an ulterior motive. Johann muses to himself that the governor's visit must be for something important, as he wouldn't come all this way just to chat. Marcel, observing him, acknowledges that he is indeed the noble, then asks if his reason for marching out tomorrow to wipe out the bandits isn't obviously money. He lets out a small laugh, his gaze fixed on the man before him, wondering if he is one of Baron Einbeck's men or someone else entirely. The man's hand, adorned with a distinctive ruffled cuff, gestures slightly, as a banner bearing a crest unfurls, confirming his identity. Indeed, it is Baron Einbeck. The Baron, with a confident smirk, declares himself a loyal subject of the Holy Empire. Johann's eyes narrow slightly, taking in the declaration. Einbeck continues, explaining that while Johann might not be aware, Governor Marcel claims neutrality. He takes a sip from his glass, adding that in practice, Marcel behaves like a member of the anti-emperor faction. The Baron then directly challenges him, asking if he understands why he was brought here, to which Johann simply replies, no. His expression remains unreadable, waiting for Einbeck to elaborate. He remains unyielding, stating that he isn't obligated to listen, and getting involved in Einbeck's affairs isn't his job. The Baron chuckles, having anticipated such a response, then offers a life lesson, introducing himself as Baron Einbeck. He explains that merchants typically require two things: profit and strength. He elaborates, clarifying that by strength, he means someone who knows how to fight. Johann, intrigued, urges him to continue the lesson. Einbeck then reveals he had looked into Johann, even visiting his house. This admission causes a flicker of surprise and concern across Johann's face. The Baron concludes, noting that someone like him, which sounds impossible, does exist. Baron Einbeck continues, detailing how the previous Marquis had used Johann's family as a pretext for treason, and how even the serfs under his protection were affected. She dismisses the past with a wave of her hand, asking what good a nameless house or a mercenary company could truly do. Her gaze sharpens as she explains that his family name no longer matters, for Marcel had taken him in because he recognized the strength within him. Johann, taken aback by the depth of her knowledge, demands to know what she truly wants from him. Einbeck's answer is direct. He is not to participate in tomorrow's bandit subjugation, but instead, use his formidable strength for his majesty. She leans forward, her voice laced with conviction, urging him to live a better life as a noble, rather than merely serving a trading company. Johann remains silent, his expression unreadable, as the weight of her words settles upon him. Einbeck presses on, sweetening the offer with the promise of a chance for his entire family to achieve nobility. She paints a vivid picture of a life under the king's protection, a life filled with hope and security, like a turtle's shell. As the Baroness's words echoed in his mind, he considered the path laid before him, a future where dazzling glory and peace would lie ahead if he were to follow her and the emperor. Einbeck, sensing his contemplation, pressed on, her expression shifting to one of intense conviction. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, asking if it wasn't simply the law of the world for the weak to be sacrificed so the strong could thrive. Her gaze was piercing as she continued, insisting it was only natural for the weak to become the sacrifice of Bandit Kate, as she put it. A triumphant smile spread across her face, her finger pointing directly at him. She exclaimed, her voice rising, that he had it exactly right, that the one who loses is always at fault, and that he truly had his head screwed on straight. Her laughter erupted, a wild, almost maniacal sound, filling the space between them. But then, a single, resolute declaration cut through the air, a firm refusal to her offer. Einbeck's face contorted in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at his unexpected answer, and then, a few months later, the world had changed. He recalls a man who once bore the emperor's sword, a warrior responsible for slaughtering his people. This memory shifts to a scene of a kneeling figure before a powerful, seated individual, revealing that this same figure had made him a similar offer back then. An offer to become the emperor's own sword. Of course, he had refused that offer too, A purple-skinned man with white hair explains, though there was a major difference this time. Because the man who bore the emperor's sword had died by his hand. A red eye widens in shock. As an unseen voice gasps, "What?" Johan's eyes glow with intense blue light, the golden particles of his power flaring around him, as he concludes that for the emperor, such tragedies are nothing more than a game to be played and won. As the memory of past offers and brutal acts lingers, a golden, armored figure flashes through Johan's mind, a symbol of the power he once wielded, or perhaps rejected. Suddenly, a man with a wild red beard screams, his voice echoing with terror, "A human is dead." He continues, his gaze fixed on someone unseen. "You're right. The survivor of House Height, which was wiped out." From the shadows, a hooded figure steps forward, his voice calm and chilling, "Is me." Before the red-haired man can react, Johan's hand shoots out, crackling with an intense blue energy. The man's eyes widen in pure horror, his body recoiling instinctively from the sudden, overwhelming force. A devastating punch, glowing with the same fierce blue light, connects, Johan's words cutting through the air. "Without you, I'd have no doubt." The impact sends a shockwave through the confined space, and the red-haired man collapses instantly, his body crumpling amidst scattered debris. Still reeling from the recent confrontation, he considers the implications of aligning with the emperor for support, but his resolve remains unshaken. He declares, "I will wipe out the bandits for myself. Not for the emperor, and not for Marcel." His eyes narrow, a cold fury simmering beneath the surface as he thinks, "If you don't want me next time, you should just die. I'll crush you." A sudden, explosive force erupts from him, leaving a deep impact crater in the unseen wall. "That bastard," he mutters, his gaze sharp with intense focus. Does he think he can say what he wants that way? He wonders, his expression unreadable. A flicker of confusion crosses his face. His body tenses, a sudden, agonizing pressure seizing him. "My heart is burning. I can't breathe." He is racked with pain, his skin taking on an unnatural blue hue as blood trickles from his mouth. His vision blurs, a strange numerical overlay appearing before his distressed, glowing blue eye, as a chilling realization dawns on him. A gurgling sound escapes his throat, the thought piercing through his agony. Is this poison? His body gives out, a hand reaching weakly before he crashes to the ground, blood splattering around him. A heavy thud echoes as he finally collapses completely. Lying prone, the blue pallor still clinging to his skin, Johan curses his fate. Damn it. Despite the overwhelming pain, a fierce resolve flickers in his glowing blue eyes, refusing to be defeated by such a humiliating end. Suddenly, the scene shifts, an enraged, red-tinged face with burning yellow eyes filling his mind's eye. The intense, almost demonic visage stares out, a clawed hand appearing, radiating a potent, dangerous energy. A bustling open space serves as the gathering point for a large force, with numerous tents and wagons spread across the field. Among the crowd, a woman with long, wavy orange hair addresses a figure, asking if he's a mercenary from the Red Iron Company, adding that if so, he's in luck. A hand reaches out towards her, causing her to let out a pained grunt. Nearby, a short-haired woman with a black vest looks on with wide, surprised eyes. The hooded figure, having apparently caused the disturbance, makes a swift escape, disappearing into the dense forest. The orange-haired woman, now joined by two others, laments his departure, wishing she could have dressed him up cutely. A voice calls out, a hint of longing in the single word, "Johan." Having fled into an unknown, dark place, a small figure shivers, the oppressive silence amplifying their fear. This place feels too scary to endure. Overwhelmed by the chilling atmosphere, they can't take it anymore, wishing only to quickly return to safety. Suddenly, a faint sound catches their attention, making them pause and look up, a questioning "huh" escaping their lips. Their eyes, now glowing with an eerie green light, widen in terror as they spot something horrifying in the gloom. Stumbling forward, they recognize the prone form, a gasp of Johan, tearing from their throat. Kneeling beside him, the child's voice trembles, wondering how this could have happened, seeing how much he's bleeding. Blood smears his face, a gruesome sight, as the child desperately asks what happened to him. Looking around frantically for any sign of help, they cry out, "Is anyone there?" With Johan appearing on the verge of death, the child's plea echoes, "Please help us." Barely conscious, his face bruised and eyes closed, Johan struggles to hold on to himself, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. A voice cuts through the haze, sharp and urgent, calling out his name. His body is a dead weight, being pulled and dragged, the world a blur of dark colors and muffled sounds. Then, a gentle hand supports him, and he feels a liquid being poured down his throat, a soft gulp escaping him. A young woman with kind eyes looks down at him, her expression worried, confirming his identity as Johan. She urges him to drink a glowing potion, its potent magic causing his eyes to flare with a vibrant purple light, as the healing energy courses through his veins. Later, with a hand on her shoulder, he expresses his profound gratitude, acknowledging that she was the one who saved him when he lay dying in the corridor. He could hardly believe it. He had panicked, thinking he was about to die, but in hindsight, the entire ordeal had been a blessing in disguise. And now, feeling the lingering effects of the healing potion, He was profoundly grateful. If not for the young girl, he surely would have perished. Godin, sitting nearby, simply states, "You really did something stupid." He could only agree, acknowledging that he had indeed been foolish. Later, in a different setting, Johann addresses an elderly man. "Anyway, you really did something stupid." The old man responds, his voice grave. "You know, the Baron was part of the pro-emperor faction. Why would he have gone looking for him?" He continues, explaining that the Baron had been missing for a while, and that the Emperor's faction had been searching for him, but to no avail. The elder then reveals the grim truth. "So, by the time I got there, he'd already run. He wasn't there." The revelation hits Johann hard, his face contorting in shock and disbelief. A sudden, impactful sound echoes, signifying the weight of the news. He cries out a name, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, as if witnessing a terrible event unfold. In a brutal memory, a bruised, muscular man screams in defiance, his voice raw with pain and anger. Two figures, one in gleaming armor and another cloaked, stand over him, the armored man demanding to know why he dared poison the liquor, their faces grim. Back in the present, Johann runs with fierce determination, vowing not to hold back any longer. Meanwhile, an armored man confides in his cloaked companion, remarking that Sir Johann, the man they discussed earlier, is indeed an abnormal individual. Johann pauses, a look of surprise and concern crossing his face, as if processing new information. His attention shifts to a sealed envelope, marked with a distinctive red wax seal. And he walks away, realizing he has found something far more important than he anticipated, his fingers tearing open the seal to reveal its contents. As he delves into the contents of the sealed envelope, Johann's gaze sharpens, focusing on the intricate details within the documents that mention Einbeck's name and the very nature of her enchantment. An older man, his face framed by a long white beard and a turban, leans in, asking, "And what's in it?" He continues, his voice hushed with anticipation. "Is it like the Baron's? Does it prove the Emperor sent the bandits?" Johann's expression hardens as he delivers a firm, one-word answer. "No." Later, under the silent watch of a full moon breaking through scattered clouds, the night air hangs heavy over ancient castle walls, and Johann moves with a renewed, desperate urgency, his form a blur of motion through the dark, ruined streets. His cloak billows behind him as he pushes forward, the glowing particles of his magic trailing in his wake. Each stride is powerful and determined, his boots pounding against the cobblestones with a rhythmic urgency. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache and sharp eyes gazes out, a cruel satisfaction playing on his lips as he considers the fate of his target, believing that by now, Johann Eitz is surely dead. A dark, indistinct figure collapses in the distance, and a voice echoes with grim approval, simply stating, "Good." The unseen speaker's thoughts solidify into a chilling declaration. Everything is proceeding exactly as the Emperor has intended. Meanwhile, under the shroud of night, a group of armed figures stands guard at a fortified entrance, one of them barking the command, "Open the way." A cloaked figure approaches the gate with an air of authority, as a voice announces, "Sir Einbeck is here." The guards bow respectfully as she passes, offering a formal greeting. "Welcome, Sir Einbeck." Back in his secluded chamber, the mustached man hums softly, a sound of deep contentment escaping him. Einbeck's boot falls heavily onto the blood-soaked ground, her path illuminated by the grim sight of countless bodies impaled on spikes, a gruesome testament to the recent violence. A deep, resonant thrum echoes, drawing attention to an intricate, metallic structure. Meanwhile, a stern-faced commander, his mustache bristling with conviction, declares, "We are not just mercenaries." His voice booms, carrying across a dark, foreboding landscape. "We are the strongest mercenaries of the Holy Empire, bound by its very gold." A group of hooded figures stands in silent assent, as he continues, "The strongest warriors." With a fierce gaze, the commander affirms their allegiance, "And we swear loyalty to the Holy Emperor of the Holy Empire." His words promise a glorious future. Dazzling glory shall follow us. For a long time, the narrow-minded Marcel from within. He shouts, his face contorted with certainty, "I know your strategies are in the palm of my hand." His eyes gleam with dark triumph. They've fallen into chaos and will die without even knowing who the enemy is. A shadowy, red-tinged aura emanates from him as he delivers his final, powerful declaration, a resounding Wiccan. As the commander's confident words still echo, a red-haired messenger, frantic and disheveled, cries out a name, his voice strained with urgency. His face contorted in disbelief and fear, he struggles to articulate the shocking news. The ornate staff he clutches trembles slightly in his grip. He continues, his gaze fixed on the unseen crowd, revealing the source of his distress. His Majesty has intervened. The messenger's words hang heavy in the air, announcing the personal dispatch of an imperial court mage, a revelation met with stunned silence. The commander, his previous bravado replaced by a look of utter shock, gasps, recognizing the name, Casel of the Crimson Flame. Suddenly, a wave of potent, dark energy ripples through the air, coalescing into the ominous silhouette of a figure wreathed in vibrant purple light, who descends with an air of absolute authority, a dismissive chuckle escaping her lips as she lands. The Imperial Court Mage, wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, declares her identity as an envoy dispatched directly by the Emperor. With a predatory grin, her glowing red eyes fix on her audience, she introduces herself as Janina. Her title, Imperial Court Mage Janina, echoes with authority. Among the assembled soldiers, one stammers out a question, wondering if she is a C-class ready man. Another soldier, clearly unnerved, expresses his confusion, admitting he has never heard of a mage named Janina. Janina's hand, adorned with a dark glove, begins to glow with an ominous light, as she clarifies her unique abilities, stating she is not merely a mage who wields the four elements. Her words hang heavy in the air, causing a soldier to recoil in terror, as she reveals her true power, the handling of living weapons. The very concept of living weapons sends a shiver through the ranks, leaving the soldiers to ponder the terrifying implications of her power. She holds a small, glowing purple vial, its contents swirling with blue-green magical energy. A satisfied yes escapes her lips, the magic from the vial now trailing upwards from her hooded form. Her eyes, now a vibrant purple, glow with an unsettling power as she reveals sharp fangs, the vial still clutched in her hand. A monstrous roar echoes across the devastated landscape as a massive, shadowy beast emerges from the dust and debris. A powerful shockwave erupts, sending figures flying through the air as the ground shatters under the creature's might. The commander's face contorts in pure terror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding destruction. "Oh God," he whispers, the words barely audible over the chaos. The colossal beast lets out another deafening roar, blue energy crackling from its maw. Standing triumphantly atop the roaring creature, Janina surveys the devastation, her purple eyes gleaming with absolute control. Her glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target, Kaisel's voice rings out with a chilling command, declaring, "Now, my adorable troll." A sinister smile plays on her lips as she continues, "We'll stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Her sharp teeth glint in the dim light as she proclaims, "Tomorrow is the day." The declaration echoes with fierce resolve. "We will crush Marcel's second subjugation force." Her hand clenches into a fist, a silent testament to her unwavering determination. Meanwhile, a stern-faced commander in ornate armor rallies his own forces, his voice booming, "And offer Marcel." His face contorted with fervor, the commander's passion ignites his troops. As he shouts, "The Emperor!" With a unified roar, his soldiers raise their fists in allegiance, crying out, "Long live the Emperor!" From the shadowy depths of the forest, a unified roar erupts, echoing the fervent loyalty of the masses. Their voices, charged with a zealous energy, proclaim, "Long live the Emperor!" The chant swells, a powerful declaration for the Holy Empire. Meanwhile, a different kind of tension settles over Johann, his expression etched with concern. A young voice cuts through the quiet, confirming, "Yes, Johann." He holds a document, his brow furrowed as he questions, "You delivered the Velato documents? And you didn't tell me you were alive." The sealed document remains unopened, its contents a mystery. An elderly man with a long white beard stands before him, explaining that Goran had only gone for a moment. As the conversation continues, an elderly man with a long white beard, surrounded by swirling water, questions the very essence of the Eifel River itself, demanding to know why it would attempt to save that night. A blonde woman, her expression a mix of surprise and concern, then asks what it is the river wishes to do. Johann, his blue eyes wide with a sudden realization, listens intently as the glowing energy around him intensifies. The blonde woman's words echoing in his mind as he looks down at his own hand, wondering if the river's intent is somehow connected through that night. A stern-faced commander, his reddish-brown hair neatly swept back, surveys the scene with a critical eye, his armored legs planted firmly on the ground. Before him, a vast military formation stands ready in the open field. As on the day of departure, in front of the Marcel Gate, the 2nd Marcel Bandit Subjugation Force makes its final preparations to set out. From within the ranks, a hooded figure speaks with reverence, proclaiming, "Blessed be the gods that we stand. He is our strength, he is our stronghold." Meanwhile, Johann, with his jet-black hair, rides in on a pristine white horse. His presence acknowledged by a voice calling out, "Lord Johann." As he prepares to leave, Godin looks up at him, expressing her concern, but Johann simply tells her to take care of herself. The old man river speaker then approaches, stating that this mission is not his place or his second operation, and advises Johann to worry about himself, to which Johann replies that he will be off then. With his farewells complete, he mounts his horse, leaving the old man river speaker behind as he rides towards the assembled troops. The rhythmic thud of hooves echoes across the open field, carrying him swiftly towards the waiting formation. The commander greets him upon his arrival, acknowledging his presence, and Johann confirms his readiness. A soldier grips his weapon tightly, and the commander's voice booms, rallying all troops for departure. He bellows the command to advance, his voice cutting through the din of the battlefield. As soldiers clash with unseen foes, weapons flashing and magic sparking in the chaotic melee, the roar of battle echoes, and the entire force surges forward, a tide of steel and determination. Johann, amidst the charge, considers his own limitations, knowing he's not suited for the strategic demands of command. The commander, his face grim, repeats his order with unwavering resolve. As the troops continue their relentless push, a final, thunderous cry of "all troops, advance," propelling them deeper into the fray. Episode 3. That year, the city felt a warmth it hadn't known in a long time. Inside a grand chamber, a figure with feline features gazes out a window as another stands nearby. Turning with a slight smile, she announces that the pursuer commander has finally departed. Meanwhile, the city magistrate, an elf-like man with dark skin and white hair, considers the weight of his title. He is Marcel's city magistrate Vlaco, a man of considerable authority. Holding a sealed letter, he notes that it arrived for Johann. The cat-eared attendant confirms the rumors, stating that Johann's sword was found among the bandits, to which Vlaco simply responds with a knowing chuckle. As he walks away, his thoughts drift to the recent subjugation, acknowledging the key role Johann played, and letting out another soft laugh. Later, cloaked and overlooking the city, Vlaco muses on the situation, deciding to offer a letter of recommendation to someone whose power, he admits, exceeds his own. Still contemplating the implications of Johann's power, the city magistrate finds himself concerned, feeling as though the young man's influence already extends too far. He recognizes the crest on the letter as belonging to the noble House Eitzen, and understands that Johann's efforts to protect his younger sister are a driving force. Yet, despite this knowledge, he remains deeply troubled by the letter's contents. The document itself seems to suggest a level of control and ownership that makes him uneasy. Even as he acknowledges to his aide that Johann has been cast out of his noble house, and at the very least, isn't a malicious individual. But a deep-seated intuition persists, a feeling that prevents him from fully trusting the young knight. His concern extends beyond Johann himself. To the trading company that has placed so much faith in an unknown figure, a company that typically doesn't sponsor just anyone. For them, trust is only given to those who have truly proven their worth. He acknowledges her words, but the cat person, Baron Einbeck, insists he remember one crucial detail. She warns that if the knight's misguided actions were to shatter the delicate balance within the city, the Kitana Trading Company would not shirk their responsibility either. She addresses him directly, City Magistrate Vlaco. A stark realization follows. This man might be from the Pro-Emperor faction. Marcel stands by a window, gazing out at the Pro-Emperor faction camp. He then turns to Einbeck, asking, "Baron Einbeck, is it true?" She confirms it. A satisfied smirk plays on the commander's lips as he receives news from a messenger, confirming that the second subjugation force has been dispatched and will undoubtedly fall into their meticulously laid trap. Puffing on his pipe, he muses aloud that Marcel's pride and his territory are now firmly within His Majesty's grasp. Beside him, the hooded figure of Imperial Court Mage Janina, the head of the Pro-Emperor faction, listens intently, her glowing purple eyes fixed on the unfolding strategy. The commander continues, confident that the Emperor will soon claim Marcel's lands and bestow them upon his brother, a thought that draws a sharp, almost incredulous retort from Janina. Later, at a candlelit table, the commander observes Baron Einbeck, her face noticeably pale, questioning her sudden unease. Einbeck sits across from him, her gaze downcast, as the weight of their conversation settles over the room, a third, unidentified figure silently present at the table. Looking up, her expression still tinged with worry, Einbeck attempts to reassure him, insisting there is no need to worry. But a subtle smirk plays on the commander's lips as he takes another draw from his pipe, his eyes betraying a deeper understanding of her true feelings. With a dismissive tone, the Imperial Court Mage remarks that he is not like the others from the expedition, while the Old Man River speaker, looking concerned, states that he has a serious injury. A moment of shared confusion hangs between them, before Kaisel, a wide, unsettling smile spreading across her face, scoffs, "Sir Karamov with a serious injury? Yes, that's a ridiculous joke." She thinks of the shadowy, powerful figure, the Empire's strongest mage, who is supposedly trapped head to toe. Her glowing purple eyes narrow as she adds, "In the legendary basement." The Old Man River speaker, still visibly worried, finds it impossible to believe that something could happen to a man of such caliber. A slight smile touches his lips as he agrees. I know." Yet, a distressed Johann Eitz, his blue eyes glowing with a faint aura, reveals the truth. It really was a lie. He reflects on a past encounter, a lowborn noble who dared to try and deceive him. And the thought crosses his mind that even if the man had lived, he would have been utterly worthless. Meanwhile, under a vast, open sky, Johann looks up, a subtle question forming on his face. In the distance, the commander and Godin survey a scene, the commander noting that Gudav's unit must have swept through Heek cleanly, as he stands among his armored troops. From horseback, he dismisses the battle, remarking that Heek wasn't much of a challenge, while two defeated figures lie motionless on the bloodied ground. Godin, looking up at the commander, asks if he's getting cocky, but he responds with frustration, lamenting their slow pace and the fact they should have been there sooner. A gruff, bearded figure, mistaking the hooded man for an elf, calls out to him. Then, with a wide grin, demands respect. The dwarf's words are sharp, threatening to crush pointy ears, his face contorting in anger as he challenges the hooded figure. Johann Eitz, however, simply observes the dwarf, a thought crossing his mind about the historical animosity between elves and dwarves. Before the situation can escalate, a new voice cuts through the tension as Captain Kohol, clad in heavy armor, steps forward to intervene. The dwarf, chastised, quickly offers his apologies. Later, Captain Kohol stands at the entrance of a cavern, questioning if there had been a fight here. Then, with a dismissive huff, wonders where the hooded figure had come from. He declares that the valiant elven knights will cleanse this place, their presence ensuring order. Now, his forces have become the primary pursuers, chasing down the last of the remaining bandits. A dark, cloaked figure on horseback, wreathed in a faint purple aura, commands his riders to kill them all and seize everything they possess. The cloaked bandits scatter, desperately fleeing through the dark undergrowth. Captain Kohol, his expression firm, makes it unequivocally clear that every last one of them, along with all prisoners, belongs solely to Sir Elvin and his knights. He asserts that any who arrive late have no right to demand a share of the spoils. Suddenly, a burly dwarf on horseback, his face contorted in rage, shouts that the target is a beast, not even human, warning the pointy ears not to interfere, as this is their score. His anger flares as he demands to know if they are truly going to persist in calling them pointy ears. Observing the escalating tension, Johann Eitz feels a prickle of unease, sensing that something is amiss. He observes the aftermath, noting that the defeated bandits were merely mercenaries or low-ranked soldiers, yet their organization and discipline were unusually high. He continues to watch, considering how the elves didn't even suffer a single casualty. His eyes narrow, a dawning realization crossing his face. The focus on the fight, he understands, was the perfect distraction. Meanwhile, Captain Kohol dismisses a concern, asking for proof, while another knight expresses no surprise. Johann's gaze hardens, a quiet certainty settling within him. He knew it. His hand clenches into a fist, the truth undeniable. They retreated on purpose, to lure them further in. It has to be. The vast, empty landscape stretches out before them. As the distant figures of the knights advance, the chilling truth becomes clear. It's a trap. The dwarf leader's frustrated voice echoes through the forest, declaring, "Burden, we're going to keep moving." His urgent plea then cuts through the air. "Captain Kohol, stop for a moment." Kohol turns to him, questioning what's wrong. Meanwhile, Johann's mind races, knowing they must get out of ambush formation immediately. He realizes all of them are going to be wiped out, as the dwarf calls out his name, while Kohol dismisses the threat, believing attacking the enemy is a basic command. Johann knows with certainty that if there's an ambush, it's in that dense forest. He understands that this particular terrain puts them in grave danger, and they need to confirm the enemy's presence first. The dwarf, however, remains overconfident, declaring that even if it's a trap, they can simply crush them, as they are just bandits. But Johann knows better. This is no mere bandit group. They even announce themselves as the Fainted Dark Tree Organization. Still trying to convey the gravity of the situation, Johann insists that their adversaries are no mere bandits, urging them to confirm the threat before the matter escalates further. His voice firm with conviction, he reiterates the immediate need for verification. But the dwarf leader, clearly unimpressed, scoffs at his words, dismissing them as utter nonsense. Captain Kohol then addresses Johann, expressing concern about the potential humiliation if they were to act on his warnings and find them to be false. The dwarf leader quickly chimes in, fearing they would be branded as cowards for being scared of a simple bandit gang, and that their honor would be tarnished. A frustrated sigh escapes Johann, who resolves to deal with the consequences as they come. Captain Kohol lets out a hearty laugh, while the dwarf leader looks on with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. As the two leaders ride away, Kohol calls back that they will forgive Johann's opinion, effectively dismissing his warnings entirely. Left alone, Johann stares ahead, a tactical display appearing before him, a sarcastic thought echoing in his mind. Good. I managed to convince them. He watches the unfolding chaos, a faint smirk playing on his lips as the ambush he predicted begins to take shape. From the front lines, a soldier's voice cuts through the air, barking orders for all troops to assume a defensive formation. Another command follows swiftly, urging the shooters to prepare their weapons. With a synchronized clang, shields rise, forming an impenetrable wall as the soldiers brace for impact. Behind the protective barrier, archers draw their bows, their eyes fixed on the unseen enemy. The pursuer commander, his voice firm, directs the firing towards a specific, pre-flanked, and covered area. On his command, a deadly volley of arrows rains down upon their target. The dwarf leader brings his hammer down with a thunderous impact, the force of his blow echoing through the confined space. But even his might is not enough, as shadowy figures with glowing red eyes swarm him from all sides, their dark forms striking with relentless ferocity. He grunts through clenched teeth, his armored body taking blow after blow, the sheer number of his assailants proving too much. The relentless assault sends him sprawling, his heavy armor clattering against the ground as he's finally overwhelmed. From a hidden vantage point, a hooded figure watches the scene unfold, a cold voice cutting through the din of battle, declaring, "You think you can stop me? You impudent fools." One of the shadowy creatures looms over the fallen warrior, its red eyes burning with an eerie, malevolent glow. Lying defeated, The dwarf leader looks up at his attackers, a chilling realization dawning on him. That's not a bandit gang. A system interface flashes, displaying breaking points and other metrics, posing the question, have you heard of? As Johann Eitz sits in contemplation, a sealed letter held loosely in his hand. Two men stand before him, one questioning, the bullhead mercenaries, while the other confirms, I have. His expression remains unreadable as the speaker elaborates. Even among mercenaries, they're pretty well known, before mentioning. There's a mercenary group called the Wolves of Auditen. An eye patch-wearing man then interjects, claiming, and they say the bullheads even surpass those guys. Johann leans in, his interest piqued. Tell me what you know about them, he instructs, adding, for example. His mind already sifting through existing intelligence. From what I've heard, they're a group of savages who only care about money and job. The eye patch man echoes his thoughts, confirming, from what I've known, and repeating, they're a group of savages who only care about money and job. A glowing, stylized Red Bull's head appears. As the speaker ominously concludes, they chase their targets until the very end, and they don't break their contracts for anyone, adding, and thus could be the beginning of the end. He listens intently as the commander explains that the Wolves of Auditen, though formidable, are not the true threat. The commander then asks, so you think we'll be fighting them tomorrow? His gaze sharpens, knowing the enemy they face now isn't just a band of thieves. He understands the gravity of the situation. It will be the bullhead mercenaries. The commander, his expression grim, advises him, I'd advise you avoid them, no matter what. He continues, his voice laced with warning, whatever you do, avoid a direct confrontation. Johann, leaning forward, questions the commander's caution. Why is that? If we fight them head-on, we don't stand a chance. The commander's hand clenches, a monstrous silhouette appearing behind him as he reveals, it said they can command a minotaur. The revelation hits him hard, his eyes widening slightly at the sheer impossibility of such a foe. Even as a child, the name Sir Johann had echoed through the lands, a testament to his growing reputation. Yet, the true terror lay in the legends of the hero slayer. A monstrous minotaur with an overwhelming body and strength, its high mana resistance making it a nightmare for any human combatant. The chilling realization that the bullhead mercenaries could command such a beast was enough to make anyone gasp in disbelief. A concerned voice cuts through the tension, assuring him, don't worry. The captain continues, promising, tomorrow, we'll risk our lives to help you retreat, Sir Johann. He adds, with a hint of grim determination, and hope the payment will be enough if we survive. Johann, with a slight smirk, reveals his own intentions. I was planning to ask for your help anyway. A man with a scar over his eye shouts in frustration, wishing he too could have faced the bull-headed mercenaries. Though he admits he's not foolish enough to throw his life away for good looks, Goran can make his feelings clear. He appreciates the sentiment, but Johann intends to ask for something else entirely. The scarred man looks on, wondering what other request could be more pressing. Meanwhile, the armored captain observes the distant enemy, questioning their indecent actions. He notes their changing formation, a sudden shift that makes him wonder if they are preparing to attack. Suddenly, explosions erupt in the distance, drawing their startled gazes upward. The sky flashes with brilliant, concussive bursts of light and sound. The battle erupts as a cloaked figure is suddenly caught in a deadly volley, arrows piercing their form. Then, a voice rings out across the chaos, shouting a dire warning. Enemy attack. Another voice quickly follows, identifying the aggressors and issuing a command. Bullhead mercenaries. Everyone, prepare to charge. Responding to the call, one of the bullhead mercenaries, clad in heavy armor and a distinctive horned helmet, begins a powerful, axe-wielding advance. He charges forward with immense, explosive force. His horn helmet dipping as he maintains an unstoppable momentum. Arrows shatter and scatter against his powerful, unseen barrier. As the armored mercenary continues his relentless push, glowing with an inner, fierce energy. His gaze fixed on the unseen enemy, he drives onward. A commanding voice cuts through the chaos, ordering a full advance. The armored ranks of the enemy respond, their heavy forms poised for movement. Another sharp command rings out, signaling the start of the assault. A volley of projectiles erupts from their lines, streaking towards an unseen target. The impact immediate and devastating, a fiery explosion tearing through the air. With the barrage complete, the armored soldiers surge forward, their charge shaking the ground. Heavy boots pounding the earth, driving them relentlessly onward. A wave of steel and fury sweeping across the battlefield. A guttural roar echoes across the battlefield as the first of the monstrous, armored figures charges forward. Their bull-like heads and imposing forms become clearer, a terrifying vanguard for the approaching army. With a metallic clang, more of the heavily armored beasts surge ahead. From the high ground, a vast horde of these formidable warriors descends, a relentless tide sweeping towards the defensive lines. A helmeted soldier watches the onslaught, his eyes widening slightly, realizing the true nature of their foes. Another soldier confirms his fears, muttering about the bullhead mercenaries he'd heard about. Meanwhile, Johann, cloaked and holding his whip, observes the unfolding chaos from a distance, his thoughts turning to the Auditen knights they had prepared for, and the need for extreme caution. Near a line of explosive barrels, a voice cuts through the din, shouting a desperate command. Captain Kummel, brace for impact. On horseback, Johann looks back at the charging enemy, the dwarf leader visible behind him, both witnessing the full force of the enemy's advance. He watches the approaching horde, a grim realization settling in as the enemy prepares to charge straight at them, deciding he must handle the formation alone. His commander, hearing this, cries out in alarm, Sir Johnny? Alone is too dangerous. But the enemy cavalry is already closing the distance. And the commander, regaining his composure, barks out an order. Listen up. The charging figures are identified as the formidable warriors of the Red Iron Mercenaries. The commander, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declares, the bullhead mercenaries are trying to test our might. They'll learn soon enough. The ground trembles under the relentless advance. As the commander, observing the incoming force, dismisses their threat, thinking just how useless their weapons and armor are. A cavalry is charging. Among the charging mercenaries, one spots a key figure in the defensive line, exclaiming, looks like a knight. He descends from above, a lone figure against the charging horde, his resolve echoing the mercenaries' incredulous shouts, wondering if he's truly desperate enough to die. With a powerful impact that sends dust and debris scattering, he lands, ready to grant their wish. A mercenary is instantly thrown back, blood erupting from the force of the blow. Johann unleashes a devastating attack, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he carves a path through the enemy ranks. Another mercenary's face contorts in agony as the impact sends him reeling. The sheer force of his assault ripples through the entire formation. Mercenaries are sent flying, their desperate cries to stop him lost in the chaos. The pursuer commander, witnessing the sudden devastation, barks orders to maintain their lines. He quickly grasps the enemy's intent, realizing this single warrior aims to shatter their organized advance. Johann continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick sending mercenary soldiers reeling back, their formation momentarily broken. From the rear, the pursuer commander watches, a grim realization dawning on him. Damn it, he realized what I was going to do. Nearby, the dwarf leader slams his fist down in frustration. By the backstabber's beard. The commander's voice cuts through the chaos. Focus on the front. He barks another order. Prepare to break through. Johann, amidst the fray, observes the converging forces. They're colliding. The dwarf leader, not to be outdone, issues his own command. Crack their skills open. A mercenary, clad in heavy armor and a bullhorned helmet, braces for the inevitable impact. As the two sides finally clash with a resounding force. As the mercenary formation collapses, Johann's relentless charge tears through their ranks, a flurry of kicks and slashes sending blood spraying. The enemy's defenses are utterly breached, and he continues to push deeper, striking down another foe with brutal efficiency. One of the warriors, helmeted and armored, lets out a desperate cry, urging his comrades to die with honor. But the chaos is absolute, as Johann carves a path through the struggling formation. Another powerful blow connects, shattering an enemy's guard. A pained grunt echoes through the melee, a testament to the sheer force of his assault. From a short distance, the dwarf leader watches the unfolding disaster, his expression grim as his forces are decimated. Nearby, Captain Kuhl's helmeted gaze sweeps across the battlefield, a low rumble of impact sounding close by. Unfazed, Johann unleashes another devastating attack, a surge of glowing energy tearing through his next opponent. He continues his relentless charge, his boots slamming into an armored mercenary. The impact sending shockwaves through the enemy line. Another soldier crumples to the ground, as Captain Kuhl and the dwarf leader watch the chaos unfold from a distance. Johann's glowing attacks tear through their ranks, warriors. But the dwarf leader's own axes begin to pulse with a fierce, orange light. As he bellows a command to his troops, declaring that their burning weapons are not enough, not your burning weapons. And they must fight with the very blood of their enemies. Johann Eitz watches the chaos unfold, a faint smile playing on his lips as he notes the progress, thinking, wow, looks like we don't need to worry about that side. Dust and debris still hang heavy in the air, leaving him to wonder, then what's left now is? Meanwhile, the dwarf leader, his axes blazing with a fierce red glow, leads his troops in a thunderous charge, initiating a head-on clash that shakes the very ground. Through the dense forest, a white-furred beast charges forward, its red eyes gleaming with predatory intent. As a full contingent of armored knights on similar mounts follows close behind, their presence announced by a shout of warning. A night bastard is coming. A horned figure, his face contorted in surprise, exclaims, "Who the hell is it?" While a heavily armored commander, adorned in dark plate with golden accents, questions with indignation, what kind of nobody would dare to do this to the elite battalion of the 100? Unseen by them, Johann Eitz watches from the shadows, his expression resolute. The horned man, now identified as Lord Numeros, scoffs with disdain. Ha, what an idiot. He's soaked to the bone in hero fantasies. The armored commander, a massive axe resting on his shoulder, stands ready. He then requests permission to engage, stating, "Please allow me, the battalion leader of 10, to face that bastard." A voice grants his wish. "Fine, I'll give you the chance." With permission granted, the battalion leader of 10 expresses his gratitude to Lord Numeros. Identified as a bullhead mercenary of the 100 Numeros, he then declares, Lord Numeros has given permission. Another armored figure, a subordinate, echoes the sentiment with a fierce command to tear that knight bastard to pieces. But before they can even move, a sudden, explosive impact rips through the air, sending the battalion leader of 10 recoiling violently, sparks flying from his heavy armor. A blur of motion reveals a sword, wielded with incredible force, clashing directly against his bull-headed helmet. The sheer power of the blow launches him backward, leaving a deep crater where he once stood, and sending him soaring far into the distant sky. A soft sigh escapes him as he surveys the approaching mercenary group, his gaze lingering on the bull-headed figure among them. He muses aloud. So there really are real minotaurs. It seems the minor Kin mentioned was real after all. Then, with a direct challenge, he calls out, hey. His voice carries across the distance. Are you the minotaurs among these mercenaries? The bull-headed leader snarls in response. As Johan's eyes begin to glow with a faint blue light, he questions the absurdity of the question, wondering why such a silly thing would even be asked. The bull-headed mercenary, undeterred, threatens, when I chop you into pieces. His voice laced with malice, your horse might. But Johan cuts him off, looking down with an air of superiority, so get down. The mercenary can only respond with a mocking laugh. As the battalion leader of 10 lets out a mocking laugh, another mercenary steps forward, questioning the hooded figure's identity and declaring dibs on his feet. But the hooded man, now revealed to be Johan, simply ignores the taunts, his gaze fixed on the charging group. A smirk plays on his lips as he retorts, promising to make a stew out of the battalion leader's tail if he wins. Enraged by the dismissive threat, the battalion leader of 10 roars, challenging Johan to come at him. He charges forward, a furious insult escaping his lips, his mercenaries following close behind. Johan, still unfazed, muses aloud about the meaning of a gift set, his eyes tracking the approaching enemy. Then, with a sudden, blinding speed, his whip lashes out. It connects with the battalion leader of 10, sending him recoiling with a pained grunt. He swiftly blocks the incoming kick from the battalion leader, the impact reverberating with a sharp crack. Before his whip snaps out with blinding speed, striking the armored opponent squarely across the helmet. The force of the blow sends the battalion leader reeling, his heavy form thrown backward through the air. He tumbles helplessly, unable to regain his footing. With a heavy thud, the battalion leader crashes hard onto the forest floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Johan 8 lands lightly, his movements fluid and precise. Below him, the battalion leader struggles to push himself up, a pained grunt escaping his lips. His face, now visible, contorts in a mix of agony and fury, his helmet askew. The mercenary stands poised, his whip still crackling with faint blue energy, observing his downed opponent with an unwavering gaze. He moves with a blur of motion, his weapon striking with enough force to shatter the ground beneath him. His grip tightening as he prepares for the next move. But even his honed senses struggle to keep up. The speed of the attack is simply too great. The battalion leader of 10, having recovered with alarming speed, presses his assault, a thought of his weak brothers fueling his rage as Johan 8 barely manages to evade the blow. The armored commander's weapon flashes, a deadly blur that makes Johan 8 realize he could be cut in half if he makes a single mistake. He continues to dodge, a whirlwind of evasive maneuvers. A frustrated curse escaping his lips. Perhaps he should have brought the others, the recovered ones. Yes, that's it. As he considers his options, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes lunges forward, urged on by the battalion leader of 10's command. Don't just dodge, fight back. The battalion leader of 10 lunges forward, his voice booming with a challenge, promising a death befitting a knight. He brings his weapon down in a powerful overhead strike, forcing Johan 8 to brace himself against the impact. But Johan is quick, twisting his body away from the next blow, evading with practiced ease. As his opponent overextends, a crucial opening appears, and Johan seizes it, a determined glint in his eyes. Nearby, the monstrous creature watches, its reptilian eye narrowing, a sharp intake of breath escaping its maw. Johan's hand glows with a vibrant blue energy, charging a devastating strike. He unleashes the attack, landing a solid, resounding blow against the battalion leader's armor. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, making the armored figure reel back. Fragments of rock and debris explode outwards, a testament to the force of Johan's strike. The battalion leader of 10 roars in frustration, his armored form reeling from the impact, legs buckling under the force. He retaliates with a furious swing of his massive mace, the weapon slamming into the ground with devastating power, shattering the earth around it. But before the blow can connect, Johan closes the distance, delivering a swift, powerful kick to the armored chest. Then immediately follows up, raising his own mace high overhead. As the battalion leader, now vulnerable, declares, "It's time we end this. Begone." Amidst a chaotic battle, a horned commander bellows orders to his forces, demanding they shatter the enemy's defenses. He urges them to press forward, warning that getting entangled would only put the goblins at a greater disadvantage, as the clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. One of his horned warriors falls, but the commander dismisses the enemy as mere shitheads, insisting they overwhelm them with brute strength. Suddenly, a new contingent of armored knights appears, their blonde-haired leader raising his sword and shield, declaring to his brothers, "Let us begin." A solemn thought crosses his mind, a quiet plea for divine forgiveness. One of the horned creatures, caught off guard by the new arrivals, stares in confusion and dawning realization. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts with a resounding roar. As a dark armored knight, eyes glowing with an intense blue light, unleashes a menacing aura, particle effects swirling around him. The horned creature recoils in terror, recognizing them as holy knights from the St. Galanto monastery, who have now seemingly gone berserk. He moves with a blur of dark armor and flashing steel, engaging multiple armored figures in a chaotic dance of death. His weapon arcs with deadly precision, as a voice from the enemy ranks shouts, "Stay sharp." But Johan's strike is already upon them, shattering armor and sending fragments flying. His glowing blue eye burns with fierce determination, as another enemy curses him, "You crazy, dressed-up bastard." The berserk aura around him flares crimson, and he slams into another foe with devastating force. Leaping high into the air, enveloped in the fiery glow, he roars, "I'll crush you." Meanwhile, another armored knight reels from a sudden impact, his face contorted in agony. A new figure, a light-haired knight in black and white armor, delivers a swift, powerful blow to an enemy. He continues his assault, striking down multiple armored opponents with practiced ease. A knight, his face obscured by a helmet, urges his companions to retreat, reminding them that others still need their help. Another armored figure responds, assuring him that someone has already been dispatched to assist and that he is fighting alongside them. The first knight, seemingly frustrated, curses the bullhead mercenaries. Meanwhile, a group of the horned mercenaries stands defiant, one of them shouting orders not to fall back. A larger, more imposing mercenary with bull-like features bellows, proclaiming that Lord Numerous will crush the knight bastard, and then return to help them. With a surge of raw power, Johann Eitz charges forward, a blur of motion. He swings his heavy mace, aiming a devastating blow at the head of a bull-headed mercenary. The impact is brutal, sending shockwaves through the air as the mercenary recoils from the force. A mysterious, glowing blue crystalline structure rises from the ground, shimmering with ethereal energy. Standing over his defeated foe, Johann Eitz challenges him to utter any last words, then questions the mercenary's identity with a hint of curiosity. The bull-headed mercenary kneels before him, clearly beaten, as Johann Eitz walks past other mercenaries who watch him with a mixture of fear and awe. Meanwhile, in a distant, chaotic battle, a voice calls out, apologizing for a mistake and vowing to buy time for others to escape. Back with Johann Eitz, the bull-headed mercenary defiantly declares that even his death won't secure victory for his opponent. Before revealing a shocking truth, he is not a real minotaur. Johann Eitz looks on, utterly bewildered by this unexpected confession. The bull-headed mercenary, defeated and bewildered, insists he is only a half-minotaur, claiming ignorance of what a true minotaur even is. But his captor, Johann, remains unmoved, stating that such a confession would not count as an achievement for him. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Turning from the strange mercenary, Johann addresses his own ranks, still pondering the creature's bizarre claim. He spots a figure in the distance and calls out, "You there, bugler?" The bugler looks up, startled, and reports that the main force has already gone ahead. Johann's command is clear. "Tell them you've been defeated." The bugler, crestfallen but obedient, responds with a hesitant, "Why yes, Sir Knight." The bull-headed mercenary groans, his face still caked with blood from the earlier confrontation. His captor, Johann, looks on, dismissing the mercenary's pleas, while other soldiers behind him express their despair. "And you," he presses, "don't have a gift set." The mercenary flinches as Johann's blade remains pointed at him. "What?" "And me," he stammers. As Johann's gaze intensifies, "Something you'd be a witness to," he declares, demanding. "Tell only the truth." The mercenary's brow furrows in confusion and fear. "Echu," he mutters, before recoiling sharply. "W.O.," he cries out, desperately adding, "Don't fall back. Lord Numeros will be joining us soon." Johann remains resolute, his voice firm. "We just have to hold on until then," he asserts, as a deep, resonant sound begins to rumble through the air. The mercenary's eyes widen, small bubbles of panic forming around his head. What is that sound?" he whispers, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a look of utter terror consuming his features. It can't be." The commander's voice rings out, lamenting the loss of a knight, even as the battle rages on, to which Johann, observing from a distance, simply replies that it's too bad. He continues, surveying the chaos from atop his steed, declaring that their forces have overwhelmed the enemy. With a triumphant roar, he orders the pursuit, sounding the victory call for what is proclaimed as the first triumph of this battle. His armored knights surge forward, a relentless wave sweeping across the battlefield. Far from the battlefield, the grand facade of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch stands tall, a beacon of commerce and stability. Inside, a distinguished elf magistrate receives news from his assistant, who announces with a hopeful tone that the Auditon army has secured its first victory. The magistrate listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face, as his assistant stands by, awaiting his reaction. A soft thump echoes as he leans back, pondering the report, surprised by the ease with which they achieved victory. The Auditon army, including the elf woman, Marcel, Johann, and their commander, had reportedly lost contact with their forces. A piece of news that makes Marcel demand clarification, asking what exactly was said. He ponders the implications, wondering if contact had truly been lost. His brow furrows as he questions the report, declaring that there's no way the elf knights would lose to mere bandits. The elf woman suggests it might have been a surprise attack, but Marcel quickly dismisses the idea, convinced there's more to the story. Her hand gestures towards the document on his desk, and he instructs her to reread the report, specifically the part about the Baron. A stern, older man with a mustache flashes in his mind, the thought of a Baron clearly troubling him. Marcel leans back, his hand pressed to his forehead, deep in thought over the suspicious victory. His assistant confirms the report, stating, "If it's true that the commander of the bull-headed mercenaries was captured, then you mean that capture?" Marcel considers this, acknowledging, admitting to the charges, before he was captured. He ponders the audacity of such an act. Who in the world could do something that absurd? The magistrate hums thoughtfully, There is no reason to lie about this." His mind races, trying to identify the perpetrator. Who would that be? Meanwhile, a lone figure stands overlooking a vast army, their ranks stretching into the distance. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever comes next. A frantic cry echoes through the dark forest, calling out to Johann. His gaze is sharp, his expression calm, even as the urgency of the situation seems to weigh heavily on those around him. Inside what appears to be an outpost, an elderly man with a long white beard greets him warmly, acknowledging his return and the effort he's expended. Another voice, belonging to a young woman named Godin, also calls out to Johann, her face etched with concern, though the elderly man quickly urges her to calm down. A man with long white hair, holding a staff, then addresses Johann directly, noting the considerable distance he must have traveled to reach the outpost. The elderly man advises him to rest, sensing the toll his journey has taken, insisting he has pushed himself too hard. Johann, his hand glowing with a faint blue energy, responds to their worries, assuring them he has heard everything. Meanwhile, a large, bull-headed mercenary recounts Johann's incredible strength, marveling at his power despite his lack of visible mana. Godin, her eyes wide with excitement, emphatically confirms the mercenary's tale, exclaiming that's exactly how it went. As the group continues to discuss his surprising abilities, Johann tries to brush off the praise, telling Godin not to exaggerate. But the young girl, undeterred, insists that he is not exaggerating at all. Marcel, standing nearby, offers a small, knowing smile. A stout dwarf elder steps forward, his expression earnest. He declares that Sir Johann deserves every bit of praise, especially for the way he charged straight at the enemy. The dwarf's voice booms with admiration, explaining that Johann's actions set all of their hearts on fire. He continues, emphasizing the valor Johann showed them. With the bull-headed mercenary nodding in agreement, the dwarf elder concludes that such bravery will be a great example even for them, the dwarves. Johann, however, looks down with a thoughtful expression, admitting that while he may capture their attention, he is just a man who can't even use mana. Still reflecting on his recent display of power, Marcel gently chides Johann, finding his humble attitude a bit much. Meanwhile, a new presence makes itself known, as word spreads that the Holy Knights have arrived, bringing with them the hope of St. Denis's kindness. The dwarf elder echoes the sentiment, offering a blessing for the Holy Knights' arrival. These formidable warriors, the elite soldiers of the Holy Empire and the Church, stand poised, their presence commanding attention, while Johann remains a quiet observer. The elder continues, gesturing towards Johann, preparing to speak of his capabilities. He recalls a past encounter, dismissing the Holy Knight's prowess, saying that when he fought him, he wasn't much of a challenge. The elder then adds, with a knowing look, that there was no real need to kill him. A monstrous, shadowy form with glowing red eyes appears, a visual representation of raw power, as the bull-headed mercenary's voice cuts in, acknowledging Johann's immense strength, enough to wipe out an entire battalion on his own. The elf woman, clad in armor, concurs, her expression serious, stating that even for their own forces, facing a battalion of 10 would have been hopeless. A collective gasp echoes through the forest as Marcel, the dwarf elder, the bull-headed mercenary, and the elf woman all turn towards him, Marcel's voice ringing out with an almost desperate reverence. He thinks to himself that it would be true if only he had half his usual mana, but he didn't do that. Marcel continues, his expression earnest, acknowledging the truth of his own words, yet understanding the humility of the man before him. The praise, however, only makes Johann shift uncomfortably, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he mutters that it's a bit much. Marcel, oblivious to his discomfort, justifies his earlier actions, explaining that he only kept the enemy alive because it was necessary, noting that this kind of praise is making Johann a little embarrassed. The dwarf elder and the elf woman nod in agreement, the elf woman adding that no one could be so humble after such a feat. Still, Johann can't help but feel awkward, his gaze dropping as he wonders if they even know how many people he slaughtered on the battlefield. Marcel, with a knowing look, thinks to himself that when humility meets the end of up feeling, it becomes arrogance. A faint, almost sheepish smile touches Johann's lips, still clearly embarrassed by the relentless admiration of his companions. Still surrounded by his admiring companions, Marcel continues to speak, suggesting that if Johann's strength is truly as great as they believe, then he should accept their praise with gratitude. He responds with a slight frown, acknowledging the sentiment, but clearly uncomfortable with the attention. The dwarf leader, however, seems to agree with Marcel, declaring that their enemies are mere mercenaries, not even worth fighting. The bull-headed mercenary laughs heartily, proposing that after they reorganize, they should smash Amber's bunch. Marcel then calls out to Johann, drawing everyone's attention to him. Johann, turning his back to the group, states firmly that there is no one else to consider. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his departure. As he walks away from the camp, the sounds of his footsteps fading into the distance. He continues his solitary journey across the desolate landscape. "Don't say that a troll appeared from the forest," she exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief and fear. "From the forest?" she whispers, before collapsing to her knees, a heavy thud echoing through the trees. "Please," she begs, looking up at him with desperate eyes, "send reinforcements right now." He listens intently, his expression hardening as the gravity of the situation sinks in. "We were attacked by a troll," she continues, her voice trembling. Without a word, Johann moves, a blur of blue energy streaking through the dark forest. His speed is immense, carrying him across the surface of a moonlit lake. With a powerful surge, he impacts the water, sending a massive splash into the air as he continues his relentless pursuit. He continues his relentless charge, a blur of motion across the water, leaving a shimmering trail in his wake. Ahead, a group of armored figures stands poised in the dense forest, their attention drawn by the approaching disturbance. But before they can fully react, he is upon them, his sword already drawn and glinting with lethal intent. His grip tightens on the hilt, a silent promise of swift, decisive action. With a powerful, arcing swing, he connects with the first armored foe, sending them reeling from the impact. The force of the blow lifts the knight clean off their feet, propelling them backward through the air. His blade, now imbued with a vibrant blue energy, slices through the water with impossible speed, a testament to his mastery. The defeated enemy plunges into the depths, creating a violent splash. He stands victorious over the submerged figure, the water around them stained crimson. The commander of the armored forces, flanked by his soldiers, expresses his irritation, finding the current situation absolutely infuriating. He scoffs, declaring he wasn't expecting a fair fight anyway. Recalling their previous encounter, he questions if they've learned anything since losing a knight and a wagon to the enemy. His voice sharpens as he gives the order, demanding they capture the fleeing enemy. Standing before a vast formation of his armored troops, he prepares to issue further commands. His voice rings out, addressing all his soldiers. The disciplined ranks of armored figures stand ready, awaiting their next directive. With a fierce resolve, the commander declares their intention to annihilate the enemy. He then adds a final instruction, to stop anything that looks valuable. He issues a stern warning to his troops, his voice echoing with authority. As the armored unit moves with grim determination, their ranks stretching into the distance. They press onward, a relentless tide of steel and resolve. Even the treacherous terrain of the marsh unable to slow their advance as they wade through the murky waters. Finally, the commander calls for a brief halt, allowing his forces to catch their breath and inspect their gear. The elf woman, mounted beside him, surveys the desolate landscape. Before they dismount, the sound of their boots on the wet rock breaking the silence, to take in their surroundings. She remarks on the unfamiliar, hidden nature of the area, noting it as a perfect place for someone to conceal themselves. A grim smile touching the commander's lips, confirming his suspicions, as he vows to hunt down his quarry. A sudden, unseen force descends, causing one of the armored soldiers to cry out in alarm. As the commander and his unit spot the approaching Auditan soldiers, he realizes with a grimace that their backup has arrived, having bypassed the trap they laid. The soldier beside him shouts, demanding to know what's happening. Just as a powerful, unseen strike slams into the ground, erupting in a blinding flash of ice and shattered earth. The commander instinctively raises his sword, deflecting the immediate impact, then looks down in shock at the devastation, where a massive crater now marks the spot of the attack. A colossal, dark entity with glowing red eyes looms over a smaller, hooded figure in a shadowy forest, its presence radiating pure menace. A guttural sound rips through the air, a deep, resonant growl that shakes the very ground. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth as it unleashes a terrifying roar. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, as a voice echoes, reflecting on a past struggle. "He fell, but I stopped those wretches myself." The blonde-haired commander sits defeated on the barren ground, his armor scuffed, recalling the ambush. "Those short-sword-wielding bastards descended on us." He continues, addressing Johann Eitz. "I asked if you could join us, perhaps but he's gone. And we're trapped. Then, we'll have to find someone else later." The commander's face is etched with desperation, his sharp elf eyes conveying the gravity of their situation as he insists. The three knights of Aditin are still there. His plea hangs heavy in the air. I beg of you, please save. Johann Eitz stands with the commander and the dwarf leader, a new, unlikely alliance forming in the face of their shared predicament. The dwarf leader, his expression serious, turns to his companions, asking for their thoughts on the dire situation. The elf woman, standing beside Johann Eitz, explains that the difference lies between those who have witnessed the horrors firsthand and those who have not, implying a deeper understanding of the threat. She continues, stating that it's easier to track the monster's movements once you understand its nature. She reveals she has prepared a trail marker, but admits, with a hint of trepidation, that even with her preparations, the task ahead is daunting. Her words are underscored by a looming image of a colossal, dark-furred beast, its form radiating raw power, a creature that, she believes, cannot be defeated without divine intervention. Its massive claw, sharp and jagged, emphasizes the terrifying truth. This is a being no human can hope to stand against. Yet, Johann Eitz charges forward, his blade glowing with blue energy as he strikes the beast, though its hide proves tougher than any rock, shrugging off the impact. His attacks continue, but the monster's muscles are like ropes of steel, making it incredibly difficult for his blows to have any lasting effect. Its sheer resilience a formidable challenge. The beast's overwhelming size and monstrous strength are evident in every detail, its glowing green eyes fixed on its attacker. The monstrous entity unleashes an attack, its raw power evident in the shattering impact, a force truly beyond what any human could withstand. Its very presence is a testament to its might, a damned monster that defies all expectations. A knight in dark plate armor observes the creature, a silent question hanging in the air as he witnesses its impossible resilience. Even if one manages to land a blow, the beast heals instantly, as if nothing had happened. Its hide is like solid rock, its muscles like steel, deflecting every strike. The knight's frustration mounts, realizing that conventional attacks are useless against such an opponent. A voice cuts through the chaos, urging him to action, calling out, "Snap out of it, Laurent." Still reeling from the monster's invulnerability, Laurent is commanded, "Don't just stand there, move." Kneeling before Johann, Laurent desperately pleads, "Please help us." But Johann, looking down at him, dismisses the urgency. Surrounded by his equally distraught companions, Laurent reiterates his plea, the weight of their situation pressing down as a voice in his mind acknowledges that even at full speed, they might not make it. Johann, however, remains unmoved, his gaze fixed on Laurent as he coldly reminds him, "After what you did to Beatrice, if rumors reached it." However, the elf woman, her face etched with fear, cries out, "They'll already have entered their eternal rest." The dwarf leader, his expression grim, adds, "We're in a desperate situation." Godin lets out a small, distressed sound, her silent plea joining the others as they all look up at Johann. The dwarf leader, his face now filled with resignation, apologizes, muttering, "I'm sorry, but I don't think we can do that." Turning his back on the desperate group, Johann walks away, his final words echoing through the forest, "Our mission comes first." As the dwarf leader screams his name in desperation, Johann Eitz stands silently, his hooded form a stark silhouette against the forest. Then, a single, unexpected declaration cuts through the tension, "I'll go." The words hang in the air, even Johann himself seeming surprised by his own resolve, a quiet, almost disbelieving, double it, escaping his lips. Laurent, equally stunned, can only stammer out, "Es Sir Johann?" The elf woman, her sharp eyes wide with concern, warns him, "This isn't something to take lightly." But Johann turns to them, his expression firm as he explains, "With Beatrice, I'm the only one who can help you here." He continues, his voice unwavering, "So if we're sending a rescue party, I'll go." The dwarf leader, however, shakes his head, his brow furrowed with worry. "On the contrary, it would only put you in danger, too." Ignoring the dwarf's plea, Johann turns and walks away, leaving his companions to grapple with his decision. The dwarf leader, his brow furrowed with concern, insists that he cannot simply stand by and watch Johann go alone. But Johann's gaze is firm, his resolve unyielding as he considers the implications. He questions, if even one of them is alive, then isn't it worth rescuing them? His companions are taken aback by his determination, one of them calling out his name in disbelief. The elf woman and Laurent exchange worried glances, a blush of frustration rising on her cheeks. Godin, stepping forward, offers to go in his stead. She looks down, her voice small but earnest, mentioning Captain Kummel. The dwarf leader lets out a frustrated humph, his patience wearing thin. But Johann simply smiles, a hint of amusement in his tone, remarking that his companions always surprise him. The dwarf leader, still fuming, declares his intention to organize a rescue party himself. Godin looks on with concern as he questions how many times he has to tell her something, his frustration evident. The dwarf leader then turns his attention to Johann, insisting that his actions are too impulsive and foolish for him to go alone. Johann, however, remains resolute, thinking to himself that even if the opponent is a troll, elf knights aren't weak either. He considers the potential consequences, knowing that if he hurts himself, he won't be able to get a reward. The thought of a reward seems to be a powerful motivator, a singular focus driving his determination. His eyes glow with a golden light, surrounded by shimmering particles, as he firmly decides he's going to demand a huge payout from them. A single candle flickers, casting dancing shadows as news spreads that the elf knights have fallen into a trap. A low, satisfied chuckle escapes Johann Eitz, who sits cloaked in shadow, observing the flame. He considers the implications. If the elf knights are truly wiped out like this, then the delicate balance between the Marcel and Brang's factions will be irrevocably broken. Yet, a voice of caution cuts through the triumph, reminding him not to celebrate just yet. Persephone, her eyes glowing with an inner red light, agrees, acknowledging that they still don't know the full nature of the trap. She wonders aloud, how could they have fallen so easily? Meanwhile, a mustached man with a worried expression dismisses the entire operation, muttering that the bull-headed maneuver was disposable from the start. Johann, holding a document with a distinctive crest, questions, was that the first I'm hearing of it? Did you just make that up? A soft rustle of parchment sounds as. He points to the crest, asking, that crest is? Then, reassuringly, he adds, my real plan lies elsewhere, so don't worry. He shifts his stance slightly, changing the subject. More importantly, how's Janina's troll? Is it doing fine? Persephone listens intently, her glowing red eyes fixed on him. As Johann continues, I heard the elf knights fell into a trap. If the elf knights are gone, it's good for us. No need to worry. Her expression unreadable, Persephone finally interjects. Why do you keep asking about the troll and a dwarf? She gestures dismissively, explaining, that whole area has been abandoned for ages, so even torches don't work well. He dismisses the notion, stating that it means nothing to him in the first place, and that they will simply cross that bridge when they come to it. Her glowing red eyes narrow slightly, confirming his words, especially since they won't even be able to use their torches. She continues, her voice carrying a chilling certainty, that they will meet their fate in the abyss of darkness. The dense, shadowy forest seems to swallow all light, its depths echoing with unseen movements. A murky pool reflects the oppressive gloom, the air thick with an unsettling silence. A single, glowing green lantern attempts to pierce the overwhelming darkness, its light struggling against the encroaching shadows. Persephone's voice cuts through the oppressive atmosphere, remarking that it would be truly impressive if they could even find their way through such a place. Johann, his expression one of slight concern, turns to her, asking what she called this particular fire again. She explains that the fire he asked about is Xena's fire, a holy magic, as green particles of energy swirl around her hands. It's a spell used to hunt monsters, she continues, as a group of armored figures are shown facing a monstrous horde. This magic is capable of hunting even the most elusive creatures, like the small, cat-like monster with glowing green eyes that appears to possess a unique ability. So, you understand that it's holy magic, Persephone asks, her expression serious. He nods, his gaze fixed on her, confirming his understanding. Even the pursuer commander, she adds, as the armored figure is shown wielding the same vibrant green fire, was surprised by the holy magic's power, Persephone concludes, a slight smile playing on her lips. But the casting speed and scale of that fire. Johann muses, his brow furrowed in thought, finding it hard to believe it's just normal fire. The commander's voice echoes, describing how the fire catches even in water, a testament to its unnatural properties. He considers the implications of Persephone's words, a flame that can ignite even in water, truly a cleansing fire. The sheer force of the magical impact still resonates in his mind. And he can't help but wonder, isn't this essentially white magic? Persephone, observing the distant armored figures, acknowledges his thought, remarking on his impressive insight. Still, he finds himself unable to fully grasp the concept, unable to discern if the fire's form resembles a horse's head or a dragon's, to which she simply laughs, explaining it's the result of daily experience and training. As she continues to lead the way through the shallow water, Persephone playfully laments the embarrassment of being accompanied by a child, referring to him with a teasing tone. Ignoring her jibe, Johann's mind is already on the next challenge, realizing they don't need to hunt the troll in the conventional, difficult way. Instead, he proposes they'll simply draw its attention just enough to lure the elf knights. He considers the enemy's movements, a tactical puzzle forming in his mind. They've managed to get behind them, a maneuver that shouldn't have been possible. He wonders, could they be hiding somewhere, bypassing the enchanted barrier? Meanwhile, through the dense foliage, the elf knights press forward, their glowing eyes fixed on their objective, a stern command echoing among them. Don't hide, no matter what. Their commander, a formidable figure in plate armor, bellows, maintain formation. Let's kill him. His sword raised high, he rallies his troops with a fierce battle cry, seize honor. Deep within the forest, a guttural growl rumbles, the sound of a massive creature stirring. Nearby, a series of sharp barks cut through the air, a small, blue creature announcing its presence. The small, dog-like beast, with its large ears and glowing yellow eyes, lets out another woof. It observes its surroundings with an uncanny intelligence, a thought forming in its mind. Looks like someone's hiding something. From a hidden vantage point, a young man observes the enemy's movements, a small companion beside him. He notes the enemy's leader, thinking he named his dog Karamov. Meanwhile, the elf knights gather around a map, their commander scrutinizing the details, planning their next move. He looks up, a growl escaping him, wondering, why are the horses? Back in their hiding spot, the young man watches the distant figures, his expression unreadable. He speaks to his companion, a slight smirk playing on his lips, just as I predicted. He adds, I don't need horses for this plan anyway. He muses, but that's actually good news. Elsewhere, an elf woman holds a glowing green orb, its light pulsing as she speaks, her voice firm. It means they're still alive. She addresses her commander, Sir Johann. With flames of that size, he can't handle a troll. The commander listens intently. The orb glows brighter in her hand. As she concludes, we'll prepare a better monster, or perhaps a horde. Johann Eitz, surrounded by a vibrant green aura, declares his intention to charge ahead, buying precious time for his companions. With a determined expression, he surges forward, his fist already clenched for impact. Behind him, Godin gasps in surprise, her concern evident as she calls out, wait, Sir Johann, that's not what I meant. Undaunted, Johann shouts back to the dwarf, who is struggling with the horses, Karamov, you go find the horses that ran off. Suddenly, a fierce wolf-like creature lunges forward, letting out a sharp bark. Johann meets the threat head-on, delivering a powerful blow that echoes through the forest. The dwarf, still on horseback, looks back with alarm, crying out, Sir Johann. Nearby, the elf woman expresses her hesitation, but Persephone, her eyes glowing red, insists, sisters, I could. We have to go and help the dwarf. He's our comrade. With a resolute, yes, Sister Persephone, she charges into the fray, her glowing sword ready to strike. As she prepares for the coming fight, Persephone closes her eyes, her armored hands clasped around the hilt of her sword, uttering a solemn prayer. Her voice, though soft, carries a plea for divine intervention, a desperate call for guidance through the encroaching darkness. In her mind's eye, she sees distant figures, their forms indistinct but their suffering clear, crying out for salvation amidst a verdant glow. The green light intensifies around her, enveloping her and the spectral forms that now surround her, a protective aura forming. Her prayer continues, a fervent chant, imploring a holy flame to grant light to the wandering souls. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowy claw lunges from the gloom, aiming to tear through her defenses. But before it can connect, Persephone's fist, now blazing with emerald energy, smashes into the unseen attacker with a resounding impact. The force of her blow sends a massive, wolf-like creature reeling, its snarling maw twisted in pain as she stands firm, her glowing sword ready. Another wave of green energy erupts from her, striking the beast and driving it back with explosive power. Laurent, a knight clad in purple and gold, launches himself forward, his body wreathed in vibrant green energy. With a powerful strike, he slams into the monstrous, wolf-like creature, sending it recoiling from the impact. Without pause, he follows up with another swift, green-infused attack. The blow connects once more, drawing blood from the beast as it stumbles back. The force of his assault severs one of its massive claws, which falls to the ground, gushing crimson. Having dealt a significant wound, the knight stands ready, his green aura still faintly shimmering. But the creature, far from defeated, lets out a guttural roar, its eyes burning with renewed fury. It lunges forward with terrifying speed, its dark form blurring as it closes the distance. Before he can react, a massive claw strikes him, sending a spray of blood into the air. A sharp gasp escapes Laurent as the impact sends a jolt of pain through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The monstrous creature, a hulking mass of fur and glowing eyes, looms over the battlefield, its presence a testament to the devastation it has already wrought upon the fallen. But Laurent, despite the pain, refuses to yield, his voice firm as he declares the fight far from over. Around him, the remaining soldiers falter, their spirits crushed by the overwhelming power of the beast, their morale utterly broken. Laurent acknowledges the grim reality, his breath coming in ragged gasps, knowing that he must act. His body screams in protest, every muscle aching with profound exhaustion, yet his resolve remains unbroken. He stands his ground, sword held ready, a lone figure against the encroaching despair. Now, all that remains is a tense standoff, as he prepares for his next move, his feet now resting on the surface of the water. With a sudden surge of energy, a ripple of power spreads across the water's surface, signaling the beginning of his counterattack. He is called out by name, as a voice questions his actions. The commander, concerned, asks about the monster, but Laurent, exhausted, declares his intent to face it alone, stating, "Leave me be. I'm going to kill him myself." The commander's sharp retort, "Don't be absurd," is quickly overshadowed by the monstrous presence that looms, letting out a guttural growl. Before Laurent can react, a massive, clawed hand erupts from the darkness, seizing him with crushing force. The creature's eyes glowing a malevolent red as it roars, a wave of raw power emanating from its form. Still held fast in its grip, Laurent screams, his face contorted in agony. A brutal blow connects, sending blood spraying. He blinks, dazed and battered, but still conscious. He cries out, a surge of raw pain coursing through him as the monster's attack connects, crackling with dark energy. With a sickening crunch, the monstrous maw clamps down. A spear-like appendage then pierces through his armor, slicing deep into his body. Impaled and bleeding profusely, Laurent can only register the shocking reality of the spear now protruding from his chest. From a short distance, Godin stares in horror, barely able to comprehend how anything could have driven a spear through his body. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she wonders who could be behind such a brutal attack. Despite his grievous wound, Laurent manages to lift his head, calling out to Sir Gustav. Meanwhile, Johann H. charges forward on horseback alongside another knight, his voice cutting through the chaos, demanding they not stand idly by. His sky-blue eyes burn with fierce determination, ready to confront the threat. He throws his head back, a desperate cry tearing from his throat, urging someone unseen to make haste and run. The grand, Gothic architecture of the Katana Trading Company's Marseille branch looms over the city. Where inside, a man with striking white hair sits at a large desk, while an elf woman stands attentively beside him. He scrutinizes a document, a system message having just indicated that the person doesn't exist in their records, as he muses aloud. A letter, from the shopkeeper? The focus shifts to an ornate golden token, as a voice declares, "This one is the Oak Tree Mercenaries token. It must be opened at midnight tonight." The elf woman's eyes widen slightly in concern. "It must be Ainbeck's doing." The white-haired man nods in agreement. "That is my thought as well." A powerful black horse stands ready, as the conversation continues, hinting at the group's past, the Oak Tree Mercenaries. A cloaked figure, sword at their side, is shown, as the voice concludes. They were the first to join the Imperial force. A vast army stands in disciplined formation, their numbers stretching into the distance, ready to march out and wipe out the bandits. Meanwhile, a commander, his face etched with worry, laments that the Oak Tree Mercenaries, once the Emperor's elite, have fallen so far, their reputation now tarnished. He continues, his voice heavy with concern, that even their off-guard members are now being targeted. Elsewhere, the white-haired man, now masked and cloaked, holds the distinctive Oak Tree Mercenary token, reflecting on how Baron Ainbeck used the very same token to send a letter. He concludes his thought with a grim realization. In the end, it was all a setup. The elf woman, her yellow eyes sharp, agrees with his assessment, her expression serious as she considers the implications. She states her complete agreement, her gaze unwavering. She then adds that the token must be opened tomorrow at sunrise, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Not tonight. A faint scoff escapes Johann as his eyes glow with a soft blue light, reflecting on how he always seems to find himself in the same predicament. He recalls the ancient wisdom, the unwavering reliance on the guard captain spirit of the moon. As the city sleeps under the same moonlit sky, he knows that tonight, he will once again call upon that very same spirit. Meanwhile, a hooded figure kneels in prayer, whispering for blessings and guidance on the right path. Elsewhere, Godin, her face illuminated by a soft glow, pleads for protection, hoping the claws and fangs of beasts will not wound him. Her brow furrows with concern, wondering if trading in the middle of the night is truly safe, and if Johann is all right. With wide, earnest eyes, she calls out a name, Swetelga. The ancient, wise face of Swetelga, with his long white beard, is revealed. Godin voices her concern, acknowledging her brother's strength, yet fearing the unknown, while Juisha, the elder, gravely warns that a troll is not a foe Johann can defeat in battle. He explains that such a creature would require the might of a knight to overcome, prompting a hesitant inquiry from the young girl. Despite the grim assessment, Juisha offers a reassuring word, though his expression remains troubled. Godin questions his sudden shift in demeanor. As the elder closes his eyes, a dark vision of Johann's future unfolding before him, revealing a path fraught with peril. A pained gasp escapes Juisha's lips, the intensity of the prophecy overwhelming him. Within the vision, a glowing orb of water of blessing appears, alongside a sinister red bottle, the blood of wrath. Godin's eyes widen in shock, a silent gasp catching in her throat as she witnesses the elder's distress. The vision continues, showing the water of blessing and the blood of wrath mixing together, swirling around a submerged, shadowy figure with glowing eyes. This ominous entity, with its sharp, dark blade or claw, is revealed to be capable of inflicting fatal damage. As the ominous vision of his future faded, he found himself already in motion, his blade a blur of steel and blue energy, cutting through the oppressive darkness of the forest. With a powerful sweep, he continued his relentless assault. The air thrummed with raw power, a chilling echo of the water of wrath that had haunted Juisha's prophecy, as a monstrous arm lashed out from the shadows. But Johann was faster, his strike connecting with a sickening crack, shattering the creature's form in a spray of blood and gore. A desperate cry pierced the din of battle, an unseen voice pleading, "Sir Gustav." The voice continued, urging, "Don't just stand there and watch. Fight back." Gustav, caught off guard, found himself cornered by another hulking beast, his own desperate plea for help barely escaping his lips as Johann rushed to his aid. With another powerful impact, Johann intercepted the monster's attack, protecting his companion. His expression grim but resolute, Johann declared. It'll be all right. I'll protect everyone. Just make sure everyone escapes. Then, with a burst of speed that left a shimmering trail in his wake, he plunged back into the fray, a whirlwind of motion against the encroaching darkness. He moves with a swift, powerful kick, the water of wrath swirling around his leg, a potent reminder of the forgotten power he wields. But a sudden realization or unexpected turn of events causes his eyes to widen, a question mark hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Gustav, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, shouts, "Gustav, this is our chance to put an end to it." Johann continues his fierce engagement, his leg ablur as he confronts a monstrous entity, the clash echoing through the dark woods. His expression tightens, a warning escaping his lips. "No, you idiot." Gustav's earlier resolve shatters, his face contorted in terror as he cries out, "It's too much for us to handle." Overwhelmed, he changes tactics, urging, "Then we can escape." Another monstrous attack erupts, glowing claws tearing through the air, the impact sending shockwaves. In a moment of sheer desperation, Gustav screams out a name, "Leon." Johann Eitz unleashes a blinding flurry of slashes, his blade a streak of blue energy, tearing through the air towards a massive, shadowy creature. But even as he attacks, Gustav is struck by an unseen force, blood erupting from his mouth. "You damn son of a bitch." Johann snarls, his eyes blazing with fury at the sight of his injured companion. The shadowy monster, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on him, lunges forward with gaping jaws. But Johann moves faster, his blade carving through its form. He follows up with a devastating, mana-infused punch that sends a shockwave through the creature's head. His fist still crackles with residual energy. As he declares, "I'll make sure you pay for this." Johann charges forward, a battle cry escaping him as he closes the distance on the shadowy figures. His leg blurs with speed, delivering a powerful, crimson-tinged strike. The monstrous creature recoils, its jagged maw contorting in pain as green light flares from its eyes. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to dispatch the monster as quickly as possible, and he agrees, knowing this is the only way. His own resolve hardens, blue light igniting in his gaze, ready for a fight to the death. With a sharp intake of breath, he prepares for another devastating blow. A thunderous impact rocks the monster's leg. As Johann follows through, enveloped in a brilliant, crackling aura, the monster's attack slams into the dark, wet ground, sending ripples of force outward. As a guttural roar rips through the air, a shadowy, horse-like creature, wreathed in crackling blue energy, charges relentlessly through the murky water. Its glowing yellow eyes fixed on its prey. The monster's voice echoes, a chilling declaration. "Great. He sealed my mobility, at least for the moment." Johann is caught, a massive shadowy claw striking him with brutal force, sending a wave of terror through his companions. Godin cries out, her voice filled with panic, "Sir Johann." He recoils violently, his body twisting from the impact, but his eyes burn with an unyielding resolve. A frustrated thought flashes through his mind. "Damn it, I was too close." He twists in midair, a swift, desperate maneuver as the monster's attack closes in. A crushing impact sends him reeling, and a pained cry escapes his lips. "I'm done for." The force of the blow continues to reverberate, leaving him vulnerable. Far from the chaos of the forest, a vast, dark field stretches under the moonlit sky. A faint, flickering glow appears on the distant horizon, growing steadily brighter. From a hidden vantage point, Gustav watches the approaching light with a focused intensity. He raises his binoculars, his brow furrowed in concern, muttering, "What is that?" The glow resolves into a line of torch-bearing figures, their rhythmic footsteps echoing across the plains, and Gustav wonders if it could be the subjugation force returning. A tattered banner, emblazoned with a familiar crest, flutters at the head of the column. From his vantage point, he watches the distant figures, recognizing the banner of the Oak Tree Mercenaries. A wave of disbelief washes over him, realizing it must be Gustav, the one last subjugated by the Imperial Army. A grim understanding settles in as he mutters, "Oh no, it's just as the city administrator said." Suddenly, a blaring alarm echoes through the city, signaling an emergency. Commands ring out, urging everyone to assemble at the gate, to the defensive wall. The urgency is palpable, with strict orders to not let them inside the gate under any circumstances. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, the unnamed official and the elf woman observe the unfolding chaos, the official remarking, "So they've come." The elf woman prepares to act, stating, "I will send a message to the commander. If they really are the Oak Tree Mercenaries, he will respond." But a voice cuts her off, declaring, "There is no need." Stepping through a threshold, a cloaked figure emerges into a brightly lit space. Suddenly, a young girl clings to Johann, both of them wide-eyed with shock, as a voice exclaims, "You are?" A heavy boot falls with a soft thud, and a long-haired man, his face etched with disbelief, declares, "What an emperor. It's like you've been a ghost." He stands before Johann and Godin, his words echoing with a mix of awe and confusion. "Sir Johann, what do you mean? He's dead. He's alive?" Godin, still clutching Johann, looks utterly bewildered, muttering, "Where? You all dead?" The long-haired man lowers his gaze, a hint of shame in his voice. "Hugh, I am ashamed to admit it, but but it must be said. His eyes then harden with resolve as he proclaims, "Glory to the Holy Empire and its gold." Johan's expression darkens, his gaze piercing as he challenges, "Were you bought by Ansek?" As the conversation continues, Godin's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice trembling as she questions how such a thing could even be uttered. Meanwhile, the man with white hair sits across from Johan, his words painting a grim picture of the past, detailing how the city of Merkin was placed under the control of the Holy Empire. The weight of this memory, or perhaps the revelation of it, hangs heavy in the air. The narration continues, describing the full extent of the Holy Empire's dominion, a stark reminder of a devastating loss. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force erupts, shattering the calm with a violent tremor. Johan's face contorts in a silent scream, his eyes wide with terror and anguish, the memory or realization overwhelming him. Even a nearby soldier, caught in the periphery of this emotional shockwave, cries out in despair. A desperate, guttural "no" escapes someone's lips, echoing the profound pain of the moment. As the anguish intensifies, a brilliant blue aura flares around Johan, his hands glowing with uncontrolled power, a desperate manifestation of his inner turmoil. The raw magical energy explodes outward, a chaotic burst of light and force. As the raw power of his magic erupted, a violent shockwave tore through the air, sending debris and snow scattering in a crimson haze. The destructive force continued to expand, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. Finally, the crimson energy began to dissipate, fading into the desolate landscape. From the shadows, the unnamed man cried out in alarm, his voice laced with desperation as Godin recoiled in terror. Johan's face, contorted in agony, reflected the immense internal struggle he was enduring. The air still crackled with residual magic, and the man's desperate plea echoed once more. Then, with a final, shuddering breath, Johan collapsed to the ground, his body sinking into the shallow water. A chilling pronouncement followed, declaring him dead. Under the pale crescent moon, Johan Eitz whispers to himself, reminding himself to hold tight, to keep his resolve firm. Meanwhile, at a fortified position, Gustav addresses his fellow knights, their banner fluttering in the night wind, asking if they are ready. Johan, still in the darkness, responds with quiet determination, a simple "of course" escaping his lips. A torch ignites with a sudden flare, its light illuminating Gustav and the other knights, who watch as more torches are lit, a low murmur of anticipation rising among them. Johan's eyes glow with an intense yellow light in the gloom, as he questions the purpose of their actions, wondering if the Marcel is truly worth all this effort. At the knight's position, a stern-faced commander with a scar over his left eye declares that they will get inside the gate either way, regardless of what their enemies do. Gustav, now fully armored, shouts a command to his men, urging them to hurry and defend the wall. He moves with purpose through the dark, underground passage, his armored boots echoing softly on the stone floor. The bribe guards had done their part, opening the way for them to bypass the main gate. Peering out into the night, he confirms the path is clear. Suddenly, a menacing knight emerges from the shadows, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he declares, "Long live the unholy empire." Before Gustav can react, a swift, brutal strike sends him reeling. He collapses to the ground, his armor clattering against the stone. The victorious knight stands over him, his smile unwavering as he repeats, "Long live the emperor." Moments later, in a secluded part of the passage, the knight converses with a long-haired man, confirming that the guards and knights have been taken care of. The long-haired man listens intently, his expression unreadable. The long-haired infiltrator, now identified as Brattle, leader of the Oak Tree Messengers, confirms their success, stating that the traitor who held the city's defenses, Gustav, has no place in the world. He then instructs the unholy knight to listen well, as they shall now take charge. Meanwhile, a contingent of armored soldiers moves through the city's passages, with Brattle reminding the unholy knight that the guards are still manning the wall, and he must carry out his commander's orders. Brattle leads the armored group forward, declaring that the rest of them are to follow him. Their destination is clear. They are going to find the city magistrate. Brattle pauses, considering the implications, and reiterates that they must please not look at him as the city magistrate, even if they take control of the city. He stands over the unholy knight, asserting his authority as he declares their intention to preserve it. Suddenly, a cat-like beast folk interjects, questioning Brattle's actions and reminding him that they are supposed to be saving people. Brattle simply acknowledges her, remarking on the expected nature of Lady Island's concern. He holds a small, spherical object in his hand, his gaze fixed on it as he tells her she certainly has nerves of steel. His expression remains firm, warning her not to test his patience any further. He advises that trading loyalty for power is best done by backing the winning side, his words carrying a clear undertone of threat. Meanwhile, the unholy knight holds a young man named Marcel, reporting that Marcel's information about the city magistrate has already been confirmed, and the city's defenses have surely thrown away their last chance. The unholy knight's voice is grim, concluding that there is nothing more they can do here. Brattle turns and walks away, leaving the unholy knight and Marcel behind, his next move already decided as he states they aren't waiting for much. He sits at the head of the table, his gaze fixed on the documents before him, while Lady Island stands attentively nearby. Behind him, the unnamed white-haired man listens intently as Brattle issues a firm directive, commanding his subordinate to record an insubordination charge. His voice carries the weight of authority, declaring that all troops are to cease combat and surrender to the enemy. A stern expression settles on his face, and he adds that there is also strong corroborating evidence to support his claims. The unnamed white-haired man watches him, his own expression unreadable. As Brattle concludes with a chilling promise, he will have no need to stain his hands with their blood. With his orders given and his intentions clear, Brattle turns and strides away, his cloak billowing behind him as he moves toward the next phase of his plan. In the dark, rain-swept forest, a monstrous presence looms over a fallen knight, its guttural growls echoing through the trees. A red, clawed hand lashes out, its sharp talons poised to strike. The creature's fanged maw opens wide, its glowing purple eyes fixed on its prey. But before the final blow can land, Gustav steps in, a protective blue aura flaring around him as he shields Laurent, who lies injured on the ground. Gustav shoves Leon away, his voice firm, telling him to take the others and retreat, promising to buy them time. Laurent, however, looks back at Gustav, his expression shocked, questioning his commander's words. With fierce resolve, Laurent declares that he will not abandon his post, insisting he will stay and fight. Gustav, seeing Leon still on the ground, barks an order to another soldier to help him up and ensure his escape, the battle raging around them. Despite his determination, Laurent is struck, his armor dented and bloodied, a cry of pain escaping him. Still reeling from the attack, Laurent's face is a mask of fear and grime, his eyes wide with terror. Gustav, however, remains resolute, his voice firm as he insists. This is an order, not a request from a superior. He commands him once more, go now. With a surge of blue energy, Gustav pushes Laurent back, stepping forward to meet the monstrous creature head-on, his sword arcing down in a powerful strike. He challenges the beast, his gaze unwavering. Come then, monster. Grant me an honorable death. Another burst of azure light erupts from his blade, Gustav driving his attack with fierce determination. The impact reverberates through the air, a violent clash of force. The monster's face contorts in a silent scream of pain, its glowing eyes wide with agony. A desperate cry echoes through the dark forest, Sir Johann, as Marcel screams in terror, while Johann stands silently, his hooded figure casting a long shadow. Submerged in murky water, he drifts, a silent memory beginning to surface. A voice from the past resonates, clear and firm. Johann, listen carefully to what I'm about to say, and carve it into your bones. Do not fight an enemy you cannot defeat. His eyes glow with a fierce, red light as the lesson continues. If danger comes, run. But if you must fight, a monstrous, red-eyed visage flashing in his mind, then you must kill them. The voice concludes with a final, stark command. Never die, Johann. Kneeling, his head bowed in solemn understanding, he whispers, I apologize, master. He feels his strength draining, his body giving out, as the realization settles in. He has reached his absolute limit. A gurgling sound escapes him, like struggling for air beneath a dark, watery surface. His eyes flutter open, acknowledging that his body simply won't move anymore, and looking back on it all. He's just too tired. Right. A faint thumping echoes in the silence. His heart, a vibrant, glowing entity, continues its rhythmic beat. Life, he reflects, was far too painful, a constant struggle against unseen forces. Now his heart will stop, its final thumps fading into the void. It's time to rest a little. He feels a profound, peaceful stillness, his very essence settling into a quiet calm. Drifting through an ethereal, dark expanse, he is surrounded by a glowing, jellyfish-like entity. Submerged in the deep, dark waters of his consciousness, he finds a strange tranquility. But then his inner peace shatters, his eyes snapping open as his will violently rejects the encroaching oblivion, a fierce no, tearing through his mind. His defiance echoes through his being, asserting his will to live, another resounding no. His resolve hardens, manifesting as a clenched, powerful fist, ready to strike. A fierce determination ignites within him, refusing to succumb, declaring, if I cannot escape death. Energy swirls around him, gathering immense power, crackling with raw force. He unleashes a devastating punch, his body radiating brilliant blue energy, a surge of pure, unyielding will. A concussive force erupts, tearing through the air. As Johann's voice rings out with fierce resolve, declaring, then I will slay death itself. Blue energy surges from his arm, radiating with intense power. A powerful heartbeat resonates, echoing his newfound strength. A different, red energy pulses within him, a vibrant, almost conflicting aura. He roars with fierce determination, his form enveloped in a brilliant blue light. Acknowledging his inability to escape death, blue energy engulfs the shadowy figures that surround him. Another powerful heartbeat resonates from his chest, solidifying his resolve. His eyes glow with an intense, electric blue, completing his defiant declaration. With a surge of defiant energy, Johann's resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing in his mind. he will slay death itself. But before he can fully gather himself, a dark, clawed limb lashes out with terrifying speed. The monstrous entity closing the distance in an instant, its glowing eyes fixed on him as its attack connects. Yet, even as the blow lands, Johan's own blade flashes, driven by a fierce determination for his honor and for Laurent. His sword bites deep, carving into the creature's dark form. The impact sends a spray of dark energy and ice particles, as the attack continues to tear through its body. The monster recoils, a gash of red energy appearing where the blade struck. With a final, brutal strike, Johan delivers a devastating blow, showering the air with crimson. The monstrous form collapses, defeated, as Johan stands victorious over the bloody remains. He stares ahead, his expression shifting from calm resolve to utter shock. Before him, a massive, grotesque creature with glowing yellow eyes lets out a guttural roar, its dark, hulking form emerging from the shadows of the forest. A voice, filled with urgency and disbelief, cries out, "Gustav!" And there he is, Gustav, battered and bruised, his face etched with pain and surprise. Standing nearby, an imposing figure in dark, heavy armor, the unholy knight, watches the scene unfold, his presence radiating a chilling menace. Johan's voice rings out again, a mix of relief and disbelief. "You're alive?" His eyes now burning with a fierce blue glow, Johan's anger flares as he commands, "Get out of the way." His gaze hardening, he directs his fury at the unseen enemies. "You wretched long-eared bastards.